Mocked for awakening as a summoner, but what they don't know is that I can summoner ssss ranked monsters. The sound of wind was different before awakening day. Not even dawn yet, and Kael Ravenroot was already awake, sitting at the edge of his narrow bunk in the Eastwall Orphanage, his textbook still open beside him, lit by the pale flicker of an old mana lamp. Pages rustled as a cold draft crept through the broken window, brushing over faded posters of famous hunters and bladecasters, their glowing weapons raised in mid-swing. Every face smiled like they'd been born to shine. Kael's reflection in the cracked glass said otherwise. 16 today. The day everything changes. He closed the textbook slowly, fingers lingering on the page that listed the core classes. Bladecaster, Flame Monk, Guncaster, Nightshade Assassin, Summoner. His eyes hovered on the last one. Then he shut the book. Outside, the world was waking up. Valkyrie's city never truly slept. Not since Mana awakened 2 decades ago and twisted the world into something new. Neon signs buzzed with embedded runes. Auto trams hummed past reinforced mana barriers. Street vendors ignited floating banners to attract students. Today was special. Today was awakening day. Kael stepped out into the alley. The orphanage was hidden behind industrial stacks, where fog always clung to the ground. He didn't mind. He preferred the quiet. A soft meow made him pause. The alley cat was there again, gray fur matted, one ear torn. It always appeared on mornings like this, perched on a broken crate like it owned the alley. You again, Kael muttered. He tore a bit of bread from his pocket, tossing it toward the cat. It sniffed, then looked at him, not with gratitude but a kind of bored understanding. Right, he said. No one owes anyone anything. He adjusted the straps of his academy bag and walked on. Valkyrie's academy was a glass and stone fortress that sat above District 3, just before the walls that separated safe zones from monster sectors. Its towers glinted with rune circuits, their defense turrets inactive, for now. Banners streamed from the top floor, declaring, "Class Awakening, welcome the future." The courtyard buzzed with hundreds of students in dark blue uniforms. Parents hugged children. Drone cameras hovered above, capturing smiles. Kael stepped through the gate quietly. No family. No fanfare. A group of students turned to glance his way. Then came the voice, sharp and smug. Well, if it isn't the charity case. Kael didn't look. He didn't need to. Raiden Core. 3rd generation awakened. Son of a high-ranking hunter. Future flame warden if rumors were right. You actually showed up, Ravenroot? Raiden smirked, his blonde hair perfectly styled. A few kids snickered nearby. What are you hoping for? Trash tier recycler? Oh, wait. Maybe you'll be the first to awaken as a mop mage. More laughter. Kael's expression didn't change. He kept walking. Hey, don't ignore me, orphan boy. You think you're better than everyone just 'cause you get straight as and talk like a stuck-up robot. Still nothing. Kael walked straight to the student check-in booth. The woman at the desk glanced up. Name? Kael Ravenroot. She blinked. Oh, from Eastwall? You're the only one on the list from that zone. Figured. She tapped her panel. You're in Group C for awakening. Gymnasium. Scan crystals almost ready. Kael nodded and moved toward the archway. Behind him, Raiden was still joking with his crew. Someone shouted, "Place your bets. What trash class will the orphan get?" But Kael wasn't listening anymore. His heart wasn't racing. He wasn't scared. He'd made peace with one thing a long time ago. Summoners were garbage. Everyone knew it. They didn't fight. They didn't shine. Their monsters were weak, clumsy, and slow to obey. Summoners were walking liabilities, always at the back of a raid party, usually the first to be blamed when someone died. They were a joke. But Kael had always wondered, why did the system still give them to people? If summoners were truly useless, why did the scan crystal still recognize the class? Why hadn't it been erased? The hallway before the gym was empty. Kael paused just short of the entrance and looked up. A mana screen floated above the doorway, cycling through names. Hundreds of students. Hundreds of destinies waiting to be unlocked. He let out a slow breath and stepped forward. Just then the bell rang. Not the standard class bell, but the awakening chime. It echoed across the entire academy, a low, vibrating tone that resonated in the bones. Even in the silence, it was deafening. Kael's fingers curled slightly. The ring on his hand, just a dull metal loop inherited from the orphanage supply box, felt heavier than usual. I don't care what they say. He stepped through the gym doors into the flickering glow of the awakening crystal. The gymnasium of Valkyrie's academy had been transformed into a cathedral of mana. Soft blue light pulsed from crystal columns lining the walls, casting elegant arcs across the floor. Floating mana screens hovered overhead, broadcasting a real-time feed of the awakening process. Teachers and officials sat on the far end, cloaked in dark robes, while parents crowded the gallery above. The massive awakening crystal floated center stage, 12 feet tall, translucent, and alive with rotating symbols. It shimmered in tones of silver and violet, like a living heartbeat in glass. Group C, a voice boomed through a mana amplifier, "Please step forward." A row of students rose, excitement and nerves mixing in their steps. Kael walked among them, silent. The ceremony had a rhythm. Each student stepped up to the crystal, placed a hand on the surface, and let it read their soul's ether vein. Then came the projection, the class title glowing above the crystal for all to see. The higher the rank, the brighter the light. The rarer the class, the louder the cheers. The first girl approached. She placed her hand on the crystal. A second passed. "Class, Windstep Assassin, break." Cheers exploded from the gallery. Her father stood, fist in the air. "That's my girl." Next student. "Class, Paladin of Dawn, rank." Applause. Someone shouted that the kid's mom was from the Royal Enclave. Third student. "Class, Guncaster, rank." More claps. Even a low-tier guncaster could join a guild. Then came Raidenkor. He strutted up, throwing a wink at the hovering camera drone. His hand touched the crystal with theatrical flair. The mana flared gold. The crowd gasped. "Class, Flame Warden, rank." Not just rare, prestigious. The Warden classes were elemental defenders trained for elite task forces. Raiden bowed mockingly. "Guess some of us were just born superior." Kael heard snickers ripple down the line. Then it was his turn. He stepped forward. The room didn't quiet, it hushed. A subtle, collective awareness passed through the crowd like static. Kael approached the crystal slowly. His boots echoed across the floor. He placed his palm against the glass. A pulse of cold went up his arm. The crystal flickered. At first, nothing. Then the mana ignited. "Class, Summoner rank." The projection appeared, plain and unimpressive. The text was gray. Not even color-coded. No flair. No effect. The laughter was immediate. "Summoner? No way. Even the system hates that class." Raiden let out a high, fake gasp. "Oh, spirits, protect us." He might summon a squirrel. Kael's expression didn't move. But someone in the crowd wasn't laughing. Professor Halion, seated off to the side with the academy officials, leaned forward slightly. His eyes narrowed. On the master tablet in his lap, student profiles updated in real time. He tapped Kael's name. The class display flickered again, so briefly it seemed like a glitch. But Halion saw it. "Class, Prime Caller? Status, incompatible/hidden protocol engaged." Prime Caller? He hadn't seen that word in 17 years. Then the system auto-corrected the record. "Class, Summoner rank. Soul Vein, empty vessel. Flagged for manual review, locked." Halion tapped the screen again, but it refused to refresh. The system had sealed it. Someone doesn't want this seen. Kael stepped back from the crystal as a few last giggles died down. He didn't look at anyone. He didn't need to. The labels would follow him for the rest of his life. Summoner. Useless. Liability. He walked back to his spot as if nothing had changed, because, in truth, nothing had. The remaining students finished their scans, most receiving practical combat or... Kael didn't speak as he descended the stairwell beneath the academy. The cheers and laughter from the gym above faded with every step. Down here the air was colder, thicker. The glow from the polished marble walls gave way to flickering rune strips on old concrete, a forgotten layer of the academy that smelled faintly of dust and burnt ozone. At the bottom was a rusted steel door. A flickering label above it read, "Summoner Registration, Ward 4B. Warning, binding equipment may malfunction." Kael stared at it a moment, then pushed it open. Inside was a cluttered, dimly lit office space, part storage room, part workshop. Shelves were stacked with worn summoner rings, cracked gem bindings, torn scrolls, and empty mana vials. The walls were covered in outdated posters that advertised famous summoners from 2 decades ago, when people still tried to make the class seem viable. Most of those summoners were dead now. The rest had quit. A woman sat at a desk in the back, feet up, flipping through a glowing tablet. A half-burnt mana cigarette dangled from her lips, puffing little wisps of lavender smoke. She didn't look up. "Unless you're a misplaced pizza delivery with a death wish, I assume you're the summoner." Kael stepped forward. Kael Ravenroot. The woman finally glanced up. Her eyes were sharp, a shade of violet uncommon even in mana-touched cities. She looked barely 30, but there was a weight to her expression, like someone who'd seen too much too early. Ravenroot, huh? From Eastwall? She tapped her tablet. Orphan file. Yeah, figured. You've got that tragic anime protag vibe. He didn't respond. She smirked and stood. I'm Arya, Assistant Registrar of Ward 4B. I handle garbage tier awakenings, system bugs, and the occasional student who accidentally merges their soul with a lamppost. You get the honor of being this year's only summoner. Kael looked around at the half-abandoned room. Not many of us. Gee, I wonder why, Arya said flatly. People don't like being laughed at and murdered on the same day. She walked over to a nearby cabinet, pulled it open with a groan, and started rummaging through rings. Let's see what's still functional. Ah, here we go. She tossed him a ring, dull silver with a small cracked gem. Kael turned it over in his hand. The gem flickered weakly, struggling to hold a glow. This is defective. No, Arya corrected. It's personality challenged. But it'll still work, barely. Don't expect to summon anything higher than a gremlin with it though. Maybe a wounded bird if the stars align. He slipped the ring onto his finger. It felt unnaturally cold. How many summoners even graduate? He asked quietly. Arya blew out a long breath of mana smoke. From Valkyries? In the last 5 years? One. And he died 6 months after leaving school. Guild mission gone wrong. His summon panicked and fled mid-fight. Sliced in half by a beast knight. Kael went still. Arya shrugged. Look kid, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Summoners are walking targets. No one wants to party with them. Most guilds won't even offer contracts. And the ones that do, usually want disposable bait. You really want to go through with this? I didn't choose it, Kael said. The scan crystal did. Arya looked at him more carefully now. You sure about that? He blinked. What do you mean? She waved it off. Forget it. Just be careful. You're smart, right? Got those perfect grades everyone whispers about? Then survive long enough to prove them wrong. Kael gave the faintest nod. As he turned to leave, Arya called after him. Hey Kael. He stopped. Do yourself a favor. Don't try to summon anything for a few days. That ring's unstable. Your ether veins aren't even conditioned yet. If you push too hard. I'll die? He asked without emotion. Worse. You'll live as a twitching vegetable on a hospital bed while your summon eats someone else. He didn't flinch. Got it, he said and walked out. The hallway was darker now. Maybe it was his imagination, or maybe the lights had dimmed. His fingers brushed against the summoner ring. It pulsed softly now, just once, like a heartbeat syncing with his own. Kael stopped near a window overlooking the southern wall of Valkyries. Beyond the barrier, the wildlands stretched out under the gray horizon. Tangled forests, flickering dungeon auras, ruins of cities swallowed by mana storms. That was the future waiting for them. For everyone. But his path would be lonelier than most. And in that silence, a memory surfaced. Came like a whisper through fog. Unbidden, unwelcome. He was 6 years old. Smoke. Screaming. Heat licking at his skin. Flames wrapped the orphanage walls. Children ran, scattered, coughing in the black haze. He was frozen near the chapel door, watching something in the fire. A red circle burned on the stone floor, inscribed in a language no child should know. A summoning circle. And in its center, an eye. Massive. Lidless. Unblinking. It stared at him from the other side of the circle, across the veil of space and meaning, bored, amused, and curious. And then, a voice. Not in words. In will. This one sees. This one survives. The eye blinked once. And Kael passed out. When he awoke, the fire was out. No one else remembered the eye. The chapel had collapsed. The officials said it was an accident. But the memory had never left him. Not the feeling of being chosen. Not the scar it left behind, deep in his soul, unseen but always there. Kael stood there, overlooking the wild horizon. Hand resting on the old ring. He whispered to the silence, almost as if speaking to that distant memory. I didn't ask for this. A long pause. But I'll become it anyway. The ring pulsed once more, brighter this time. The afternoon sun had begun to fall behind the academy towers, painting the city in shades of dull gold and cooling blue. The day's ceremonies were over. Students celebrated in the courtyards, posing with their class scrolls, bragging about guild recruitment letters already arriving on their family lines. Kael wasn't among them. Instead, he walked the outer edge of the campus, alone. Past the barrier towers. Past the last mana lanterns flickering along the cobbled path. The further he moved from the academy, the quieter everything became. Until he could hear only the wind and the distant hum of Valkyrie's defense grid vibrating beneath the city's skin. And beneath it all, something else. A tug. Subtle. Constant. Like a thread pulling from inside his chest, urging him toward something forgotten. Beyond the last fence, hidden behind overgrown hedges and a rusted iron gate, stood a half-collapsed structure from the old era. The ruins of St. Arian's Cathedral. It had once been a place of worship, built before the world pulse rewrote reality with mana and monsters. After the rift storms began, most churches were abandoned, their gods forgotten. Too silent in a world suddenly filled with screaming. No students came here. Most didn't even know it existed. But Kael did. He'd found it once as a child during an academy field trip that had gone off route. The teachers had scolded him for wandering. But the memory had rooted itself like a splinter in his mind. Now the pull inside his soul brought him back. The cathedral's doors groaned as he pushed them open. Dust danced in the amber shafts of light cutting through broken stained glass windows. The air smelled of moss, cracked stone, and old echoes. Kael stepped inside carefully. Pews lay splintered across the floor. Vines crept along the walls. The altar at the far end stood intact, barely. A single statue towered behind it. An angel. Or something close. Its face was obscured, features worn smooth over time. Wings spread like shields, arms crossed over its chest in a posture of eternal silence. But its stance was imposing, not comforting. At its base, etched into the altar's surface, was a summoning circle. Faded, fragmented, but ancient. Older than the academy. Older than most guilds. Kael stepped forward slowly. The ring on his finger began to glow. His breath hitched. Not from fear. From recognition. The pattern in the stone, it was the same as his memory. The circle from the fire. The one that had branded itself into the deepest corners of his mind. And as he reached out, fingers trembling slightly, a faint hum filled the air. The ring responded. Light, no shadow light, seeped from the gem, bleeding into the cracks of the altar, reigniting the ancient runes like blood through veins long dry. Vessel identified. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere, deep, mechanical, hollow. Kael froze. Summoner class registered. Core signature, empty vessel. Initiating legacy rebind. Sequence, prime caller path. Tier, unknown. Authorization confirmed. The summoning circle flared to life, black and silver flames licking at the air. Kael stumbled back a step as the temperature dropped sharply. His breath fogged. Frost crawled up the walls, spiraling out from the altar. Warning, core not stabilized. Do you wish to proceed? He hesitated. The room pulsed with power, raw, ancient, unfinished. His hand ached. The ring burned. The gem was glowing bright enough to cast shadows. Kael whispered without thinking. Yes. The altar exploded with light. The world twisted. His body was yanked forward, not physically but soul first. Like being pulled into a current deeper than space. His vision shattered, rebuilt, shattered again. Time lost meaning. Sound folded inward. The silence. Blackness. Kael opened his eyes. He stood in a realm of endless silver mist and obsidian sky. No floor beneath him, yet he stood. Great chains floated across the space, colossal links bigger than buildings, drifting slowly like the ruins of fallen gods. This was no illusion. He was inside the summoner's realm, but not the one detailed in academy books. Not the pocket dimensions summoned students trained with. This place was older, and something was here. A presence. Heavy. Vast. Sleeping. He turned, and saw it. A monstrous shape lay curled in the mists. At first, it looked like a mountain of shadows wrapped in shifting tendrils of smoke. Then it moved. A slow breath. The rise of something primal. It was a wolf. But no wolf that belonged to the blue planet. Its form was serpentine, fur like liquid night, its fangs the length of swords. A mane of spectral flame danced around its neck, and along its spine, blades. Each one different. Some rusted. Some glowing. Some cracked. Its eyes were shut. But Kael knew. This was his summon. He could feel the link forming. Like a chain tightening around his spine, pulling taut with terrifying intimacy. Then without warning its eye opened. Only one. Silver. Cold. Intelligent. And ancient beyond words. You called me? The voice rang not in Kael's ears, but directly in his mind. A pressure. A thought too big for human understanding trying to squeeze into mortal flesh. Kael swallowed. I didn't mean to. Yet you did. I narrowed. You wear the ring. You stand in the circle. You carry the scar. You are mine now. Kael's heart thundered. What are you? The creature uncurled slightly. Shadows peeled away like layers of smoke. Its body was covered in armor plates and runes that bled silver fluid into the void. I am Umbra, the silent Fong. First and last of the deep bound. Guardian of the dead gates. Devourer of false gods. Kael's mouth went dry. I don't want power like that, he said. I just want to survive. The beast leaned closer. Then summon me again, mortal? And I will teach you how survival begins with silence and ends with fangs. The eye closed. The world cracked. Light returned. Kael gasped as he was hurled back into his body. He collapsed beside the altar, chest heaving, ring burning bright on his hand. The cathedral around him shook, dust falling from the ceiling. The statue behind the altar now had a single crack running down its face. The gem in his ring pulsed once, then dimmed. Everything was still again. But the pull in his chest was gone, because something else had taken its place. A bond. Alive. And dangerous. At the edge of the cathedral, behind a collapsed wall, a faint hum began to stir. Kael turned just in time to see a small rift blink open, hovering like a wound in space. A dungeon gate. Unregistered. Undetected. It shimmered dark blue, swirling with uncharted mana. And it was calling him. The last echoes of the summoning faded from the stone walls of the ruined cathedral. The altar's glow receded. The cracked statue no longer loomed. It simply stood, broken and still, as if the world had just exhaled. Kael sat in the dust, his hands trembling slightly. Not from fear. From understanding. From the weight of what he now carried. The ring on his finger was no longer dull or fractured. It pulsed with slow, steady light, deep silver laced with threads of darkness, like the last gleam of stars fading in the void. His ether veins buzzed beneath his skin, newly awakened. No teacher had prepared him for this. No book, no lecture, no training manual had ever mentioned Umbra. Because Umbra shouldn't exist. A beast bound by no known ranking system. A creature beyond measurement. A being who spoke of gods as prey. A ssss class? The thought felt childish now. Like putting a label on a storm. Or naming a blade after the sound it made when it cut through the sky. Kael rose slowly. Outside the crumbled wall, the rift still shimmered, hovering like a tear in fabric, pulsing with strange energy. Small. Roughly human-sized. Not glowing like the dungeon gate students were taught to detect and avoid. This one looked unregistered. Wild. A hidden gate. The kind that never appeared on scanners. The kind only opened for a reason. Kael stood before it, heart steady. The breeze tugged gently at his academy jacket. Somewhere beyond the hills, fireworks popped. The rest of the students still celebrating their awakening with food and music. He clenched his fist. They'd gotten praise. He'd gotten a whisper in the dark. A contract sealed in silence. He reached out toward the gate. And paused. You're not ready. The voice slid into his mind like silk across stone, familiar now. Heavy. Inevitable. Kael didn't flinch. I don't care. You cannot control me yet. I'm not trying to control you. Pause. Almost thoughtful. Then why walk toward death alone? Kael stepped closer to the rift. Because I don't want to owe anyone when I live through it. Silence stretched. Then, something like amusement pulsed at the edge of his thoughts. Very well. Call my name only if you are prepared to lose everything. Kael nodded once. Umbra. The temperature dropped. Not a dramatic chill, but a creeping stillness that ate sound and light around him. The wind held its breath. The rift surged. Kael raised his right hand. The ring glowed. The mark on the back of his palm, faint before, flared to life, a circle of teeth surrounding a silent eye. He felt the pull again. But this time he leaned into it. Mana surged. Black threads rose around him, wrapping his form. Not restraining, protecting. They pulled back like a curtain, revealing something stepping into the world behind him. Shadow became shape. Silence became breath. A massive paw pressed against the cracked stone floor. Then another. Clawed. Silent. Umbra. Fully formed now, his eyes gleaming with cold awareness. The beast didn't roar. Didn't posture. He merely stood behind Kael, gaze fixed on the gate, waiting. Kael didn't command him. Didn't need to. They stepped through the rift together. The air on the other side was wrong. It smelled like metal and ash with undertones of ozone, like a lightning strike frozen in time. The dungeon interior resembled a shattered underground bunker. Flickering hazard lights bathed the walls in red and gold. Long-dead terminals blinked with fractured data. Dungeon type, forgotten vault. Mana grade, C rank. Stability, collapsing. That last word didn't frighten Kael. It intrigued him. He reached into his coat, pulled out a standard-issue Academy starter scroll, a cheap diagnostics tool every student received on awakening day. He placed it on the floor. It hissed softly, scanning the space. Scan results, gate not detected. Unlinked zone. Monster activity, unknown. Loot signatures, minimal. Escape route, none registered. Kael stared at the scroll. So this wasn't just unregistered. It was invisible. Forgotten. A trap for any ordinary student. But he wasn't ordinary now. Umbra padded silently forward, sniffing the air. A moment passed. Then a whisper in Kael's thoughts. They are watching. Who? Others like me. Fragments. Hungry. Shattered. They smell the bond. They will come. Kael didn't falter. Let them. He walked deeper into the dungeon. Not a single step wasted. No fear. Only silence and a faint echo that followed him like a second heartbeat. He found the first threat 10 minutes in. A flicker of motion. Then a screech high-pitched, wrong, too fast. A blur lunged from the ceiling. A mutated crawler beast with metal hooks instead of arms. Kael didn't even raise his hand. Umbra was already gone. A black streak of motion. Crunch. The monster's head vanished. Its body hit the ground a second later, twitching once, then going still. Kael exhaled slowly. Efficient. Umbra's voice came as a thought sharpened by ice. This is mercy. The ones further in do not deserve it. By the time Kael reached the central chamber, he had counted 6 kills. None had required him to lift a finger. But he watched, memorized, studied how Umbra moved. No wasted movement. Every strike designed to finish. No roars, no glory, just death. The final room was massive, a vault split open by time and heat. A fractured mana core pulsed weakly in the far wall. Broken weapon racks lined the chamber. Loot crates, long emptied, lay shattered. But something waited inside. Kael felt it before he saw it. A second rift, smaller than the first, floating just inches off the floor like a hanging tear. It pulsed red. Kael approached cautiously. The dungeon rift snapped wide. A creature burst through, unlike the others. Intact. Oh, intelligent. Skeletal face. Rusted armor grown into its flesh. A crown of fused bone. Its voice rasped like a broken speaker. You are not marked for this gate. Kael's breath caught. Umbra appeared behind him, head low. This one is not a beast. He was a man. Twisted by a failed contract. The creature howled. It launched itself forward. Kael didn't move. Umbra intercepted. Steel claws met bone sword. Sparks flew. Kael stepped back, watched the movements. Analyzed. It fights with tactics. It remembers being human. Umbra snarled, then shifted. His body blurred, 2 forms colliding. Then a single bite. Crept. The cursed night dropped. Its soul broke apart like crystal shattering under pressure. Silence returned. Kael looked at Umbra. Is that what I could become? Umbra didn't answer. He didn't need to. Kael turned, facing the way they'd come. The rift remained open. He had done what no one expected. Cleared a dungeon. Alone. First day. First summon. And no one would ever know. Not yet. As he stepped back into the world, the gate closed silently behind him. No trumpets. No ranking upgrade. No congratulations. Just the fading echo of footsteps, and the distant howl of something ancient watching from beyond the sky. The cathedral was silent. Dawn crept over Valkyries in threads of gold and gray, casting long shadows across the cracked stone of St. Arian's ruins. Frost still clung to the edges of broken pews and vines, melting slowly under the first warmth of the sun. Kael stepped through the shattered archway with Umbra at his side. Not a single soul waited for him. No fanfare. No victory screen. No glowing loot chest. Just the distant hum of the city waking up, unaware that one of its forgotten children had returned from a place he was never meant to enter, let alone survive. Umbra halted beside the altar, his head low, eyes half-lidded. The bond is incomplete, but the path is open. Kael nodded silently. His body ached, not the sharp pain of injury but the deep, sore pressure of overused veins. Ether fatigue. It clung to him like wet clothes, numbing his limbs. He glanced at his right hand. The summoner ring no longer looked standard. The cracked gem had been restructured. Smooth, dark, embedded with twin circles. One simple, the other woven with fangs and runes. The mark on the back of his palm, once faint, now shimmered even in daylight. 2 glyphs. Was that normal? He doubted it. Umbra's gaze never wavered from the altar. The beast was still in full form, unmoving, coiled shadow and steel beneath soft rays of light. You walk through death. Few do. Kael didn't answer. He didn't need to. The fact that he was here, breathing, was answer enough. He walked away without giving the ruin a second glance. By the time Kael reached the Academy District again, the streets had begun to fill. Delivery drones zipped overhead, trailing soft tunes. Mana paths lit with directional glyphs. Students in uniform hurried past, chatting excitedly, comparing class scrolls and scan stats. Kael's jacket fluttered in the breeze as he moved through the crowd, silent. None of them noticed him. He hadn't slept. Hadn't showered. Still wore the same uniform as yesterday, dust-stained and rumpled. But no one looked twice. No one saw him leave. So why would anyone think he'd done anything worth seeing? Meanwhile, 2 blocks away they arrived. A shimmer in the cathedral's mana layer tripped the silent tripwire in the city's detection grid. Not the academies, the guild authorities. 2 agents stood at the cathedral's edge now, cloaked in dark gray guild weave. One crouched over a glowing rune tablet, holding it above the altar. The device clicked once. Then again. Static rippled across the interface. Signature confirmed, said the first agent, a woman with silver tech lenses over her eyes. Residual mana, mid-tier dungeon. But no beacon. No stability record. No mana flare. The second agent frowned. How's that possible? Dungeons don't just appear and vanish without a spike. They do now. He looked up at the statue behind the altar. Its wings were cracked open. Ha, he muttered. That wasn't like that before. The woman adjusted her lens scope, zooming on the base of the summoning circle. Symbols. Old ones. Partially overwritten by modern runes. She narrowed her eyes. I'm calling it in. This gate was never registered. And someone used it. Half a city away, a man stirred from his desk as his comm tablet blinked red. Professor Halion. He tapped the screen once, pulled up the notification. Unregistered dungeon fluctuation. Location. Sector E, Ruins of St. Arian. Tier detected. Unknown. Energy resonance. Deep-bound class. Status. Resolved/source. Unknown. He stared at the report a long moment, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Deep-bound? Already? He stood slowly, pulling a book from the top shelf of his office. A thick, leather-bound journal. Dust slid off the cover like old snow. The front bore no title, only a symbol, a closed eye wrapped in thorns. He opened it to the marked page. An illustration stared back at him. A circular altar bearing a single phrase scrawled in faded red ink beneath. Only the empty may call the forgotten. Halion turned toward the window. From here he could see Valkyrie's Academy's northern wing. His gaze followed the rows of uniformed students moving toward the training fields. Young prodigies. Chosen ones. Then he saw Kael. Walking slowly. Alone. He whispered to no one. Then why is the boy still walking? Kael reached the Academy's outer courtyard as the bells chimed the start of morning drills. Groups of students paired off into formations, stretching and preparing to test their new abilities. Mana crackled through the air, fire, lightning, air blades and summoned spirits. Kael sat near a low bench beneath the ironwood tree, pulling his hood up. His fingers traced the summoner ring slowly. He felt calm. That scared him more than anything. He should have felt excitement. Or fear. Or power. Instead he felt emptied out. Like the dungeon had taken something, and he hadn't realized it until the silence settled. Or maybe it had given him something instead. And now there was just space, quiet, waiting to be filled. Somewhere beneath the Academy's foundations, in a restricted sublayer of the Guild Authority archive servers, a screen lit up. A signal blip. A tag labeled dormant. Suddenly active. Prime color. Signal detected. The halls of Valkyrie's Academy buzzed with the post-awakening energy of new beginnings. Digital banners streamed through the main atrium, showcasing the top 30 student class results. Holograms of students posing with their class titles rotated overhead. Some grinning, some stoic, all proud. Raiden Core, Flame Warden A rank. Lyra Vaughn, Twin Blade Sentinel A rank. Aaron Fail, Kinetic Caster B rank. Kael Ravenroot, Summoner E rank. Not listed. In this academy, the bottom didn't even deserve screen time. Kael walked past the display without looking. The others certainly noticed him. "Yo, look, it's the summoner." A voice drifted over from the lounging stairs near the central fountain. Several students leaned against the polished railings, fresh scrolls in hand. Most wore the smug aura of self-satisfaction only teenagers with high-tier classes could afford. Raiden Core, as always, led the commentary. "Ravenroot, you still breathing after yesterday?" Raiden called out, smirking. "Heard summoner rings have a failure rate. Thought maybe your soul exploded mid-bonding." His little crowd chuckled. Kael said nothing. He kept walking. Raiden raised an eyebrow. "Still mute, huh? Careful. If you keep ignoring people, someone might think you're dangerous." That drew a bigger laugh. Kael slid into the back of the common room, setting his data pad on a quiet table near the windows. Sunlight spilled through enchanted glass, illuminating the cracks in the tile beneath his seat, imperfections others never noticed. He noticed everything. Across the room, Lyra Vaughn watched him over the rim of her manatee flask. Her twin sabers rested in their sheaths beside her leg, gleaming with fresh enchantment marks. Most days she wouldn't care about the Academy's orphan genius. Kael didn't talk, didn't spar, didn't gloat. He simply existed. But something felt off. He hadn't been in the dorms last night. Not once. And now his ether levels were subtly wrong. Higher than they should have been for a first-time summoner. And his ring. She narrowed her eyes. It wasn't the same dull, cracked trinket he'd been issued. It glowed, faintly, with a rhythm too refined for a broken focus tool. "What did you do, Kael?" A few tables away, Aaron Fail, a scrawny, tech-obsessed kinetic caster, tapped away at a portable scanner disk. He glanced up, noticed Kael, then stood. "Hey, Ravenroot," Aaron said, voice casual. "You got a minute?" Kael looked up, expression unreadable. "What for?" Aaron shrugged. "Curiosity. I'm mapping summon contract data for new class types. Heard you're our local summoner. Just wanted to know what species you picked first." Kael tilted his head. "Picked? Yeah. You know, C-class familiar pool. Students usually choose a starter from the school's registry, right? Saw someone get a mist fox yesterday. Pretty rare. You get anything cool?" Kael was quiet for a long time. Then, "It doesn't obey me." Aaron blinked. "What?" "My summon. It doesn't listen. It doesn't follow orders. It doesn't fight for me unless it wants to." Pause. Raiden, now eavesdropping from a few tables over, let out a loud snort. "Doesn't obey me? Spirits, you're not even trying anymore." More laughter. Aaron gave Kael an awkward look. Seriously? That can't be normal. Maybe your summoning circuit's misaligned? You should get that checked." Kael stood. "No need." And he walked out. The room stayed quiet for a second too long after he left. Lyra's eyes lingered on the door. Aaron sat slowly, chewing the inside of his cheek. "You think he's lying?" he asked no one in particular. Raiden shrugged, kicking his boots up. "Nah. He's just trying to be edgy. Summoners have been bottom tier since the Rift Pulse. He's playing the mystery angle so no one notices he's a flop." Lyra didn't respond. Because part of her agreed. But another part? The part that felt the shift in ambient mana when Kael walked past? The part that saw the flicker in the Academy's scanning pillar when he passed by it? That part wasn't so sure. Meanwhile, Kael walked the northern perimeter path alone. Every few feet, a glowing pillar stood tall, part of the Academy's scan grid. The pillars monitored student movement, combat energy, and mana stability across campus zones. A security measure, disguised as decor. He passed one. For the second time that day, it flickered. Only for half a second. Then returned to normal. Inside the grid's control room, deep beneath the western wing, an automated assistant logged the blip. Subject, Kael Ravenroot. Class, Summoner. Mana spike detected, incompatible with tier profile. Result, glitch flagged / no alert issued. And just like that, the anomaly was buried in the system queue. Forgotten by all. Except for one man. Professor Halion leaned back in his chair, watching the code stream across his private monitor. His hand hovered over the call button to the guild authority. He didn't press it. Not yet. The northern training fields were empty this time of day. Most students had moved on to electives or mock combat drills near the central plaza. The northern stretch, once a main summoning ground, had fallen out of use over the years, replaced by more modern VR-based summoning arenas with safety buffers and mana-reactive floor panels. But Kael didn't need safety. He needed silence. He stood in the center of the cracked stone circle, surrounded by weeds and faded runes. The academy had tried painting over the old glyphs years ago, but power left scars, some deeper than ink. Kael held the summoning scroll in both hands, standard issue. A pale silver sheet marked with 6 casting lines and an open contract seal at its center. Designed for beginners to call their first proper F or E tier summon. Normal summoners start with something manageable, he remembered from class lectures. A mist hound, a flame bat, a stone crawler. Bond. Build control. Expand the bestiary. Simple. Kael unrolled the scroll and placed it on the ground. The ring on his hand hummed. He focused. Mana gathered in his chest, traveling through his ether veins like heat drawn through wires. He guided the flow downward, carefully, just as instructed. The scroll reacted. Lines lit up. Symbols flared. And then, bang. A spike of backlash shot through his fingers, racing up his arm like molten glass. His legs buckled. He barely caught himself before hitting the ground. His vision blurred. His heart thundered, not with fear but something deeper. Wrongness. Incompatibility. The scroll ignited and disintegrated into ash. Kael gasped, falling to one knee. The glyph on his palm glowed white-hot, pulsing erratically. What was that? He clenched his teeth, trying to catch his breath. And then, fool. The voice wasn't external. It came from within. Umbra. Cold. Disapproving. You invited the shallow. When your soul already holds depth. Kael didn't respond. You didn't have to. Umbra continued. You bear a prime collar scar. Your veins are threaded with inheritance. No creature lesser than the deep bound will answer your call. And if they try... Kael looked down at his hand. His skin had gone pale, trembling with residual ether shock. They will be devoured. He sat there a while longer, letting the pain settle into dull ache. So it was true. He couldn't summon like the others. Not even low-tier creatures. The system wouldn't allow it. Or maybe Umbra wouldn't. Either way, he was alone. Again. Footsteps approached. Kael didn't turn. He already recognized the rhythm. Slow, uneven, lazy. Arya. Should have known you'd try the hard way, she said, tossing a mana-wrapped flask his way. He caught it and drank. The ether mix burned down his throat, clearing the fog in his head immediately. She leaned against a broken post, arms crossed. Summoning scroll rejected you? He gave a single nod. Tried to tell you yesterday, she said. You're not a normal summoner. The ring you bonded with wasn't just cracked. It was broken. And it's still activated. You don't bind contracts. You don't negotiate pacts. You feed it. Kael looked up. Feed what? Arya reached into her coat and pulled something from the inner pocket. A small, square case, black leather with 3 runic locks and a sealing clasp. She held it with 2 hands like it weighed far more than it should. This, she said, is something I'm not supposed to have. She knelt and placed it gently beside him. I borrowed it from a sub-level archive in the guild tower during my last, legit job. Kael arched a brow. She smirked. I've been called worse than a thief. Then her tone shifted. This was sealed by the old summoners' circle. Not the new kids. The first ones. Before contracts were standardized. Before monster classes were cataloged. Before guild law. Kael opened the case. Inside was a weathered charm carved from obsidian, shaped like a fanged ring encircling a closed eye. The same design burned into his palm. He touched it, and the charm shifted. The eye opened. The air around them trembled. The glyph on Kael's hand flared in response, recognizing the relic. Arya stepped back. Yep. Thought so. What is it? Kael asked. A relic meant for summoners who shouldn't exist anymore. Kael looked at her. She met his eyes, no smirk now. Just a calm, tired warning. You're not walking a ranked path, Kael. You're walking an erased one. Prime callers weren't banned. They were buried. Their beasts tore through cities before guilds figured out how to kill them. Every record of their class was locked or destroyed. Kael stayed quiet. Arya pointed at the charm. That's one of 3 I know of. Each one unlocks part of the prime caller legacy. You're already bonded. So, now you're committed. He stared at the charm a moment longer. Why are you helping me? Arya hesitated, then looked away. Because when I was 17, I watched a friend try to summon something he couldn't control. A tourist beast. Class mismatch. It consumed his bond, then turned on him. She lit a mana stick, her voice low. I watched it eat him in 5 seconds flat. He didn't scream. Just looked at me like I should have pulled him out of the circle. Kael said nothing. She flicked ash into the wind. I couldn't save him. But maybe I can keep you from ending the same way. She walked off without another word. Kael sat in the grass, the charm still in his hand, glowing with slow, ominous light. 3 keys, he whispered. 1 already mine. And somewhere deep in his bones, a second bond stirred. Not awakened. Not yet. But no longer asleep. The Guild Authority substation in Valkyrie's District 3 was buried 5 floors beneath the city's surface. Above ground, the world sparkled with mana towers, guild recruitment banners, and cheerful announcements about monster-slaying tournaments. Below, it was cold, sterile, and silent. The hum of rune servers buzzed like distant insects through the steel halls. Mana conduits ran through the ceiling in pulsing veins, feeding deep data machines that never slept. In the core room, a dozen analysts sat before massive crystal interfaces, watching thousands of Rift data lines scroll by in real time. Gate stabilizations, dungeon emergences, collapse warnings, failed summoning attempts, Rift breaches, and one anomaly. File tag, Shadow, Azura, 2237. Location, St. Arian Ruins, unregistered site. Event, Dimensional Surge/cleared. Beast Energy Class, Deep Bound Signal detected. Glyph Fragment, unknown. Classification, Forbidden, Crime Caller. The screen pulsed red. All data feeds paused, and the analysts looked toward the back of the room. A figure stood alone in the shadowed corner, long cloak draped over high combat armor woven with summoner glyphs long out of fashion. His hood was deep, shadowing his face, but the aura he carried was unmistakable. Powerful. Bear. Summoner of the Sixth Circle. One of the guild's Black Archive agents, charged with identifying and purging class breaches that threatened the world system balance. He stepped forward. The lights dimmed with him. "Play it," he said. One of the analysts tapped the glyph console. A projection unfolded in the air, an echo recording from the mana residue left at St. Arian's altar. It was blurry, fragmented, but what it showed was clear. A summoning circle reigniting. A broken ring reassembling itself mid-bond. A pulse of dark silver light. And a wolf-shaped shadow stepping through the gate, framed in silence. The analyst's voice shook. The glyph signature on the beast matches a fragment buried in the Prime Caller records, sir. One that's never been replicated. It's impossible. No, Ver said. He reached into his cloak and withdrew a thin black tablet made of mana-bonded steel. It was old, dusty, covered in ancient symbols that flickered like stars. He pressed his hand to it. The screen lit up with a single image. A sigil. An eye surrounded by 6 fangs. Beneath it, a name burned in red. Yumbiare, the Silent Fong. Status, terminated. 103 years ago. The analyst paled. That can't be. If it was terminated. Ver's voice sliced through him. Then who reawakened the bond? No one answered. The room went quiet. Ver turned back to the projection and watched the moment the beast looked directly into the echo feed, as if it knew it was being recorded. As if it remembered. He reached into his belt pouch and pulled out a small case marked with Guild Authority clearance. Inside were 6 slots, each meant to contain a core fragment from one of the 6 forbidden beasts. Only one slot was filled. Now a second glowed. Umbra's sigil. Alive again. Ver stared down at it for a long time. Then muttered, "The Prime Caller lives." Elsewhere, on a distant floating island far above guild jurisdiction, a cloaked woman knelt before a pool of silver mist. The water shuddered. A voice whispered from the mist. "To awaken. One dreams. The eye begins to stir." The woman bowed her head. "I will find him." Back in Valkyrie's, Ver stepped from the data room into the cold corridor beyond. An agent caught up to him, young, sharp-jawed, nervous. "Sir, should we alert the Council of Vanthal?" Ver didn't answer immediately. He tapped the crystal built into his shoulder plate, accessing a private feed of Valkyrie's academy. He found him. Kael Ravenroot. Sitting alone under the ironwood tree. Reading. Seemingly harmless. "No," Ver said. "The Council does nothing. Not yet. Let the boy walk. Let him summon again. Then we'll know if it's truly him." Far above, in a hidden archive beneath the guild's northern stronghold, ancient runes flared awake for the first time in a century. Prime Caller, status, probable match. Umbra link reactivated. Second key incoming. The system waited. Silent. Watching. The wind had shifted. Even before Kael reached the edge of the old ruin, he could feel it, like the weight of the air had changed. Thicker. Watchful. He stood at the cracked gate of St. Arian's Cathedral, staring up at the familiar broken archway. The sun was setting now, stretching long fingers of light through the shattered stained glass above. It had only been a day, and yet everything felt older, more silent than before, like something was waiting inside. He stepped through. Dust stirred under his boots as he crossed the threshold. The altar stood where it always had, unchanged on the surface. The statue behind it loomed overhead, wings partially raised, cracked from time and neglect. But one thing was different. The wings had moved. Kael stopped in front of the altar. The first time he'd stood here, the statue's arms were crossed, its wings closed tightly behind it. Now the wings had unfurled slightly, and the arms had shifted, hands no longer crossed but held open, palms skyward, as if offering something. Kael narrowed his eyes. He stepped closer, and saw it. At the base of the statue, half hidden behind dust and vine roots, a small compartment had slid open, just enough to catch the light, carved with old summoning glyphs. He knelt and pulled it free. A box. Not metal. Stone. Smooth, black, impossibly cold. No hinges. No seams. His ring pulsed. The box answered. With a faint click it opened. Inside was a single scroll. No glow. No dramatic aura. Just old parchment. One. Handwritten. And sealed with the exact symbol on his hand, an eye surrounded by fangs. He unrolled it carefully. There were no names. No instructions. Just a single paragraph. The ink pulsed as he read, reactive to his presence. To the one who bears the scar. You are not the first. But you may be the last. We were erased, not defeated. Forgotten, not broken. You carry the ring that does not bind, but feeds. A gateway, not a leash. To awaken the next, you must bleed alone. No witness. No light. Feed the ring. Claim the next key. Two fangs awaken. One still sleeps. Kael stood there, letting the words sink in. His ring glowed softly, warmer now, more aware. It didn't just react to him. It was learning him. The phrase repeated in his mind like a pulse. Feed the ring. He thought back to the dungeon. To the kills Umbra had made. To the cursed knight whose soul had shattered in the beast's jaws. Was that the key? He rolled the scroll back up and slipped it into his jacket. His gaze moved to the statue once more. No glow. No voice. No whispers this time. Just the soft creak of old stone settling in silence. Kael turned and left. Outside the sky had darkened. He walked slowly, his mind heavy, not in fear but anticipation. If there were 6 deep bound and he'd already called one, then the others were still out there, waiting. A breeze moved through the alley as he passed the last outer gate. A soft sound behind him. Kael turned. The stray alley cat, Ash, stood in the middle of the road. But this time it wasn't watching him with boredom. It sat tall, still, eyes glowing faintly silver. Kael's heart skipped. He blinked. The cat was gone. Nothing but leaves swirling in the wind. 2 fangs awaken. Deep below the city, in a forgotten sublayer of the mana grid, a dead circuit flickered to life. Prime color relic triggered. Second key trace detected. Summon slot 2 locked/engaging. Entity status dormant. Name unknown. Kael reached the academy just as the lights began to dim. He walked through the halls unnoticed again. Back to his dorm. Back to his quiet room bare of posters, untouched by pride. He sat on the edge of his bed and stared at the ring on his hand. 2 fangs. 1 open eye. And the sound of something vast shifting deep inside him. Umbra stirred. Not awake, but not asleep either. A voice brushed the edge of Kael's thoughts. Not Umbra's. Something new. Fainter. Quieter. But filled with endless, aching hunger. The first sign came in Kael's dreams. Not fire. Not screams. Just water. Endless, dark water. He floated in it, not drowning, not swimming. Just suspended. Above him, chains drifted in slow motion. Heavy ones. Some were snapped, others still anchored to fragments of stone too ancient to name. The silence was complete. Until it wasn't. I do not bite. The voice came from behind him. Quiet, weightless, feminine. He turned. Nothing but black mist swirling beneath the surface. I drown. Kael gasped and sat up in bed, sweat clinging to his skin like frost. The morning light pushed weakly through the half-drawn curtains of his dorm window, but it did nothing to warm him. His sheets were soaked. Not with sweat. With water. He stared at the damp fabric, then his palm. The glyph glowed faintly, no longer just the circle and fangs of Umbra, but a second mark coiling around it. Like seaweed. or ink bleeding through skin. He touched the ring. No response. For the first time since their bond formed, Umbra was silent. Classes passed in a blur. He barely heard the instructors. Something about summon stability, ether control exercises, support class rotations. He completed drills automatically, moving without thought, eyes shadowed, skin clammy. Lyra watched him from across the training arena. She'd noticed the change. Everyone else was still high on their recent awakening. Kael looked like he hadn't slept in days. During lunch, a student dropped a tray nearby and startled Kael. His hand jerked. A pulse of dark mana flared from his fingertips. Only for a moment. Just long enough to flicker the cafeteria lights. He clenched his fists and forced his breathing back under control. Across the room, Professor Halion paused mid-sip of his tea. That evening, Kael isolated himself at the outer perimeter once more, where the mana sensors were weaker and the old ruins of training zones lay forgotten. He didn't train. He simply sat, waiting. Night fell fast. The moon climbed above Valkyries, half-shadowed by drifting mana clouds. Kael leaned back against a dead tree stump, watching the sky, the ring cool against his skin. Umbra. No answer. You've gone quiet. Still nothing. He closed his eyes. Let the silence in. That's when it came. A low hum. So low he felt it in his bones before he heard it with his ears. His mark pulsed. Once. Twice. Then burned. He screamed, but no sound came out. Images burst behind his eyes. A lake with no bottom. Children walking into the water, never emerging. A temple swallowed by tide, bells ringing beneath the sea. A face, no, a shape, eyeless, boneless, listening. The pain vanished as quickly as it came. Kael collapsed forward, gasping. The grass beneath him was wet. His vision swam. Far above, in a sky clear of clouds, a mist drifted across the moon's surface, just for a moment, taking the shape of a serpent coiled in silence. Elsewhere, Halion stared at the report in front of him. Subject: Ravenroot, Kael, ether vein development, irregular. Standard growth curve exceeded by 312% in 48 hours post-awakening. He leaned back. Not possible, he muttered. Veins didn't expand without rupturing. Not unless the core structure itself was adapting. The only known class that did that? Prime Caller. But that class was locked, buried, flagged as myth. And yet, here was a boy whose mana signature refused to stabilize. Who walked with a beast that had no entry in any bestiary. Whose presence disrupted sensors. And now, a second signature blooming within him. Halion stood. Time to stop watching from a distance. Back in the field, Kael opened his eyes. The glyph on his palm now had two rings. Intertwined. Balanced. Waiting. He pressed a trembling hand against the cold earth, trying to steady himself. And from somewhere inside, from that deep, ancient part of him that had been waking ever since Umbra's first breath, a whisper. Two fangs awaken. The warning siren started just after second period. A sharp tone, 5 ascending notes, followed by a broadcast over the Academy's public channel. Mana Beast breach detected near Zone 3. All students proceed to nearest mana barrier shelter. This is not a drill. Kael stood outside the main building watching the sky. From where he stood, he could see the distortion. A tear in the air above the north treeline, barely visible, like a heat shimmer folded in on itself. Energy pulsed from it in waves, bending light around its edges. It wasn't a dungeon gate. It was a surge tear. Unstable. Raw. A natural mana rift formed when two ether currents collided beneath the ground. Rare. Dangerous. And always followed by something trying to crawl out. Students panicked. Groups sprinted toward the reinforced shelters near the east wing. Guild-assigned instructors shouted instructions, erecting portable mana shields and pushing back toward safe zones. Move. Move. I want outer barriers raised now. Kael didn't move. He stepped off the sidewalk, cutting across the grass toward the forest path instead. A path no one else dared walk right now. I feel them. The whisper wasn't imagined. It came from the ring. Kael's mark pulsed once. And then again. But the feeling was different this time. Umbra wasn't speaking. This sensation was cooler. Slicker. Slower. It wasn't rage. It wasn't hunger. It was stillness. And it came from deeper inside the bond. Kael's head throbbed. For a moment he swayed, his vision blurring with double images. He saw himself walking through the trees, and at the same time floating beneath black water. He saw vines wrapping around his arms, pulling him downward, not in fear, but in welcome. And through it all a hum. Oh, vibrating. Ancient. I'm close, the voice said inside his chest. Call me. At the edge of the woods the air grew cold. Mana discharge floated through the branches like shimmering dust motes. And there, crawling out of the tear, came the source of the surge. A Nimbrax serpent. 12 meters long, plated in mana-hardened scales. Its mouth pulsed with acidic ether, leaking steam as it uncoiled from the rift, sensing warmth. Sensing prey. Guild scouts were just arriving, 3 figures on hover discs, activating seal glyphs mid-air. One shouted, Category Baiter Beast. Engage suppression array. Kael walked past them without a word. The scouts didn't notice at first. Then one turned, eyes widening. Hey, kid, what are you? Too late. Kael raised his hand. The glyphs on his palm flared open. The serpent's eyes locked onto him. It charged. Everything slowed. The beast lunged, its mouth opening wide, lined with jagged mana-formed bone. Acid gathered in its throat. Kael didn't dodge. He didn't raise a hand. He just let go. The ring flashed, and the air broke. From behind Kael, a pulse of darkness and mist exploded outward in a silent shockwave. There was no roar, no scream, no warning, just a sudden absence of sound. And from that stillness, a shape emerged. Not Umbra, sleeker, taller, quote. A serpentine form wrapped in ribbons of black mist, its skin like shimmering oil over bone. No eyes, no mouth, only a crown of thin fins rising like a halo. It moved without sound. And yet, it spoke to everything. Even the serpent stopped, its instincts screaming at it to flee. Too late. The new beast vanished. Then reappeared mid-air, its body twisting in fluid motion, weaving around the Nimbrax's neck like a strangling rope of shadow and silk. And then, the snap. No roar. No final cry. Just a twitch. And the Nimbrax collapsed, its ether bleeding out like smoke. Kael exhaled slowly, legs unsteady. The serpent-like beast turned to face him. It hovered inches from the ground, body undulating like liquid shadow. And for the first time Kael understood it. Not through words, but through memory. His memory. Images that weren't his, but somehow were. A city pulled into the sea. A child watching her twin vanish beneath still water. A shrine built for silence, filled with drowned prayers. He shuddered. And the creature's voice entered his mind. I am Valeth. You fed me your silence. I offer you my drowning. Speak and I vanish. Kael whispered, then I won't. The guild scouts stared from a distance, too stunned to approach. One finally radioed in. We have visual. Target is neutralized. Student on site. Unconfirmed summoning event. Unknown class signature. Requesting override support, immediately. Kael turned from Valeth. The beast unraveled behind him, like smoke drawn into the ring. No sound. No flash. Just gone. And now, Kael stood alone in the middle of a silent forest, surrounded by fallen mist and flickering riftlight. A single drop of blood slid from his nose. He wiped it away. Didn't flinch. Didn't smile. Just looked down at his hand. Now glowing with 2 distinct glyphs. Umbra, the first Fong. Valeth, the second. And somewhere deep within him, a third presence stirred. Faint. Restless. Waiting. Kael awoke to soft light and the scent of sterilized mana sheets. He knew where he was before he opened his eyes. Valkyrie's infirmary, level 2. The room was too quiet, too clean. The walls pulsed faintly with runescript designed to suppress ether discharge. Even breathing felt filtered. He sat up slowly, every limb aching like he'd run through a storm backwards. A dull pulse rang through his hand. 2 glyphs glowed, dim now, fading. His veins felt stretched. The skin along his arms itched like something under the surface wanted out. He'd called Valeth. Not by force. Not by ritual. She had simply answered. And I didn't stop her. The door opened. Not a medic. Professor Halion. He entered calmly, a datapad in one hand, a steaming mug in the other. Kael tensed automatically. Halion didn't sit. He simply walked to the window and stared at the ward's barrier lights outside. You're awake sooner than I expected, he said. Most students who attempt dual summons without stabilization training spend a week in recovery. Minimum. Kael said nothing. Halion took a slow sip of his drink. I know what you are. Kael's fingers curled in the sheets. You don't. Halion turned, eyes thoughtful but not threatening. Prime caller, aren't you? Kael's breath caught. No smile from the professor. No accusation. Just quiet academic interest. The class no longer appears in modern scan crystals, Halion continued. Its data is buried. Forbidden. The guild pretends it was a myth. But myths don't wake old glyphs. Or bleed summoned fields into public space. Kael's voice was hoarse. What do you want? To help you survive it. He finally stepped forward, setting the datapad on the table. Your ether veins are changing, Kael. Evolving. The body is not made to host more than one active contract. You already have 2 deep-bound fangs and your internal structure is mutating to keep pace. Kael stared at the pad. It showed a scan, his own bloodstream laced with glowing strands of black-silver ether. Normal veins were neat, web-like. His looked like a storm had nested inside him. Halion continued, voice low. This will kill you eventually. Unless you understand what you are becoming. Kael looked up. What's the price? Halion nodded as if pleased by the question. Sanity. Isolation. Power that doesn't obey you. And the attention of people who believe you should never have existed. Like you. No, Halion held his gaze. I want to see what happens if you live. Kael rose. Wobbling. But determined. Halion didn't stop him. Where are you going? To find the next piece, Kael said. You think the second Fong completes you? Kael shook his head slowly. I think the third one knows I'm not ready. That's why it hasn't come. Halion smiled faintly. You're learning. He left without another word. The sky was dim by the time Kael reached St. Arian's ruins again. The old cathedral stood quiet, its broken windows glowing faintly with mana reflections from the nearby rift zone. Grass rustled under his feet as he stepped inside, boots echoing in the cold stone nave. The statue had changed again. Before, its arms had been open. Now they were lifted. And between them, suspended in air, was a mirror. No frame. No glass. Just a surface, black water, perfectly flat, held in a vertical plane like reality had been bent into submission. The reflection showed not Kael, but someone else. A girl. Younger than him. Pale hair. Eyes open wide in panic. Reaching toward him from beneath the surface. Kael didn't know her. And yet, his heart squeezed. She looked like someone who had drowned 1,000 times without dying. He stepped forward. The water didn't ripple. He raised his hand and pressed 2 fingers to the surface. It was warm. Then, a pulse. The ring on his hand flared. A hum filled the room. The reflection changed. Now Kael stared at himself. But behind him stood 3 shadows. 1, Umbra, unmistakable, silver-eyed and still. 2, Valeth, coiled in silence, wrapped in tide-born shadow. And the third still forming. Chains. Fire? Or was it bone? He pulled his hand away. The mirror remained. But now, below it at the base of the statue, another scroll. Wrapped in chain glyphs, bound with 3 seals. He picked it up slowly. The air thickened. The glyphs on his hand buzzed like a warning. But he didn't flinch. He opened the scroll. The sea remembers. The beasts do not dream, but they remember. Feed the ring with the forgotten. Give it silence. Let it drink from memory. When the third awakens you will know, because you won't survive it. Kael rolled the scroll and stared at the mirror one last time. The girl was gone now. In her place? Valeth. She didn't move. But her presence rang through him like an echo in deep water. He turned and walked back into the night. And as he passed beyond the cathedral gates, the mirror rippled once. And vanished. The scroll's words echoed in Kael's head all night. Feed the ring with the forgotten. Give it silence. Let it drink from memory. He didn't sleep. Couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, water closed in around him. Not crashing waves or storms. Just stillness. Depth that made his heart feel too small. Dreams that ended before they began. By morning, his fingers ached with phantom cold. The glyphs on his palm had changed again. No longer distinct, now interwoven. Umbra's jagged teeth had fused with Valeth's spiral threads, forming something more fluid. Less a seal. More a passage. He didn't wait. Kael returned to the old summoning circle just outside the northern edge of the academy grounds. The grass here never grew right. The air always tasted like old iron. No instructors. No barriers. No mana suppressors. Perfect. He knelt and placed the scroll on the faded stone. The instructions were simple. Terrifyingly so. 1 drop of blood. 1 forgotten memory. No light. No words. Kael stared at the circle, then at his hand. He drew a small blade, ceremonial, dull-edged but enchanted to bypass ether defenses. He pressed it to his palm. A single drop fell. It hissed on the stone. The circle drank it. The wind stopped. The air turned heavy. A low hum rolled through the earth. Kael felt it in his teeth. One memory, the ring whispered in his mind. Give her the one you buried. His eyes narrowed, then softened. There were many to choose from. Painful ones. Quiet ones. Moments of emptiness that defined him more than the loud tragedies. But one rose without invitation. The orphanage. Kael, age 9. Rain on the roof. A book in his lap, worn secondhand. The page torn. Across from him a girl. Mirror. White hair. Bright eyes. Always humming even when she cried. She had a limp but never slowed down. She was the first to sit beside him. The first to ask his name and not flinch when he didn't answer. They had spoken maybe 5 words in total. Until one day she was gone. Adopted, they said. Reassigned. Moved to another sector. But Kael had seen the blood outside the ward. The torn uniform. The scorch marks. No one ever spoke her name again. Not even him. He pressed his hand to the stone, forcing the memory outward. The circle ignited. But not with flame or lightning. With mist. A dense, clinging darkness that crept out in threads, curling around his legs, up his arms into his lungs. He couldn't breathe, but not from suffocation. From grief. The weight of everything left unspoken crashed into his chest like a tidal wave. She remembers. The voice came from everywhere. It didn't vibrate, it dulled. Like a blanket laid over the senses. Kael looked up, and there she was. Veileth. Fully formed. No longer just mist or silhouette. She hovered above the circle, her body serpentine, sleek, semi-transparent like liquid moonlight. Where her face should have been, there was only a faint shimmer. Her fins trailed like lace, drifting in an invisible current. She didn't roar. Didn't pose. She simply watched. And remembered. Kael dropped to one knee, breath shaking. The circle pressed inward, not physically but mentally. And suddenly he was no longer there. Memory realm, Kael's mind space. He stood in a submerged hallway. Walls warped with pressure. Doors open, swinging slowly, like underwater ruins disturbed by movement. He walked forward. Behind each door, memories. Not his recent ones. Forgotten ones. One room showed Myra's laugh. Another showed his mother's back as she walked away, never turning. A third showed the fire. The eye. The summoning circle that started it all. Kael kept walking. Until he reached the end. Where Veileth waited, coiled around a monument made of bone and steel. You gave me silence. Now I give you memory. Kael stepped forward. She uncoiled, and for the first time she touched him. Not physically. She entered him. Images blurred together. His life, her death, someone else's pain. Cities drowned. Shrines cracked under pressure. Lovers holding hands beneath the tide as they accepted their fate. The mirror. Smiling. Laughing. Fading. Gone. Kael screamed. But no sound came out. Reality snapped back. He was on his hands and knees, breath ragged, eyes wide. Tears streamed down his face without permission. The summoning circle was gone. Veileth hovered nearby, watching silently. Then, like a leaf on still water, she sank, back into the ring. Gone again. Kael stood on trembling legs. His body didn't feel heavier, but his soul did. He looked at his reflection in a puddle nearby. 2 eyes. And something behind them. Watching. The alert came at twilight. Kael didn't wait for the broadcast to finish. Surge rift forming in ruins Sector 7. Unstable expansion. Monster breach likely. Guild response en route. Arrival in 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Too late. He moved fast, slipping past the campus perimeter while faculty scrambled to enforce lockdowns. No one noticed the silent boy in the black jacket disappear into the fading light. Sector 7 had once been an outpost, a civilian refuge before Valkyries finished building its 3rd manhwa. All that remained now were shattered streets, bent lampposts, and the skeletons of collapsed homes swallowed by vines. The air was thick with pressure, like a storm that didn't know how to rain. Mana flared at the far edge of the ruins, a surge tear twisting space like it was made of fabric and regret. And something was coming through. Kael walked alone down the middle of the cracked street. His ring pulsed once. Then twice, then burned. A roar shook the air. From the rift came a creature of fused flesh and armor, part bird, part machine, with eyes that blinked in fractured patterns. It screamed with no mouth. Rank, Bader, form, amalgam, instinct, kill. Kael didn't hesitate. He stopped 10 meters from the thing and raised his hand. Umbra. No emotion, just command. The glyph on his palm ignited. From behind him, shadow tore itself into form. The wolf-like deep bound stepped forward, silent, silver-eyed, already baring its blade-like teeth. The beast charged. Umbra vanished. Plush. Metal screeched. Sparks flew. Umbra tore through its front leg and vanished again. But the beast didn't fall. It shrieked, spinning, swiping with malformed talons. Kael's vision blurred. He could feel Umbra's pain. They were linked. Every claw strike felt like a hammer to his chest. He coughed blood. The rift surged again. A second monster appeared. Larger. Winged. Mana-dripping fangs. Its body pulsed with stolen ether, a rift-fed glutton, drawn by the scent of summoned power. Kael fell to one knee. His vision spun. The first creature still lived. Umbra couldn't hold both. His hand burned. He looked down. The glyphs swirled violently, 2 pats. And in the back of his mind, a presence stirred. Not sleeping. Not waiting. Listening. Call me. And I will drown them all. Kael's pulse thundered in his ears. He felt his ether veins strain, already fraying at the edges. Blood ran from his nose, his fingertips. Valeth, he rasped. The second glyph flared. The world went still. And then, mist exploded. Valeth rose like a tide, her body streaming upward in coiling silence. No scream. No roar. Just pressure. The kind of weight you feel in the deepest part of a lake, where light can't reach and memory twists sideways. Both monsters turned toward her. And froze. Umbra lunged again. Valeth moved opposite. They struck in perfect sync, claws and coils, blades and silence. Kael stood at the center of it all, gasping, holding onto the last threads of control. And then he felt it. Snap. One of his ether veins ruptured. He screamed. The link flared out of control. His vision fractured, shattered into pieces of light and memory and pain. Too much. Too soon. He staggered. The glyphs on his palm blazed white-hot. Umbra roared, not in rage but in warning. Sever the bond. Kael clenched his jaw. Blood ran from his eyes now. His limbs trembled. His heart stuttered. He raised his hand with the last of his will and shouted, "Back." Valeth vanished like smoke and wind. Umbra collapsed into shadow. Silence fell. And Kael dropped to the ground. He didn't pass out. But he wanted to. Every part of him screamed. Every fiber of mana inside him quivered like a frayed wire under pressure. His mind threatened to shut down, but something held him here. Something small. Something defiant. I was never meant to carry this. His own thought. Wait, true. And then, another. So I'll carry all of it. Footsteps approached. Guild scouts arriving too late. One of them spoke into their comms. There's just a kid here. No sign of creatures. Rift closed. Zone clear. Another scout stepped closer, staring at the boy kneeling in blood and dust, breathing in shallow bursts. You okay? The man asked. Kael looked up, face pale, eyes hollow. But awake. I'm alive, he whispered. Then collapsed. The ceiling was silver. Not painted, woven. Delicate strands of mana thread crisscrossed in silent patterns above Kael's bed, glowing just faintly in the sterile light of the high-tier infirmary chamber. Each strand pulsed in rhythm with the room's arcane hum, suppressing magic, stabilizing flow, preventing flare-ups. Kael blinked once. Pain returned with clarity. His breath hitched as fire bloomed in his chest, pulsing outward like molten glass in his veins. His arms felt stiff like they were wrapped in too tight bindings. His fingers didn't respond when he tried to clench them. He turned his head. A rune drip fed thin blue mana into his body through a conduit attached to his forearm. His skin was pale. Not from blood loss, but ether starvation. The bond had taken too much. The door opened with a muted hiss. Kael didn't need to look. Alien. The professor entered without ceremony, carrying a thick data pad and a thermos. His coat had been modified again, new glyphs sewn into the sleeve. Subtle ones. Not for decoration. Kael felt the runes hum as Halion approached. The professor didn't speak at first. Just glanced at the monitors, tapped the datapad once, then finally said, "You shouldn't be alive." Kael rasped, "Thanks." Halion smirked faintly. 2 fangs, both summoned simultaneously. Your ether veins tore in 11 locations. 6 of them healed crooked. That alone should have put you in a coma. Didn't? Kael muttered. No, it didn't. Halion pulled up a chair beside the bed and leaned forward. You're not dying. Yet. But you're degrading. Kael frowned. Degrading? Your ether veins are mutating. Not growing stronger, just adapting in chaos. You're bleeding power every time one of them breathes, even when you're not summoning. That's what your system is doing right now. Trying to stitch itself together without a blueprint. Kael tried to move. His legs didn't respond. He didn't panic. He just absorbed it. So I can't fight? Not like this, Halion said. But I didn't come to stop you. Kael turned his head slightly. Then why? Halion tapped the datapad again. A diagram appeared, an ether map of Kael's body. It looked like a constellation drawn by a madman. Normal students had neat threads. Kael's looked like cracked lightning, fraying at the edges, bending around something dark at his core. I've seen this pattern before, Halion said quietly. Once. Kael didn't ask. Halion answered anyway. He died. Exploded from the inside out. But before that he unlocked 3 fangs. Kael blinked. So the third is coming. Halion stood, placed the datapad down, and moved to the wall. He tapped a hidden panel. A section of the room slid away, revealing a storage drawer filled with old equipment. From it he pulled a leather-wrapped case. Long thin. He set it on the table beside Kael. This is a thread core kit, he said. Illegal. Outdated. Banned by most modern training systems. He unwrapped it, revealing a long glass needle, a strand of silver filament, and a containment orb filled with crystallized ether fragments. Prime callers didn't use scrolls or chants, he continued. They wove. Through pain. Through will. They repaired their own threads in real time. Learned to shape their core with clarity. Kael stared at the tools. You're offering to teach me? I'm offering you a choice. Halion looked down at him, eyes sharp behind calm tones. You rest. You'll survive a little longer. Maybe learn to summon in silence. Maybe not. But your body will collapse again soon. He gestured toward the kit. Or you start now. Learn the system no one teaches. And maybe, you live long enough to make it to the third without dying. Kael closed his eyes. Pain burned inside him like coals under skin. But so did something else. Memory. Of Umbra's silence. Of Vaelith's stillness. Of the thing behind the third gate, whispering in fire. He opened his eyes. Give me the needle. Halion didn't smile. Didn't praise. He simply handed Kael the filament tool and set the containment orb near his fingers. You'll thread into the shallow veins first. Let your mana wrap the broken points and stitch a path. Then reinforce with ambient ether. Kael took the filament in shaking hands. The world blurred. Focus narrowed. He pressed the point into the scar on his arm. And began to weave. Outside the medical wing, a guild drone passed overhead. Scanning. Recording. But the room Kael occupied was not on the standard grid. Buried. Hidden. Forgotten. Just like him. You'll know when you enter, Halion said, sitting cross-legged across from Kael in the flickering low light of the training chamber. The sterile medical room was long behind them now. This place, beneath Valkyries, buried under forgotten towers and rune-carved foundations, was where the academy hid its shadows. Where the guild's unspoken rules didn't apply. Kael sat motionless, breath even, fingertips resting on the ether anchor Halion had placed before him. A smooth obsidian disc etched with concentric circles. Your core realm is not a place you force open, Halion continued. It's a mirror. Your soul reflected. Prime callers didn't create cages for their summons. They discovered they were already there. Kael nodded. And let go. It wasn't sleep. It wasn't thought. It was a sinking. Like falling through still water into deeper black. He passed through his own memories, childhood flashes, voices he forgot he'd heard, pieces of days unimportant to anyone but him. Then everything faded. And he opened his eyes in darkness. At first there was nothing. Then the sound of slow, steady breathing, not his own, filled the air. He looked down. He stood barefoot on polished black stone, surrounded by nothing but silence and a faint mist curling at his ankles. And ahead of him, 6 massive cages. Arranged in a circle around a deep pit, each cage tall as a cathedral, formed not from metal but from woven chains, glowing faintly with etched runes. Only 2 were active. One pulsed with silver shadow, Umbra's. The other shimmered like moonlight beneath water, Vaelith. Kael walked between them. He felt their presence immediately. Umbra sat still, coiled and calm, a single eye watching him from within. There was no aggression, only understanding. As if he knew Kael would return here. Vaelith's cage had no bars. It was mist, layered over spirals of flowing liquid glyphs. She floated inside, her form more suggestion than shape, her stillness louder than any roar. Kael stood between them, his mark glowing softly. This was the bond. Not the ring. Not the summoning. This was where they lived. Where they waited. Where they watched. He turned and saw it. At the far edge of the circle, beyond the first 2 cages. The gate. It wasn't like the others. It wasn't a cage. It was a sealed door, forged of blackened bone and scorched stone, its surface shifting with old fire. Chains wrapped it in spirals, each one humming with heat that didn't burn but starved. Above the gate was no name. Only a single, pulsing glyph. The brand of Ashruin. Kael approached. Every step felt heavier. His ether throbbed inside his chest like a heartbeat trying to flee. And then, a voice. Rough. Full. Too large for words. You are broken, little vessel. Kael froze. The air pulsed. Heat radiated from the chains, but there was no smoke. No fire. Only the promise of them. The others whisper. I burn. Kael stepped closer. Who are you? The chains rattled. Ashruin. The flame that consumes memory. A shape shifted behind the gate. A humanoid figure, tall and thin, cloaked in smoke. Its face hidden behind a cracked, jagged mask. Runes glowed across its arms like scars that couldn't be erased. Kael's mouth felt dry. Why are you caged? Ashruin chuckled, a sound like bones cracking inside a furnace. Because you are not ready. Because I want out. And because I hunger. The chains pulsed red. Break me, and I burn your enemies. Keep me sealed, and I burn you instead. Kael stepped back. A slow heat spread from his chest up into his eyes. He could feel his third glyph forming, not on his hand, this time on his shoulder. A new brand. He reached for it instinctively. And the voice boomed again. You woke too. That means the spiral opens soon. Kael whispered, what spiral? But the world began to fade. He woke gasping. Back in the training chamber, Halion knelt beside him, eyes calm. You reached it? Kael nodded. Sweat clung to his skin. The shoulder of his shirt was soaked, and beneath it, the third glyph had fully etched itself into his flesh. No ceremony. No pact. Just presence. Halion looked at the mark. Ashruin, he murmured. Kael asked, you knew it? Halion didn't answer immediately. Then, only from records so old the ink fades before you can read them. Kael sat up slowly, breathing like someone coming out of fire. I didn't summon him. You don't summon the third, Halion said. You either survive it, or you don't. Outside the underground chamber, the mana flow across the Valkyrie's region surged slightly. A ripple undetected by most. But in the guild tower archives, a single terminal chimed. Third mark detected. Scarbearer confirmed. Prime collar progression, critical. Awakening spiral, 33%. The ether thread snapped. Again. Kael gritted his teeth as pain flared in his arm, the silver filament sparking before dissolving into harmless ash. He exhaled, sweat dripping from his jaw as he stared down at his forearm, for failed stitches already marked his skin like faint burns. Too much pressure, Halion said from across the chamber, arms folded. You're forcing the weave. Let the vein show you the path. You can't brute force broken mana. Kael nodded without looking up. This was the 5th day since the dual summon. The 5th day since he'd almost died. His ether veins had stopped collapsing. But they hadn't healed. He could walk again. Slowly. Unsteady. Every movement sent ripples of discomfort through his nervous system, like a circuit board constantly overheating. He picked up another strand of filament from the kit. Tried again. The technique Halion taught him wasn't officially recognized. It existed in scraps of old summoner notebooks, buried beneath modern summon theory and guild regulations. Ether threading. A skill meant for those whose bodies were never meant to host monsters. It required patience, vision, the ability to visualize your own veins as a map, a current, a living thing you could sew. Kael didn't have natural talent, but he had pain. Pain that taught. Pain that remembered. He drew the thread across his wrist and focused. This time, it held. The line sank into the skin like a stitch through cloth, binding a frayed vein with spectral silver. The ache receded. Kael slumped back, breathing hard. Halion gave a slow nod. 1. Later, as night settled over the hidden chamber, Kael sat in silence beside a cooling ether lamp. His hands trembled from exertion, but his mind was elsewhere. Inside. The core realm responded faster now. Each time he entered, the fall grew shorter. He didn't walk into darkness anymore. He arrived. Umbra stood silent, watching. Valeth drifted in slow circles around her cage. The third gate, Ashruin's, was glowing now. Chains pulsed orange-red, a slow heartbeat of molten hunger. Kael approached. The air rippled. Ashruin's voice rose from within. You learn to sew. Good. You'll need it when your soul splits. Kael narrowed his eyes. You're not getting out yet. The gate shuddered. Not yet. But soon. Behind the bars, Kael could now see two hands, long, scorched, clawed fingers wrapped in burnt metal. Each finger bore a ring of flame that didn't flicker. Ashruin chuckled, low and rasping. They chained me for remembering too much. But you don't even know what they erased, do you? Kael didn't answer. He turned away. But Valeth moved closer. And for the first time she spoke. Not in riddles. Not in metaphors. But in truth. The third does not obey. Kael paused. Valeth's voice was soft, like water falling over stone. He remembers things even the deep-bound fear. He speaks in ruin. In flame. In the sound of cities cracking. Kael met her eyeless gaze. I don't care. Then you are ready. She floated backward, her presence withdrawing like a tide going out. Ashruin laughed from his gate. Yes. Feed me that arrogance. Kael awoke with a start. His ether lamp had died. His shoulder burned. He pulled back his sleeve, revealing the glyph of the third Fong, now pulsing on his skin, seeping embers into the air. He clenched his jaw. If Ashruin wanted out, he'd have to earn it. At the edge of the guild tower, a scanner chirped once. One analyst frowned at the data spike. Odd. The monitor showed a glyph flash. Third-tier prime caller resonance. But only for a second. Then, silence. Report auto-shelved. The ventilation in the hidden training chamber hissed quietly overhead, filling the silence between Kael's pulse and his thoughts. He sat cross-legged beneath a hanging ether torch, shoulders bare, sleeves torn, glyphs exposed. His right hand pulsed with Umber's sigil. His palm curled with Valeth's silent spiral. And on his left shoulder, the new mark burned faintly, Ashruin. 3 bonds. 3 doors. And only one heart. His breath came slow. Controlled. Not out of peace but from discipline. From necessity. He'd started counting the time between glyph pulses, measuring how far apart the beasts were breathing through him. They were getting closer. The door creaked open. Kael didn't turn. Only one person entered that way without permission. Still alive? Arya asked, flicking a mana cigarette from her coat. Barely. You look worse than last time. Kael opened one eye. That's because I am. She tossed a data drive onto the table beside him. Not for long. He stood slowly and slid the drive into the crystal projector mounted on the wall. The room filled with flickering light, old diagrams, half-burnt sigils, translation overlays. Dust danced in the air like forgotten voices. Arya leaned against the stone. Everything I could pull from the guild's ghost index. Pre-regulation summoning theory. Suppressed experiments. Prime collar field logs. Kael's eyes scanned the data. One file was labeled. The spiral manifestation, theory and threat. He opened it. The screen filled with dense text and partially decrypted glyphs. A few translated words appeared in bold. 3 fangs open the spiral. The spiral feeds the core. The core is not a system. It is a mouth. Kael stepped closer. What is it? He asked. Arya exhaled slowly. A pattern. A death cycle. A theory older than the guild. The spiral is what happens when a prime caller bonds more than 3 deep bound. Kael narrowed his eyes. Why does it activate at 3? Because that's when you stop containing power and start becoming it. She tapped the screen. The spiral isn't just a metaphor. It's a state. The deeper your core sinks, the more it stops acting like a summoning chamber. It becomes something else. Kael looked down at the glyph on his shoulder. It was glowing again. Valeth had said, the third does not obey. Umbra had said nothing at all. Ashruin only laughed. Arya stepped closer, voice quiet now. The records say no prime caller ever bonded more than 4. And the ones who did? They disappeared. Or lost their minds. Or summoned something that didn't leave. Kael stared at the screen. The core is not a system. It is a mouth. A cold thought stirred behind his ribs. What happens when the mouth opens? Arya continued, you're not just summoning beasts, Kael. You're peeling back the lining of your soul and letting them walk through it. At 3 they change you. At 6. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Kael turned off the projection. Silence followed. Then he said, I'm going to open the next gate. Arya stiffened. Did you hear anything I just told you? I heard it, he said. It doesn't change anything. She stepped in front of him. I watched one of you burn a city. Not a monster. Not a summon. The prime caller himself. He couldn't stop what came next. Kael stared at her. Come. Measured. Then I'll hold longer than he did. Arya didn't argue. She just looked at him, truly looked, and for a moment something softened. Not pity. Just respect. You ever want out, she said, you let me know. I won't. She nodded, then turned. At the door she added, you're at Three Fangs. Yeah. When the fourth comes, don't be surprised if it doesn't ask permission. Kael stood alone again. He looked down at his hands. Then at the ash coiling gently from his shoulder. The spiral had already begun. He could feel it, not just in the glyphs, but in the center of his core. Something beneath the 6 cages. Something lower. Something that hadn't spoken yet. The descent was faster this time. No falling. No pulling. Just a quiet shift. Like waking up in a room you never left. Kael opened his eyes and stood again in the core realm. His internal world of black stone, faint mist, and distant breathing. 6 massive cages formed the circle as always. 2 still slumbered. 1 remained sealed. 3 burned. Umbra's cage pulsed with silver lines, its door closed but not locked. The beast inside sat watching, one eye open, one eye missing, his presence coiled and patient. Valeth swam in midair, her long, sinuous form twisting silently through water that didn't exist. She did not speak, but Kael felt her attention. And then there was Ashruin. The 3rd gate had split. Chains snapped. Runes cracked. The cage still held, but barely. Behind it, Ashruin stood fully now, taller than a man, armored in black ash and fire-forged metal. His mask glowed with shifting runes, and when he moved, embers scattered in every direction. 3 is where the spiral breathes. His voice hit Kael like heat through marrow. And you taste like hunger. Kael stepped forward. The glyphs burned across his body, pulsing together now, not separately. They weren't brands anymore. They were becoming a language. I came to speak, Kael said. Valeth circled slowly behind him. Ashruin tilted his head. Umbra blinked once. Kael turned slowly, looking at each cage, each presence. I didn't choose this, he said. You did. Or something older than you did. Umbra said nothing. Valeth did not move. Ashruin chuckled. We chose nothing. We wait. You opened the door. You fed the ring. You bled the circle. Kael clenched his fists. I don't know what the spiral is. I don't know what lies below. He stepped forward again. But I know this. He raised his voice, not shouting, just steady. Measured. Real. I will carry all of you. Even if it breaks me. The core realm trembled. Just once. But the ripple was deep. Something beneath the 6 cages stirred. Not a voice. Not a shape. Just hunger. Ashruin's mask split with faint orange light. Then feed me, Prime Caller. Kael didn't flinch. Not yet. He turned from the 3rd gate, faced the circle, and knelt. Palms open. Marks glowing. And for the first time all 3 glyphs synchronized, pulsing as one. The chain above the central pit, the unlit one, shivered. Not because it was awake, but because it had been seen. Kael opened his eyes. Back in the real world. Back in the chamber, air cold against his skin, mana thread trembling around his scars. He looked down at his hands. Burnt. Marked. And he whispered, I am Kael Ravenroot, the empty vessel. And this core will not eat me. I will command it. The core realm waited. Kael stood at its center again, boots silent on the black stone, breathing slow and measured as mist crawled around his ankles like tired ghosts. The air was heavier now. Each return felt more real than the last. 6 cages surrounded him as always. But only one demanded attention. Ashruin's. The gate had cracked fully. The chains no longer sealed it in. They coiled like broken ribs around the edges, glowing faint orange, pulsing like distant coals. Kael stepped forward. And the gate opened. Heat rolled out like breath from a furnace. He didn't flinch. Inside, the world changed. Ashruin's cage was not like Umbra's quiet gloom or Valetha's underwater hush. It was a cathedral of fire, ruined and alive. Stone blackened by memory. Walls half consumed by licking flames that burned sideways, upward, against logic. The sky above flickered red, not from sun, but from something buried behind the clouds, pulsing with heartbeat-like rhythm. Ashruin stood in the center, tall and masked, his frame wrapped in burnt armor stitched with fire-threaded scars. He turned as Kael entered. So, the vessel returns. Kael walked to the center and stopped just beyond reach. No blood, he said. Ashruin's head tilted. No circle. No chant. Ashruin stepped closer. Fire danced around his feet with each stride. Then what do you bring me, little scar? Kael met his eyes, or where they should have been. A memory. Ashruin stilled. You offer me flame? Kael didn't answer. He simply raised one hand and placed it over his heart, closed his eyes, and let it come. He was 8 years old again. Cold classroom. Gray walls. Cheap uniforms. A cracked mana tablet buzzing faintly on his desk. The results had posted. The other children clustered near the scroll board, pointing, whispering. Summoner? That's not a real class. He'll be feeding pets for the rest of his life. No wonder he's an orphan. Kael stood alone, staring at his score. No one noticed the way his hand clenched until it bled, or how his eyes never blinked, or how the paper caught fire in his pocket that night, silently without him striking a match. The memory burned. But Kael didn't look away. He offered it, held it like a candle. Let Ashruin feel the heat. The fire around the cathedral surged. Ashruin inhaled, deep and deliberate. Rage without noise. Pain without mercy. Yes. You are ready. The flames didn't rise, they folded inward, toward Kael, spiraling into his chest like a reverse explosion, coiling around his ribs, wrapping through his ether veins like smoke entering cracks in old stone. Kael gritted his teeth, didn't scream. The heat was unbearable, the pressure worse. A sigil carved itself into his chest. Not a glyph. A chain of molten symbols that linked from shoulder to sternum, each mark a rune of power, pain, and purpose. Ashruin stepped back, arms open. You burn now. Asterisk, you burn true. The cage vanished. Kael awoke in the training chamber. Gasping, sweating, shaking. The room was cold, but he wasn't. The thread glyph on his chest pulsed faintly, and thin lines of smoke curled up from his collar. He pulled his shirt aside. There it was. The third sigil. Not marked. Branded. A whisper echoed in his mind. Not angry. Not triumphant. Just satisfied. Now call me. When your world needs to burn. The city was quieter at night. Not peaceful. Just tired. Kael walked the outer edge of Valkyrie's southern wall, near the cliffs where old wind towers gathered breeze into the academy's power grid. His jacket hung loose, collar high, shoulders tense. The wind here was strong, too strong for most students to wander alone. He preferred it this way. Fewer eyes. Fewer questions. Behind him, the shadow moved. Fast. Soundless. Kael turned. Too late. A bolt of null energy slammed into his back, and his vision flared white. He hit the dirt hard, mouth full of dust, limbs numb. Before he could rise, 2 more figures stepped from the darkness. One wielding twin ether knives, the other shouldering a rifle glowing with a strange blue pulse. Suppressor grade. Anti-summoner gear. Target locked. Ring disruption successful. Begin extraction. Kael spat blood and rolled to his side. The first voice came from behind a sleek gray visor, distorted by a mask. Kael Ravenroot, the woman said. You've been marked for non-sanctioned progression. Prime collar resonance confirmed. Spiral activation, 42%. Another stepped forward, taller, bulkier. No trial. No processing. Orders are final. Kael clenched his fist. The ring on his hand, silent. His glyphs, dormant. They'd scrambled him. A summon dead zone. He was unarmed. One of them moved fast, blade flashing. Kael dodged. Barely. The second fired a burst of suppressor rounds, slow but wide range, built to overload a summoner's nervous system. Kael hit the ground again, gasping. His body was moving but slow. Unresponsive. Not from fear. From ether strain. He couldn't summon. Not here. They'd known his habits. His pats. His weakest moments. They were here to erase him. Initiate pulse bind. Kill if resistance continues. One step closer, lifting the rifle. And Kael whispered, You want to fight? Then burn. The glyph on his chest ignited. The agents reeled. Their visors shattered under the sudden heat spike. Unregistered. Impossible. The jammer stuttered, then failed. Ashruin's laugh rolled through the air like thunder wrapped in flame. Kael screamed as the sigil on his chest flared open, not summoning Ashruin into the world, but letting him in. Through Kael. His body moved without his consent. Not a puppet. Not a vessel. A shared command. His right hand opened midair. Fire licked across his fingers. A mask of burning bone and jagged runes formed over the left half of his face. What is that? One agent shouted. Fall back. Retreat, another screamed. Too late. Kael stepped forward. His voice, not quite his, spoke low and clear. You came to erase a name. Now you'll forget your own. The air exploded. A wave of searing pressure surged outward. Melted pavement, scorched steel, twisted metal. One agent collapsed instantly. Another tried to run, but the flames chased like liquid instinct, curling around his armor and holding him in place without killing him. Kael's right arm blazed with raw fire. But inside his own voice screamed, Stop. You'll kill them. Ashruin hesitated. And Kael seized the moment. He reached inward, not to suppress the bond but to contain it. He didn't need Ashruin loose. He needed control. Mine, he hissed through clenched teeth. My hands. My will. The fire withdrew. Slowly. Reluctantly. But it obeyed. Kael dropped to one knee, gasping. The mask faded. The flames died. The wind returned. 3 agents lay unconscious, alive, scorched but breathing. Gear fried. Mission failed. Kael rose on shaking legs. His glyph still pulsed beneath his shirt, slow and steady. Ashruin's voice echoed faintly. Not bad, little vessel. Next time, don't hold back. From the shadows, unseen by Kael, a figure stood atop a ruined tower, watching through crystal lenses. Inquisitor Talon. Guild Rogue. Private Hunter. One of the last who remembered what a true prime caller looked like. He tapped his comms. Subject survived the unbinding. Ashruin active. Progression confirmed. Phase 2 begins now. Kael couldn't stop shaking. His hands were steady on the outside. His eyes sharp. His breath controlled. But something inside him flickered. Like a fuse half-lit, like a fire waiting to finish what it started. He walked in silence, coat pulled tight across the smoldering pain in his chest, the faint heat that hadn't fully gone cold since Ashruin woke. He reached the underground training hall just after midnight. Halion was already there. Waiting. No datapad. No flask. Just standing in the center of the glyph-marked stone floor, arms crossed, expression unreadable. I heard about the attack, he said as Kael entered. 3 guild operatives neutralized. Minimal damage. No fatalities. Kael didn't answer. Halion stepped closer. Tell me how you did it. Kael's voice was low. Controlled. I didn't summon him. Halion paused. Then what happened? Kael looked up. I let him in. For a long moment, Halion said nothing. Then he nodded. Unbound state. Kael blinked. You know what that is? Not many do. It's rare. Usually fatal. But yes, I've seen it once before. He turned, stepping toward the back of the chamber. Come. You need to understand what you are now. He activated the main circle with a palm press. The chamber lit with soft blue lines, forming a dome around them. Halion gestured for Kael to stand in the center. This is a harmonized flux field, he said. It'll keep your core stable while you practice. Practice what? Possession. Kael froze. Halion gave him a sidelong glance. You want to live, don't you? I barely kept him from burning everything. Halion nodded. Exactly. Now learn to do it on purpose. The next hour was pain. Not physical, not at first. Mental. Emotional. Kael had to re-enter the point of merging, the state between summoning and collapse, where Ashruin's will merged with his own. Every time he reached for it, the fire bit back. Flames danced across his fingers. His shoulder trembled. His vision blurred. But slowly, control formed. You're not blocking him, Halion said. You're learning to filter him. Kael gritted his teeth, sweat pouring. Like drinking poison through glass, he muttered. Halion smirked. A very hot, very sarcastic poison. Finally, Kael raised his hand. No summoning circle. No ring pulse. Just a breath. And Ashruin's flame flared up his arm, not violently but precisely. A single channel. Controlled. A blade of living fire flickered across his fingers, shaping like a claw, then fading. Kael staggered. But didn't fall. Halion nodded once. You're stabilizing. Kael sat on the floor, gasping. His voice was rough. What happens if I lose control again? Halion's voice was quiet. You don't get it back. Later, alone again in his room, Kael stared at his hand in the moonlight. The glyph on his chest pulsed softly. Ashruin whispered in the back of his thoughts. You're learning, little fire. Soon, you'll burn everything on purpose. Kael closed his eyes and said nothing. In the lower levels of Valkyrie's guild tower, Past the echoing marble halls and polished diplomacy, through locked corridors lined with mana disruptors and runic wards, there existed a room with no name. Inside, 3 people watched the footage. It played in silence. A boy. Hooded. Cornered. A burst of null bolts. And then, flame. Not conjured. Not cast. Woven. Osherwin's mask. The melting ground. The agents falling. The fire fading but not gone. The boy remained. The screen went black. One of the men, a guild enforcer, spoke first. So it's real. A woman with gray-plated robes nodded. 3 marks confirmed. The spiral has engaged. The third figure, seated in the shadows, adjusted his gloves. And what has he done with it? Spared them. Silence. Then. That won't last. Elsewhere, Kael stood beneath the academy's high tower, his face lit by the early morning glow. Halion stood beside him, datapad in hand, watching the breeze. They recorded your fight, he said simply. Kael didn't respond. They won't publicize it. Not yet. But it's in the archive now. Flagged. Observed. Kael's eyes didn't move from the sky. They know who I am. They're beginning to, Halion said. But they don't understand what you are. Not yet. Kael's voice was calm. Do you? Halion looked at him. No. He passed Kael the datapad. Then again, maybe none of us do. On the screen, a report glowed faintly in red. Unclassified surge signature detected. Location, Miraseth. Prime collar glyph resonance, 2 fangs active. Name, unknown. Spiral progression, 28%. Kael's heart slowed. Not out of fear, but recognition. There's another one, he whispered. Halion nodded. And they're awakening too. Kael stared at the name of the city. Miraseth. A southern city-state, rich in guild politics and private summoning circles. He'd never been. But now, it didn't matter. The spiral wasn't just about him. Far away in the spired halls of a highborn academy, a girl stood barefoot in a summoning chamber painted in salt and chalk. Her hair was pale gold. Her expression unreadable. 2 glyphs pulsed at her wrists, sharp and jagged, different from Kael's. She raised her hand. A ripple passed through the air. And she whispered, "He has fire. So I'll bring the storm." The training hall felt colder than before. Halion hadn't adjusted the room's temperature. The runes glowed the same. The floor was the same cracked stone Kael had bled on 3 days prior. But everything felt colder. Because the heat now lived in him. Kael stood at the center of the summoning circle. No scrolls. No chants. No ether-fed rituals. He simply breathed. Once. Twice. Then spoke. Umbra. A pulse of shadow curled up from the cracks beneath his feet. The silver-eyed beast stepped into being, its form solid, yet flickering like smoke caught between moments. Silent. Loyal. Watchful. Kael nodded. Valeth. A mist rolled in from nowhere. The circle filled with cold silence. She formed slowly, no eyes, no mouth, only presence. She didn't face him. But he felt her attention wrap around him like a deep ocean's breath. Ash ruin. The glyph on his chest flared. And from Kael's shadow, a thin ripple of fire rose, shaping into limbs, then a frame, then a mask of jagged flame. Ash ruin didn't speak. He only stood at Kael's back, breathing with him. All 3. Present. Not fully manifested, but listening. Kael's ether veins throbbed in protest. Sweat formed at his brow. His hands shook, but only slightly. He wasn't collapsing. Not yet. Not today. Halion watched from the side. His face unreadable. 3 at once, he said. Not even a proper summoning. Just a call. Kael exhaled. They're responding faster. They're merging, Halion corrected. Your core is sinking. Soon it won't be summoning. It'll be manifesting. Your thoughts will become gates. Kael didn't respond. He turned to the side table where a long training blade lay, simple, steel core, no enchantments. He picked it up. And with the tip of his finger, pressed fire into the surface. The metal hissed. A glyph began to form, slow, careful strokes burned into the blade's side. Not of one deep bound. Not Umbra's tooth. Not Valeth's spiral. Not Oshruin's chain. But his own. A new mark. Jagged and fluid. A single line through 3 rings. Kael Ravenroot. Prime caller. He held the blade up. And whispered, I am not your cage. I am your voice. You do not drag me into the spiral. I choose it. Umbra growled softly, approval. Valeth's body rippled, acknowledgement. Oshruin's flames pulsed, satisfied. The core realm flickered across Kael's vision. Not a full descent. Just an echo. All three cages were open now. The chain at the center, still silent, but shifting. Vailitha's voice brushed his mind. The spiral does not spiral alone. He didn't ask what it meant, because he already knew. In Miraseth, the girl in white stared into a mirror of lightning and whispered, "He's ahead of me. Good. It'll hurt more when I catch up." And far above them both, beyond guild law and summoner code, in a place where chains held something older, the seventh bond stirred. Not awake. Not yet. But hungry. Part 2. Kael opened his eyes to darkness. The ceiling above him pulsed faintly with runelight, but everything else was still. Cold. Damp with ether mist that hadn't fully dispersed from the summoning circle. He was lying on his back, breath shallow, fingers curled around something. Cloth? No. The edge of his sleeve, clenched tight like he braced for something. The pain wasn't sharp. It wasn't even local. It was everywhere, a low, constant hum through muscle and bone. His ether veins were quiet but raw, like they'd been torn and restitched during sleep. He tried to sit up. His spine fought him. His lungs burned on the inhale. But he moved anyway. A pair of golden eyes glimmered in the far corner of the room. Umbra. Watching. Kael gave a slow nod. The beast didn't move, but the floor around it darkened. Its version of acknowledgement. Quiet loyalty. Steady as ever. He blinked hard, clearing the static from his vision. The summoning circle still glowed beneath him, flickering slightly where his body had disturbed it. His blade lay a few feet away, the new glyph seared into its side still faintly hot. 3 rings. 1 line. His mark. Kael Ravenroot. Prime caller. He stood. And nearly fell. The floor felt off. Like it wasn't holding still beneath him. As if it too had been changed by what happened here. But more than that, something inside him had shifted. Subtle but unmistakable. His summons were no longer waiting in a distant realm. They were with him. Right here. Right now. He didn't need to call. They were already listening. Halion leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, expression unreadable. He looked as if he'd been there the whole time. 48 minutes, he said. Kael blinked. You were under for 48. Not seconds. Minutes. Most deep-bound pass out for 5 if they overreach. You didn't. You just stopped. Kael shook his head, trying to piece together what had happened. I felt them all. Umbra. Vailith. Ishruin. Not pulling me under, but rising with me. Like they wanted to stay. Halion didn't answer. He pushed off the wall and walked toward him, boots cracking against the stone, the faint scent of burned incense still clinging to his robes. I've trained summoners who begged for power. Others who feared it. You're neither. That's rare. Dangerous. You're not trying to use them. You're letting them shape you. Kael frowned. They already have. Halion's mouth twitched at that. Not a smile. Not quite. Then something shifted in the room. Cold. Not the kind from weather. The kind that came from depth. Vailith arrived like breath against the back of Kael's neck. Sudden, freezing, silent. No swirl of mist. No ripple of presence. Just there. Half seen, half sensed. Kael didn't turn. He felt her gaze fold around his thoughts like water over stone. And then, a single word slid into his mind. A whisper deeper than thought. Core. It wasn't a command. Not even a request. It was a pull. Kael staggered as his ether surged without warning. Veins flared. Vision cracked with colorless light. His summons all cried out at once, not in pain but in warning. The training hall vanished. He stood in the core realm. Only for a second. He knew it wasn't real. Not fully. A flicker. An echo. But it was here. And this time, the cages weren't closed. All 3 were open. Umbra's gate, cold iron cracked down the middle, leaking shadow. Vailitha's prison, glass spiraling infinitely inward, humming with slow horror. Ashruin's bindings, melted chains of slag and fire, coiled like serpents sleeping. And at the center of them all, a 4th chain. Unbroken. Untouched. But moving. It twitched once. Like something shifting in its sleep. Kael reached for it. No. Vailitha's voice stabbed through him like frost through marrow. The vision snapped. He was on the floor again, hands shaking, sweat flooding his skin. Umbra had moved for the first time, now standing beside him, one clawed paw pressing gently to his shoulder. Grounding him. Holding him here. Vailith stood in the center of the circle now. Fully formed. For once, her body wasn't drifting mist, but nearly solid. Laced with shifting tendrils of translucent skin. No face, no voice, but intent radiated from her like moonlight under black water. Kael forced himself to speak. What was that? Her answer wasn't words. It was an emotion, a pressure, dissonance. She projected one more image into his mind. The spiral. Not spinning but curling inward. Not infinite. Centering. On something. Or someone. A single concept surfaced in his thoughts. There is no spiral without a center. Kael's breath hitched. Valeth turned. And faded. Hours later, Kael sat alone in his quarters. The blade lay across his lap, cool now. The mark he'd carved into it pulsed softly with recognition. Not magical, spiritual. A sigil of choice, not compulsion. He stared at the glyph again. The single line through 3 rings. Not guild-approved. Not from any tome. Just a statement. His statement. I am not your cage, he whispered. And again. I am not yours. The ether in the room rippled once. Not in protest. In agreement. Somewhere far away, a girl in white traced lines in the air before her mirror and felt a sudden pulse of resistance. She smiled. He's pulling ahead. Then her reflection changed. The spiral blinked once behind her eyes. And something older. Tensed. By morning, the world had returned to its usual rhythm. Footsteps echoed faintly through the lower halls of the Summoners Guild. Voices murmured in corners. The smell of old scrolls, burned ether, and worn leather books filled the air. From the outside, it was all order and calm. But behind one sealed door, change was already underway. Kael stood in Halien's study, the thick ironwood table between them lined with scraps of parchment, sigil diagrams, and a half-burned black scroll sealed in wax. The room was dim, lit only by blue-streaked lanterns and the soft flicker of an obsidian hearth in the wall. Halien didn't look up as he slid the scroll toward him. This came from North Signalpost last night, he said. Guild Tier Oversight Division. Kael didn't touch it. Oversight. They've noticed your shift. Halien's tone was neutral, almost bored. 3 summons. Stable sync. Independent manifestation. They're impressed. And worried. Kael raised an eyebrow. Which more? Doesn't matter. They sent a directive. Kael exhaled. What kind? Halien finally looked at him. And this time, there was no veil to his expression. Prove it wasn't luck. That you're not just flaring out before burnout. They want you to reclaim a relic from a Tier 4 ether ruin, the Shrine of Varn. He pushed a second parchment across the desk. You leave tonight. Kael frowned, scanning the map. A series of canyons carved into the side of the Norrock Range. Depths. Unstable. Littered with the remains of failed descent rituals and fractured summon glyphs. I thought the shrine was sealed. It was, Halien said. Then someone opened it 2 weeks ago and didn't come back. That place is crawling with wild ether now. Untethered summons. Korat. You'll feel it before you even step through the archway. Kael looked down again. The shrine center was marked with an old guild symbol. 2 intersecting triangles crossed by a curved blade. This wasn't just a shrine, Kael said quietly. It was a vault. Halien gave a single nod. Sealed after the prime caller before you fell. The approach to the shrine took 5 hours on foot. Kael traveled alone. Umbra watched from the cliffs, Valeth swirled through the deeper shadows, and Ashruin flickered in the blade he wore slung across his back. None were summoned fully, but they were all present. The shrine itself was buried beneath a collapsed chapel, its entrance marked by cracked ether stones and a long, broken stair. The deeper Kael descended, the more the pressure built. The kind that pushed on your teeth and squeezed behind your eyes. He reached the first landing and stopped. A statue had been shattered here, or burned. The outlines of a summoner's cloak had been melted into the stone wall behind it, not carved but scorched as if by flame hotter than any normal ether fire. The rest of the chamber was a ruin, dust, collapsed supports, and a trail of symbols scrawled in charcoal across the floor. Kael followed them with narrowed eyes. They weren't summoning glyphs. They were wardings. Someone had tried to keep something in. The air grew heavier the deeper he went. By the 3rd level, Kael's ether veins buzzed without prompting, like his body was already preparing to cast. He passed broken chains along the wall, old summoning anchors. They hadn't held. Finally, he reached a chamber unlike the rest. Smooth. Intact. In the center was a raised stone dais, shaped like a collapsed sun. A single weapon lay embedded in the heart of it, a curved blade made of black steel and bone, hilt wrapped in scorched cloth. Ashruin stirred inside him. And for the first time since they had bonded, he spoke. A voice like smoke inside a furnace. This is where I was broken. Kael stepped forward slowly. The blade hummed with heat as he approached. Not magical. Not ether-based. Resentful. He placed a hand on the edge of the altar. A sudden pulse of memory knocked the breath from his lungs. He stood in a different time. A summoner, tall, armored in crimson runes, faced away from him. 3 summons flared behind the figure. One was definitely Ashruin, whole, angry, powerful. The others were different. Familiar and yet foreign. The summoner's body cracked as their core began to spiral inward. Not descent. Not death. Collapse. And from the stone beneath them, something tried to climb out. Kael reached forward. The vision ended. He staggered backward, heart pounding, eyes wide. Ashruin burned in his mind. Not enraged. Not sorrowful. Grieving. That summoner, Kael whispered. Elrin teeth, Ashruin said. Kael knelt beside the blade, running his fingers along the old sigil etched into its hilt. 3 intersecting rings, but one of them was cracked down the middle. A failed prime caller. A forgotten one. He looked down and saw a bundle tucked beneath the altar's edge, a journal bound in fire-hardened leather. He pulled it free, flipped it open. Half the pages had been burned clean through, but the last entry was intact. They told me it would listen, that I could shape the spiral by will. But the spiral has no will. Only weight. It pulls. Always inward. Kael closed the book and stood. Night was falling when he climbed back toward the surface. The journal tucked into his cloak. The relic left untouched. Halion was waiting at the outer ridge, arms crossed. Kael tossed the book down at his feet. The shrine wasn't just a relic vault, he said. It was a grave. Halion didn't flinch. I know. You knew about Elrin. I knew of him. Most did. But they wiped him clean. No records. No trials. Just erased. Why? Because he lost control. Because his core cracked. Kael turned away. No. That's not why. Halion watched him in silence. Kael held out his hand. Ashruin formed fully beside him. No flare, no flame. Just quiet, constant presence. He wasn't destroyed by his summons, Kael said. He was abandoned. And Ashruin didn't deny it. That night, Kael sat by the edge of the cliffs outside the guild tower, staring at the stars. The burned journal sat beside him, closed. The wind tugged at his cloak, quiet and cool. Valeth appeared without warning, a whisper of mist curling over the stones beside him. He didn't look at her. But he asked quietly, "Will I end the same way?" She didn't answer. Instead, she sent a single image into his mind. A mirror. A blade. A broken cage. And beneath it all, a spiral. Still turning. The journal didn't glow. Didn't pulse. Didn't hum with some hidden power waiting to be unlocked. It just lay there, silent, charred, and nearly forgotten. Kael flipped through it for the 4th time. The pages were warped from fire exposure. Most of the writing was fractured, half-sentences, glyph sketches, incomplete thoughts. But Kael wasn't looking for answers anymore. He was looking for truth. Not the kind written in guild records, but the kind buried. The name echoed in his mind like a sealed door slowly opening. Elrin Teeth. The lost prime caller. The one who came before. Kael sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, back against the stone wall, the journal open across his lap. Umbra lay nearby, curled in shadow, silent but watchful. Valeth hovered like fog over the ceiling, pulsing faintly with that deep water stillness. Ashruin's flame flickered in the corner, low and steady. None of them spoke. None needed to. Because they felt it. Something in that name rippled backward through their bond. Kael traced the surviving glyphs again. Elrin's notes were chaotic, but some patterns were beginning to form. A sequence of symbols that didn't match any guild-codified summoning script. Old structures. Personal ones. Kael recognized one of them. The cracked ring, the fractured 3rd layer of Elrin's original sigil. The flaw that should have warned the guild something was wrong. They knew, Kael realized, and they let it happen anyway. He flipped to the final page where Elrin had scrawled the spiral in jagged strokes, spiraling not outward like every guild carving but inward, curling toward a dense center. Kael pressed his hand against the page, and the spiral responded. A flicker of the core realm brushed across his vision. Not a pull this time. A whisper. A question. Do you want to see? He stood in the mirror of Elrin's core. It wasn't a vision. Not exactly. More like a residual echo, embedded in the memory of the journal. He wasn't alone. Ashruin stood beside him, fully formed. His voice low and rough, not as a summon but as a witness. This was his descent. Kael turned slowly. The core realm here was distorted, unstable. The cages were twisted, warped into half-open shapes like broken teeth. The center spiral was shattered. And the summons? They were wrong. Each one flickered in pain. Shapes that didn't hold. Presences that leaked ether like cracked flasks. They hadn't abandoned Elrin. They'd collapsed with him. Ashruin's tone grew grim. He wasn't Prime Caller. Not truly. The spiral never chose him. He forced the bond. He thought command was connection. Kael watched as the echo of Elrin staggered through the realm, hands clutched to his head, blood streaming from his eyes as his summons screamed in unison. Not betrayal. Not rebellion. Resonance. His core had tried to match too many at once. And failed. Kael turned to Ashruin. Then why was he remembered as one of us? He wasn't. He was erased because they were afraid. Of what his failure revealed. Of what it meant for the spiral's next caller. Kael's throat tightened. Me. Ashruin didn't answer. But his flame pulsed. A nod. Kael woke with a jolt, back in his room, the journal still open. Umbra stirred. Valeth dropped silently to the floor beside him, fully formed for once. Kael stood. Why show me now? He asked them. Valeth's form rippled, then pressed a thought into his mind. Because you passed the point he could not. Kael narrowed his eyes. Then why does it still feel like I'm failing? No response. Just silence. He walked to the far end of his chamber and unsheathed his blade. The mark he'd burned into it, his sigil, was still there. But he looked at it differently now. A single line. 3 rings. No cracks. No spiral yet either. He hesitated, then carved a 4th glyph beneath it. Not part of the deep-bound marks. Not Elrin's. His own. A closed spiral not pulling in but pressing outward. Not collapse. Centering. Later that evening, Halion knocked once and stepped inside without waiting. Kael didn't flinch. You read it? I read enough. You knew about Elrin. I knew rumors, Halion said. I wasn't ranked high enough back then to see the full logs. Most of them were destroyed. What you found, it's not supposed to exist. Kael looked him dead in the eye. You're still going to report me. Halion leaned against the doorway. Of course I am. But I'll leave out the parts that'll get you scrubbed. Kael frowned. Why? Because you're further than he ever was. Because you didn't break when the spiral opened. And because, he shrugged. I'd like to see what happens when someone finally walks through it. After Halion left, Kael returned to the blade. Umbra moved beside him. Valeth stood behind him. Ashruin hovered at his back. Together, they watched the firelight dance across the fresh mark. Kael whispered, more to himself than anyone else. I'm not your echo, Elrin. I'm not your replacement. I'm your end. Far to the east, in a tower untouched by time, Saren Valis stood before a book made of mirrors and bone. She traced a single name into the air. Kael Ravenroot. The spiral answered her touch. And the mirror fractured. Night came quietly. The guild tower slept under a bruised sky, stars dim behind thick clouds, the moon little more than a pale smear above the cliffs. Most of the hallways were empty now, halls lit by idle runes, their glow faint and flickering like a heartbeat. Kael sat in his chamber, knees drawn up, blade resting beside him. He hadn't moved for hours. Not because he was tired, but because he could feel something changing. Every time he exhaled, his ether shifted. Not pushed by thought. Not shaped by need. It flowed on its own. Veins that once pulsed under conscious control now answered something deeper. Something older. They'd stopped asking permission. Now they whispered intent. He felt Umbra's weight behind the wall. Not summoned, but here, always near now. A shadow threaded through his space like a loyal second spine. Valeth drifted through the floorboards, her presence soft and heavy, like the bottom of a forgotten lake. Watching. Waiting. Ashruin hadn't moved from the wall since Kael returned. But his flames, they were whispering. Not words. Memories. Kael reached out and touched the blade. Not the one from Elrin's shrine. The training blade. Scarred and simple. Marked with his sigil. The moment his fingertips brushed the hilt, he saw it. The spiral. Not in vision. Not in the core. But in memory. Except, it wasn't his. A field of white. Not snow. Not ash. Just blankness stretching endlessly, horizonless. Above, the sky curled inward, not with clouds but with mirrored rings, spirals folding into one another like the shells of ancient creatures. Kael stood barefoot, and around him he saw hundreds of footprints burned into the white. Different sizes. different depths. Some had bled into ether sigils. Others had disappeared halfway through their steps. And at the center, one ring larger than the rest. A spiral etched into the world itself. Kael approached, and a voice spoke, not aloud but through the air. Memory is not yours. It is the spiral's. Kael reached the center. He expected to see Elrin, or himself. Instead he saw Saren, the girl in white, her figure hazy like a reflection off water, but her eyes sharp and furious. She stood across from him, her spiral mirror floating beside her like a chained halo. Her mouth didn't move, but the words hit him anyway. You touched it first. Kael tried to answer, but the spiral flared. And suddenly, he saw her memory. Saren, years younger, hair shorter, standing in front of a massive crystal, surrounded by guild masters. They were praising her. She had 3 summons bound already. One of them wasn't visible, just a voice like velvet and venom speaking from within her. She's ahead of the curve, one guild master said. No one's matched her ratio this early. She might reach it. The spiral? Yes, she might be the one. Saren smiled. But behind her eyes something coiled. A pressure. A hunger. Kael could feel it now. She wasn't chosen by the spiral. She was crafted for it. The memory broke. Kael reeled back into the white field. Saren was gone. But a different figure stood now, one he didn't recognize. A woman. Older. Robed in layered fabric that shimmered between black and silver, her face veiled, her hands bare. She stood over the center spiral. Her voice was gentle. You're too early. Kael frowned. What do you mean? The woman's smile was sorrowful. The spiral turned slowly for a reason. Each turn demands a cost. Elrin paid his in panic. Saren will pay hers in ambition. Kael stepped closer. And mine? She didn't answer. Instead, she reached down and pressed her palm against the center spiral. The mark flared once, and a 7th ring opened beneath her hand. Not memory. Not vision. Future. Kael gasped awake. The room was glowing. Not from runes. From him. His skin shimmered with active ether. His blade pulsed beside him, reacting to something inside his core. And just beyond his reach, Ashruin had stood, fully formed. Eyes like furnaces. You touched her memory, the firebound said. Kael nodded slowly. It wasn't just a glimpse. I was there. Ashruin stepped forward, flames dancing along the edges of the room but not burning. Controlled. Measured. You are drawing from the spiral without dissent. This is not how it's supposed to work. Kael frowned. Then how is it supposed to work? Ashruin looked at the sigil on the blade, and whispered for the first time with something like respect. Differently. But perhaps, better? Outside the tower, storm winds began to gather. Not from weather. From pressure. Valeth slithered to the window, rising like breath across the glass. She didn't speak, but Kael felt it through her. She's moving. Far across the continent, in the lightning-lit towers of the Crimson Loom, Saren stood in front of an altar carved of fossilized spiral bone. The mirror at her side trembled. She whispered into it, eyes wild. Kael, you're opening what I'm meant to control. Her summon coiled around her spine, invisible but real, voice dripping with venomous promise. Take his summons. Break his bond. Bind the spiral to you. Saren raised her hand, and a drop of blood fell onto the loom. The bone screamed. The chamber pulsed. Not with light. Not with ether. But with memory. Saren Valis stood at the heart of it, barefoot, arms extended, strands of red thread trailing from her fingers to the altar before her. The threads weren't silk. They were living. Each one throbbed faintly, tethered to something unseen, someone unseen. The crimson loom, carved from fossilized spiral bone, was alive. And tonight it was listening. Above her, the mirrored ceiling showed no reflection. Only spirals. Rings within rings, spinning too slowly to measure. Saren exhaled, and her voice trembled, not from fear but control. Anchor 1, guild mark. Nullified. The red thread snapped. It didn't fall. It vanished. Anchor 2, tethered vow. Broken. Another thread snapped. More followed. Each one dissolved into mist, its memory swallowed by the bone. Only one strand remained. Thicker. Hungrier. Saren stepped forward. Her hands didn't shake. Anchor 3, Kael Ravenroot. The loom reacted instantly. Its surface split down the center like a breathing wound, exposing runes carved so deep they reached into the stone's history. They glowed with spiral script, fluid, shifting, written in a tongue no living guildmaster would dare read aloud. Saren didn't need to. She was the tongue. Her summons stirred. Invisible. Present. Wrapped around her soul like a serpent in slumber. It didn't need a name. Only a voice. And she was that voice. The altar pulled her forward. Not physically but internally. Her core shimmered, her summons still bound deep beneath layers of packed runes and sigil locks. But one wasn't bound. One was fused. This was her edge. This was her secret. The unnamed. A being outside guild sanction. Forbidden in all 4 scriptoriums. Banished from record after the last spiral war. A summon that did not obey but aligned. Not chain. Not call. Union. Saren's voice dropped to a whisper. Show me his tether. The loom flared. And across the altar, a thread of gold appeared. Thin. Faint. Struggling to resist. Kael's bond. Not to a summon. But to all 3. Umbra. Valeth. Ishruin. Balanced. In sync. Saren's lips tightened. Prime caller. That's what they're calling him. She reached for the thread. But the moment her fingers brushed it, it bit her. A flash of fire, shadow, and oceanic pressure slammed into her ether veins all at once. Her body convulsed. The room spun. But she didn't pull back. She grinned. So they've accepted him. Her summon stirred again. Its voice slithered through her ribs. Then break them. One by one. Unweave the center. She took a step back from the altar, blood trickling from her fingertips. The thread pulsed once more, then disappeared, severed by distance or resistance. But it was enough. She had seen the bond. Now she knew where to cut. Later, in the high sanctum of her tower, Saren stood before a mirror made of broken spiral glass. Each shard shimmered with an image. One showed Kael descending into Elrond's ruins. Another, Kael carving his sigil into the blade. Another, Kael standing in the core realm, surrounded by open cages. But one shard showed something else. A future that hadn't happened. Kael's body curled around his blade. 3 summons, gone. And over him, the spiral, fully open. Saren's breath caught. That future wasn't written. But it was possible. She turned to her wall of bound records, dozens of summoners whose summons had vanished. Each case buried. Each one rewritten as lost in core. But she knew better. She'd found their remains. What was left of them. And soon she would find Kael's. Back in the ritual chamber, her most trusted acolyte waited, head bowed, glyphs carved along his arms, eyes glowing faintly with loom fire. Your will, Lady Valis? She walked past him, wiping the blood from her fingers. Prepare a vessel. For what purpose? She smiled. Umbra. The acolyte paled. You intend to bind one of his summons? I intend to steal one. She paused at the edge of the room, voice a whisper. And when I do, he'll finally see that the spiral doesn't choose heroes. It chooses survivors. Far away, Kael woke with a sharp gasp. Umbra was already at his side, formed, tensed, claws extended. Not in protection. In warning. Valeth shimmered from the shadows, body twitching in strange, arrhythmic patterns. Ash ruin flared at the blade's hilt, heat rising. Kael stood slowly. Something was missing. Not taken yet. But reached for. He touched the mark on his blade. It burned. Not in pain. In recognition. The spiral had moved again. And someone was pulling the thread. The spiral had touched him. But it hadn't left. Kael felt it each time he reached into his core, not in the ether veins themselves but in the silence between them. A tension. A pull. A scar that hadn't been there before. He sat at the tower's eastern edge, cloak drawn around his shoulders, watching the sun creep up from behind the cliffs. His summons remained nearby. Umbra stood still as obsidian, Valeth drifted unseen through the shadows, and ash ruin crackled faintly from the blade at Kael's back. All of them were present but not quite aligned. That was the part that troubled him. The bond felt thinner. He reached toward Umbra's thread. The response came, but not immediately. And when it did, it was clouded. Flickering. Like something had brushed across it. Kael closed his eyes. You were touched. Umbra lowered his head. Not in submission. In confirmation. 3 hours later, Kael stood in one of the deepest vaults beneath the guild tower. A chamber locked behind 4 barriers, sealed with scripts only masters were cleared to speak aloud. Halion opened the final ward with a slow breath. No summons beyond this point, he warned. This place doesn't tolerate divided focus. Kael followed him through. The walls here were old, older than the guild itself. No torches burned. The only light came from pale runes etched into stone that pulsed in slow, breath-like rhythm. At the far end of the chamber sat a reinforced case, framed in spiral-threaded glass. 7 tomes rested inside. Halion gestured toward the third. Its spine was worn smooth, but the title had been reinscribed in black gold ink. Threadcutters, a history of sacrificed bonds. Kael stared. You knew this was down here, he said. Halion didn't look away. I did. You should have told me. I should have, Halion agreed. But you weren't ready. You were still thinking like a summoner. And now? Halion met his eyes. Now you're thinking like someone who's already been cut. The tome opened with a list of names. Not legends. Not heroes. Survivors. Kael read the preface in silence. Threadcutters hadn't been champions. They'd been last resorts. Summoners forced to sever their own bonds when corruption, overload, or mirrorcraft intrusions infected their links. Some didn't survive. Others lived but lost the ability to summon again. A handful evolved. Those were the ones who passed into myth. Kael turned another page and saw it. Echo binding, the fabrication of false summons drawn from mirrored bond lines. Dangerous. Unstable. Often used by loomwalkers. His breath stilled. So it was true. What Saren had done wasn't theft. It was replication. She had used part of Umbra's essence, Kael's essence, to create a copy. Not a summon. A reflection. Soulless. Empty. But still dangerous. Kael stared at the ink until the words blurred. She didn't try to take Umbra. She tried to make her own. Halion spoke quietly behind him. Echo binding was banned during the Third Spiral War. Those who practiced it were called loomwalkers. Kael closed the tome. That's what she is. She's more than that, Halion said. She's spiral-marked. Born with it in her veins. That's how she reached you. Through the mark itself. Kael turned, eyes calm. Then I need to cut the thread she left behind. Halion studied him. And if it severs more than just her? Kael looked away. Then I'll heal. He returned to his chambers at dusk, the sky streaked in violet and fading gold. The journal of Elrin Teed sat untouched on his shelf, but Kael didn't reach for it. He no longer needed a mirror. He needed a blade. Kael sat cross-legged in the center of his chamber, spine straight, palms resting on his knees. The sigil-carved blade lay before him. His ether stirred, slow and steady. Not summoned, focused. Valeth formed in the corner, flickering. Unstable. Ash ruin hovered in the lantern flame, barely flaring. Only Umbra remained near. Kael reached inward. And found it. 3 threads. Shadow. Mist. Fire. Each one vibrant, warm, deeply rooted in his core. And threading between them, fainter, thinner than spider silk, a line of gold. Wrong color. Wrong rhythm. Kael reached toward it. The moment his will touched it, pain flashed through his ether lines like ice raking across nerve. He gasped. Umbra flinched. But Kael held. He felt the origin of the thread. Not inside his body. Outside. Far. But connected. Saren. He stood before Halion the next morning. I'm ready. Halion didn't speak. He simply turned and led Kael down a staircase that didn't appear on any guild blueprint. At its base waited a chamber made of old bone and spiral glass. In the center sat a single chair, smooth, white, streaked with sigils long since outlawed. This is the first stage, Halion said. You'll unlock the next flow, Kael said. Widen the ether veins. Let me see more than just presence. You'll also bleed. From the core outward. Kael stepped forward. Then let it bleed. The crucible chamber wasn't made for summoning. It was made for survival. Kael stood beneath the pale archway of bone and spiral glass, arms bare, ether already prickling against his skin. The air inside was colder than any room above, not from climate, but from pressure. Wait. Like the stone itself was remembering the pain of every summoner who'd stepped foot in here. Halion walked in behind him, his voice even, emotionless. No castings. No chance. Just breath. The chamber does the rest. Kael stepped forward. The chair in the center wasn't made of wood or stone. It was forged from something older, smooth, faintly luminous, etched with 7 spiral sigils that flickered the moment he approached. He didn't need to ask what it was. Spiral bone. Halion gestured toward it. Sit. Bare your palms. You'll feel the crucible opening your flow in stages. Kael obeyed. He sat. And the moment his back touched the rest, the world shifted. At first it was like sinking. His ether veins opened slowly, unnaturally. Not through will. Not through training. But forced. bent wider than they should go. The flow wasn't rushing, it was expanding, stretching his limits outward like an overfilled vessel. Then came the burn. It wasn't fire. Not pain. It was exposure. Kael could feel every thread of ether inside his body, like nerve endings lit with raw wind. Every breath pulled more in. His vision blurred, pupils contracting, muscles trembling with controlled strain. Then something cracked open, and the summons split. He wasn't in the chamber anymore. He stood in 3 places at once. Shadow. Kael knelt beneath a dead moon, surrounded by the ruins of a forest long lost to darkness. Umbra stood before him, taller, sharper, a creature of pure instinct and violent stillness. But this was not Kael's Umbra. This was something older. A predator without a leash. Kael saw the world through his summon's eyes, saw the first summoner who dared try to chain him, saw how they fell. Saw how Umbra chose to obey Kael, not out of servitude but because Kael never forced. Respect. Not domination. A vast ocean. So endless. Kael floated above it, lungs full of water yet breathing. Below, a spiral of glass turned slowly in the deep, Valeth half-formed, her presence stretching across the sea. She hadn't always been a summon. She had once been a realm. Not a creature within the spiral, but a fragment of it. A memory made sentient. She drifted toward Kael and brushed his core with a thought. You bound me gently. He felt her calm. Her acceptance. But also a tension beneath her form. As if someone else had touched her recently. Prodded her borders. Fire. A battlefield of molten stone. Kael stood surrounded by corpses of long-dead summoners, their glyphs burned into the rock. And at the center of it all stood Ashruin. Not flickering. Not fading. Raging. A being of molten wrath once worshipped as a core god. Summoners hadn't captured him. They betrayed him. Kael stepped forward. The heat didn't harm him. Ashruin turned and for the first time bowed. Not deep. Just enough. Enough to say, you are not them. Kael snapped back into his body with a shudder. The chair beneath him was smoking. Not from heat. From ether friction. His veins pulsed. His eyes stung. But he was still conscious. He had seen them. Not as extensions of himself but as entities. Each with past. Histories. Truths. And more importantly, each one had felt something else. An intrusion. Not direct. Not violent. But delicate. A brush. A sample taken. Kael pressed his shaking palms against the armrests and whispered, Saren's loom didn't try to break them. It tried to understand them. Halion stood nearby, arms crossed, watching him carefully. You're the first summoner in 40 years to survive a 3-fold ether crucible, he said. Even in controlled conditions. Kael didn't look up. I saw their origins. And? They're not my tools. He stood, legs trembling but firm. They're my witnesses. Hours later, Kael returned to his chamber. He washed the blood from his arms in silence. Not all of it was his. Some had leaked from the marks across his ether lines. Not wounds. Scars. Deep and thin like spiral thread pulled too tight. Valeth returned first, forming without mist this time. Her body was sleeker, more stable. Her presence no longer swayed with deep ocean quiet. She stood still, watching him. Kael met her gaze. She touched you too, didn't she? Valeth didn't nod. She didn't need to. Her body shimmered once, then revealed it. A fine golden thread, barely visible, coiled like a hairline fracture through her form. Kael's jaw tightened. No pain. No protest. But a violation nonetheless. He reached for it with his ether sense. And found it reaching back. Not from Valeth. From Saren. Even now, even across distance, the loom's mark remained. Kael picked up his blade. The sigil carved into the steel glowed faintly in his palm. I'm not going to wait for her to try again, he whispered. I'm going to find the thread. And cut it. The first thing Kael noticed was the absence. No sound. No flicker. No whisper at the edge of his senses. Umbra was gone. Not dismissed. Not sealed. Gone. Kael stood at the center of his quarters, palms outstretched, ether pulsing along his threads, but only 2 responded. Valeth drifted nearby, her form dense with tension. Ashruin glimmered faintly within the blade's edge, heat coiled and rising. But the shadow thread, the one that always answered first, was silent. Kael opened his core wider, reaching deeper than before. Still nothing. No resistance. No pain. No trace of Umbra at all. A golden echo. Faint. Delicate. Moving. He didn't call Halion. Didn't alert the guild. He only strapped the blade across his back, locked the room behind him and followed the thread. It pulled like silk through the trees, barely touching, just enough to guide. He moved silently, every step measured. Not summoned, but anchored, ash ruin burning low at his side, Valeth folded into the mist between branches. They passed beyond guild wards, past the cliffs, into deadlands left untouched since the third ether collapse. Kael recognized the ruins up ahead, an abandoned shrine of old core worship, walls half buried in vine-choked stone, symbols eroded to near oblivion. But the spiral sigil in the center? Fresh, etched in red. The snare. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the gold thread vanished. The air warped, and the shrine shifted. No longer overgrown, no longer crumbled. It reformed around him in an instant, a shell of memory reconstructed from ether residue. A perfect mirror of the place it used to be. And Kael felt it at once. The loom. Not Saren, but the tool. Watching. Valeth appeared at his side, mist sharpening to edge. Ashruin's flame crackled against his shoulder. Then the shadow moved, and Kael saw Umbra, or something that looked like him. Same form, same golden eyes, same patient stillness. But the moment Kael reached for the bond, pain shot through his spine. His ether veins seized. Not from backlash, from rejection. This wasn't his summon. This was an echo. Saren had done it. She hadn't stolen Umbra. She had replicated him. From the trace left during her last intrusion, the loom had built a puppet. And now, moved. The false Umbra lunged. Kael drew his blade and sidestepped. The echo struck low, fangs of shadow-piercing stone, movements exactly like Umbra's real attacks. No tells. No wasted motion. Valeth surged in behind it, wrapping mist around its legs, but it dispersed immediately. No body. No mind. Only reflex. Kael's eyes narrowed. She made you from memory. Ash ruin flared and Kael slashed, not at the echo but at the space around it. Ether ruptured. The echo flickered. That was it. It wasn't alive. It was projected. The shrine groaned as the loom reinforced its structure. Runes lit up across the walls, feeding the echo more presence, more density. Kael gritted his teeth and planted his feet. I'm not here to fight it. He stabbed the blade into the ground, closed his eyes, and descended. Not into the core realm, but into the bond line itself. He dropped into a tunnel of ether thread, 3 lines woven together, all rooted in him. 2 were intact. 1 was shredded. But at the edge of the fray, fraying not lost, Kael saw Umbra, the real one. Trapped behind a curtain of mirrored feedback, surrounded by loom script, his form flickering like smoke torn by wind. Kael reached. A pulse of resistance knocked him back, sharp, cold, threaded with Saren's voice. You're not supposed to follow. Kael growled and pressed forward again. I never cared for what I was supposed to do. He drew the spiral scar across his chest. Ether surged. His thread cutter's mark flared with heat. And he cut. The golden thread snapped. The loom screamed. Not audibly. Spiritually. The mirror shattered. The shrine collapsed back into ruin. And Umbra returned, fully formed, beside Kael, breathing hard, head bowed, energy twitching at the edges. He was weak, but free. Kael fell to one knee. Ash ruin hissed, flames rippling with warning. Valeth caught him as he staggered. He looked up at Umbra, met the beast's gaze, and whispered, You're not a reflection. You're mine. Umbra growled softly, and lowered his head. Far away, across a burning circle of silver-threaded bone, Saren screamed. Blood gushed from her palms as the loom recoiled violently. The ritual circle snapped out of place. Her acolyte collapsed beside her, eyes turned to glass. She fell to her knees, body trembling with core backlash. The echo tether was gone, destroyed at the root. Her summon, still coiled around her soul, spoke into her mind, slow and cold. He can cut. That changes everything. Saren clenched her fists. I'll change it back. The chamber was silent. Kael stood at its center, shoulders bare, blood drying across his chest in a thin line of spiral-marked heat. The cut wasn't deep, but it ran true. Not a wound. An oath. He stared down at his blade. The mark carved into it now pulsed in rhythm with his ether, not just resonance, but reflection. Ash ruin stood beside him, fully formed. Not speaking. Valeth lingered near the door, her mist still trembling faintly from the encounter with the loom echo. And Umbra sat silently behind him, tail coiled around his legs like a living shroud. They were all there. because they knew what he was about to say. Kael inhaled, held it, then spoke. I don't want to survive her. I want to understand her. I want to take her weapon, this loom, and break it in my hands. Halion watched from the edge of the doorway, arms crossed, lips tight. You're not the first to say that, he said. Most of the others ended up unbonded. Or dead. Kael didn't look at him. I'm not most. Halion didn't argue. He stepped forward, tossing a cloth-wrapped object onto the table beside Kael. It clinked softly. Kael unwrapped it. A spindle. Bone and steel, wrapped in faded red thread. You know what this is? Kael nodded. Threadcutter's tether. Last one the guild ever allowed. Belonged to a man named Rieran Doth. He severed 6 summons in 3 years. Not to escape them, but to save them. Cut the corruption out before it could take root. Kael turned the spindle slowly in his fingers. Did he survive? Long enough to finish carving his sigil into his bones. Kael looked up. Halion met his eyes. He died clean. Oh. His summons held vigil at his pyre. Kael nodded once. Then dropped the spindle into his satchel. That night, Kael sealed his quarters and traced the spiral scar on his chest with ash and ether. Not to heal it, defeat it. This wasn't a scar of retreat. It was a bond of command. He sat in the center of his chamber, and this time he didn't call any of them. They came anyway. Ashruin first, his flame rising like breath from the corners of the blade. No words. Just presence. Then Valith, unfolding in layers, her form more stable than before, shadows laced with subtle light. And Umbra walking in from nowhere, paws silent, eyes still bearing the ache of what was almost lost. Kael looked at each of them. You're not mine by accident. You weren't chosen by chance. I see you. I carry you. And if the spiral tries to chain you again. He drew a fresh line of ether across the air. I will cut it. Myself. No matter the cost. The spiral scar across his chest burned once. Then cooled. The room darkened. And for a heartbeat, Kael saw a new thread emerge in his core. Black. Not corrupted. Not alien. Just waiting. A thread that didn't bind. But cut. His first true threadcutter's line. Later, as dawn crept into the sky, Kael stood on the guild roof alone. The wind had shifted. It smelled of storm salt and rainlight. Ashruin hovered at his side, flickering. Kael looked out toward the cliffs. She'll strike again. Ashruin's voice came quiet, low. Yes. This time she won't try to copy. She'll try to rewrite. Then be unwritable. Kael closed his eyes. The oath flared again, heat blooming in his veins. Not pain. Clarity. Far away in the tower of mirrors and bone, Saren stood before her cracked loom. The altar still hissed with the backlash of Kael's cut. Her fingertips were wrapped in silver-threaded cloth, stained with blood she hadn't noticed dripping. She stared down at the crimson spiral carved into the bone surface. And for the first time, she hesitated. Her summons stirred behind her, unseen. You doubted. I didn't expect him to cut, she whispered. He's learned. He's changing. The summon pulsed. Then push him to change further. Until he breaks. Back at the guild tower, Kael turned from the sunrise. And whispered to the still air. Push me. Just be ready when I push back. Pain greeted her at dawn. Not in her body, she had numbed that long ago. This was deeper. Core deep. Saren knelt beside the altar, forehead pressed to the cold spiral bone. Her breath came sharp and shallow as if the loom's backlash still gripped her lungs. The crimson circle was cracked now, faint but growing. It hadn't just rejected her echo tether. It had recoiled from Kael's cut. Across the surface of the altar, hairline fractures spidered outward like ice blooming beneath skin. The thread paths had been warped. Symbols that once hummed in harmony now twisted in on themselves. The loom wasn't stable anymore. And the failure wasn't just hers. It was his victory. Saren lifted her head slowly, eyes hollow with fatigue. Blood stained her hands, her sleeves, the edge of her ritual tools. 2 acolytes lay still nearby. One had collapsed the moment the mirror copy shattered. The other. She had ended herself. Not with despair. But in loyalty. Offerings. The loom required them now. Even more than before. The voice within her stirred. Not loud. Not angry. Just awake. You've reached the limit of mirrors. Saren didn't respond. She didn't need to. What he carves, you must bleed. She stood. Took a slow breath. Then turned toward the mirror-lined corridor that led deeper into her tower. Not the upper sanctum. Not the ritual halls. But the foundation. where the walls were older than the guild, where blood wasn't spilled for summons, but for revelation. The lower chamber had no lights, only chains. Dozens wrapped in spiral formations around a single monolith of black crystal. Not carved, not built, grown. The center stone pulsed faintly as if breathing. Saren approached it with bare feet, her cloak trailing behind her like mist caught in a storm. This was where the guild had once cast her out. Before she was Saren Valis. Before she earned her 3 bonds. Before she tore her spiral mark into herself to prove she could hold it. The crystal knew her. It had tasted her before. And it welcomed her back. She knelt before the monolith, pressing her palms to its surface. A shiver ran up her arms, cold and bright, full of memory. Kael's face flickered. His summons. His bond. The spiral choosing him. Not her. Never her. The voice in her spine coiled tighter. Summon the 7th. Saren's lips parted. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a ritual. It was a surrender. Take me. The chains around the monolith clattered once, sharp and sudden. The loom screamed from above, its altar cracking down the middle. And the 7th bond opened its eye. Back in the guild tower, Kael froze mid-step. His summons reacted instantly. Valith shattered into mist, rising. Umbra growled, deep and guttural, then vanished into his shadow. Ash ruin flared brighter than he ever had before. Kael turned sharply, blade already half-drawn. What was that? Ashruin's voice rolled like molten iron. A chain broke. Valith returned, form pulsing with strange energy. Not hers. Not yours. The spirals. Kael's core flickered with pressure, faint tremors like distant thunder rumbling beneath his ribs. He felt it. Even without reaching. Something old was rising. Saren collapsed at the base of the monolith, breath ragged. The 7th bond had not spoken. It had not chosen. But it had stirred. And that alone was more than legend said it ever would. She looked up, tears streaking through soot and blood. She hadn't summoned it. She had awakened it. And the spiral would feel it soon. The voice within her didn't whisper anymore. It hummed. He cut a thread. Now you will cut everything. Kael woke choking on silence. His vision blurred. Ether rushed through his veins in reverse, spinning inward instead of flowing out. His body seized once, hard enough to crack the floor beneath his bed, then stilled. He gasped for breath. Then it was gone. The pressure. The spiral hum. The flare of a presence that did not belong. He sat up slowly, sweat cold across his back, heart drumming like war beneath his ribs. The room was still. His blade leaned against the wall untouched. The mark on his chest, the threadcutter's scar, had faded to a pale line. But inside his core, something pulsed. A 7th thread. Not fully formed. Not his. But there. He stood and reached inward, forcing his ether pathways open wider, searching for the familiar, shadow, mist, flame. Umbra responded first, flickering across the far wall like a second spine. Valith followed, materializing in a ripple of air that coiled around his shoulders. Ash ruin stirred, flaring with brief heat. But all of them came with one thing in common. Tension. Umbra's ears flattened. Valith didn't settle. Ashruin's fire rippled with uneven flickers. Kael didn't speak. He sat cross-legged and pulled ether into a slow, focused breath. There. Again. The 7th thread. Thinner than the others, but present. And when he reached toward it, it pulsed back. Not rejection. Not welcome. Just waiting. A knock echoed at the chamber door. Halion entered without invitation. He took one look at Kael, at the ash rings on the floor, the fresh burn across the blade's hilt, the look in Kael's eyes, and didn't bother with small talk. They're here. Kael blinked. Who? Halion sighed. Spiral oversight. They met in a lower hall rarely used, its walls lined with brass mirrors and detection threads. It was built for core evaluation. Exposure. Inquisition. 3 guild masters sat behind a half-moon table. Each wore layered gray cloaks marked by the insignia of internal monitoring, not judgment but the power to decide who was dangerous. At the center stood the one Kael recognized instantly. Inquisitor Farron. Thin. Voice like rust across glass. He spoke without lifting his eyes. You've had core instability twice this week. Kael didn't deny it. Yes. You severed an echo bind without guild sanction. I cut to defend my summon. You refused a full disclosure record after the Varn retrieval. Kael didn't answer. Farron finally looked up. There's something forming inside you. We don't know what it is, but we know where it leads. He raised a gloved hand and the walls flared. Core projection glyphs activated. Kael felt it immediately, his ether lines exposed, pulled to the surface. His breath shortened. His core flickered across the mirrors, 3 main lines, bright and stable. A shimmer. A ripple behind them. Like a 4th presence. Then a 5th. Then, briefly, a 7th. The room went silent. One of the guild masters leaned forward. Is that? Halion stepped in. You saw a fragment of Elrin's core signature. A bleed through from Kael's interaction with his relic. Nothing more. The lie was smooth. The truth was not. Farron frowned. And if it isn't Elrin's fragment? Kael raised his voice, not loud but clear. Then it's mine. Later, Kael sat on the edge of the guild rooftop, legs hanging over the ledge. Wind whispered across the cliffs. The test had ended with no punishment. No ruling. But no comfort either. They didn't trust him. Not anymore. Not completely. And part of him didn't blame them. Because when he reached inward now, that 7th thread still pulsed. And it was growing stronger. Not because he called it. Because something else had. Valeth appeared beside him, not in full form, but as a ripple of fog that slowly settled into shape. She didn't speak. But Kael felt her question. And he answered without turning. I didn't awaken it. He paused. Then added more quietly. But I didn't stop it either. Far across the map, in the ritual deep of the loom tower, Saren knelt in a spiral of broken glass. Her eyes had stopped bleeding hours ago. The red lines on her skin were scarring now, not healing. She had fed the 7th gate a piece of herself. And it was eating well. One of her old summons had dissolved completely. Another had turned, snarling, before vanishing mid-bind. She didn't weep. She understood. You can't hold more than one god. The spiral pulsed across the walls. And something responded. Not in words, but in pressure. Kael. She felt him. Felt the 7th thread shimmer in his core. She smiled through cracked lips. Then it's already begun. The fire welcomed him. Kael stood barefoot in the center of the chamber Halion called the Ember Pit, an old crucible space built deep beneath the tower, where the first-generation summoners had once tested their ether capacities. Now it belonged to Ashruin. The flame-bound waited in silence near the altar, a hollow circle of scorched stone ringed by glyphless walls. This place wasn't made for worship. It was made for remaking. Kael took a breath. His ether surged. Not outward but inward, folding into his core. He peeled back the stable lines, Umbra, Valeth, Ashruin, and looked deeper. And there it was again. A thread without color. Faint. Thin. But present. Still waiting. Ashruin stepped into the circle with him. His form towered in full manifestation now, jagged flame coiled around a molten core, mask-like face expressionless but watchful. Kael didn't ask permission. He simply said, "Burn it." Ashruin moved. The air around Kael shimmered as the summon raised both arms. Heat collapsed inward, swirling into a spiral of gold and orange, then struck Kael's chest like lightning turned liquid. Kael didn't scream. He braced. Flame scoured through his core, not hurting but hunting, purifying, searching for the foreign thread. And when it found it, the fire faltered. It didn't burn. It bent, and was absorbed. Kael's knees hit the stone hard. Ashruin's fire recoiled like a breath pulled too deep. The summon staggered back, unbalanced. His mask cracked at the edges, light bleeding through. He spoke, voice quieter than usual. "It took me." Kael looked up, eyes wild. "What do you mean?" Ashruin lowered his head. It accepted the flame. Not in defiance. In alignment. Kael sat back, breath shallow. The thread hadn't resisted. It had welcomed the attack. Not as power. As fuel. The spiral scar across his chest pulsed once, glowing with faint black light. Kael stared down at it. He wasn't in danger of descent. He wasn't being invaded. This wasn't corruption. This was a mirror. A part of him, somewhere beneath the known layers, had started to shift, and it had made room for something else. Suddenly, he wasn't in the crucible anymore. Not entirely. His core surged and projected. And Kael found himself standing on a scorched battlefield, where ash fell like snow and the sky had cracked open. No summons answered. No allies called. He stood alone. And above him, a single spiral hung in the sky. 7 rings. All of them open. At the center, a reflection. Not Saren. Not Elrin. Himself. But older. Eyes hollow. Blade burned black. Surrounded by silence. He staggered backward out of the vision. The ember pit spun around him. Ashruin's form shimmered, unstable. Not hurt, but unnerved. Kael looked at him, voice low. That wasn't memory. Ashruin nodded. No, that was possibility. A beat of silence. Then Valith emerged, drifting down through the ceiling like breath caught on a cold blade. She folded beside Kael, her mist settling. When she finally spoke, it wasn't aloud. It was through the core itself. You cannot burn a door. Kael turned to her slowly. Then what do I do? Her answer came in one word. Choose. Later, back in his chamber, Kael stood shirtless at the mirror, tracing the spiral scar across his chest. It didn't look different, but it felt deeper now. It throbbed in time with his ether pulse. Every time he closed his eyes, he could hear the thread humming, faintly. Not calling. Not pushing. Just present. Like it had always been there. Waiting. He clenched a fist, pressing it against the mark. I don't care if I'm part of it. I decide what I become. The thread shimmered once in acknowledgement, then fell silent. Far away, in a storm-racked corridor of twisted bone and broken glass, Saren knelt before the seventh spiral, her skin now streaked with glimmering spiral ink. Her voice rasped like wind through cracked crystal. He tried to burn it. The spiral pulsed in answer. He fed it. Her summons stirred beside her, more smoke than voice now. He's not rejecting you. He's reflecting you. Saren smiled, then wept, and whispered, then maybe I won't need to kill him. Maybe I just need to merge. Saren knelt in silence. Not prayer. Not meditation. Surrender. The floor beneath her was warm, pulsing gently beneath layers of ash and sigils. Her body ached from too many rituals, too little sleep, too much proximity to the thing she had finally drawn close. The loom. What remained of it? Its altar was fractured, the spiral channel across its surface now warped inward like the mouth of something hungry. What had once been a tool for precision summoning had become something else entirely. No longer a loom. Not quite a gate. A threshold. She had brought it this far. Bled for it. Burned away the walls between calling and becoming. Now all that remained was the final act. Merge. Two of her summons still circled her core. One was quiet, scarred by the strain of recent loops, clinging to her like a child to fire. The other resisted. Fiercely. It didn't want to break. It wanted to survive her. Saren exhaled slowly, then raised one hand, and cut it loose. The bind snapped like a taut wire struck by lightning. The room trembled. Her core thinned. The summons screamed, not in voice but in vibration, and vanished into spiral mist. Her body rocked. The pain was worse than anticipated. Not just severance. Collapse. But the loom reacted at once, absorbing the lost summons remains into itself, stabilizing the spiral for a brief, precious moment. Saren used that moment. She stepped into the altar ring, and gave the spiral her name. Her blood hit the floor in 3 drops. Each one etched a new ring into the altar. Each one brought her closer. The monolith behind her hummed, chains stirring, wall glyphs turning. And then, the spiral responded. Not with words. With movement. The gate behind the altar twisted open, wide enough to show a pulse of lightless energy. Not void. Not fire. Just presence. As if the spiral had turned fully inward and now stared back at her. Waiting. Saren pressed her hands into the final ring. Her summon, the one that remained, snapped inward like a cord yanked tight. It didn't resist. It begged. Don't do this, it whispered, voice layered with fear and memory. We are bound. She didn't reply. She only wept. And then, she merged. The loom let her in. Not into power. Not into authority. But into function. She didn't feel stronger. She felt hollowed. And within that hollow space, the spiral's ink carved itself into her ether lines. She saw Kael's core. His summons. His blade. She saw his pain. She saw her own face reflected in his. And the spiral whispered only one word. Center. Outside the tower, the world shifted. The wind changed direction. Birds fell silent. The ground beneath the loom tower cracked. Spiral lines spidering outward, unseen by most, but felt in every summoner's core across the province. Far away, guildmasters sat up from sleep, reaching for glyphs. The Inquisitor's seal glowed red. And Kael felt it immediately. His ether thread twitched. Ashruin flared. Valith froze. Umbra stepped from shadow unbidden. Kael stood without a word. The spiral had opened. Not in the sky. Not in the core realm. In her. Saren stood at the altar, breathing unevenly. Her veins glowed with spiral light, not gold, not blue, but shifting. Not even she knew what it would become. Her summons voice faded, part of it lost inside the merge. A quiet whisper tried to surface, regret. But she drowned it. I'm not stealing anymore. I'm not mimicking. I'm the gate now. One of her acolytes, a boy barely older than 15, entered the chamber, breathing fast. Lady Valis, the guild has detected the signature. They'll come for you. Saren looked at him and smiled softly. Let them. He swallowed. What should we do? She stepped down from the altar, body flickering faintly at the edges. You'll kneel. He hesitated. So she raised her hand. And he did. The spiral no longer slept. It had chosen no summoner. But it had been given a vessel. And it would use her well. The summons arrived before dawn. Not handwritten. Not sealed. It came as a voice, threaded through Kael's ether while he slept, carved with cold command. Report to Spiral Ring 12. Immediately. When Kael opened his eyes, Umbra was already formed at the edge of the room, low to the floor, teeth bared. Valeth hovered in silence, her mist slow and tense. Ash Ruin didn't manifest, but the blade across the room hissed faintly in the air. They felt it too. This wasn't questioning. It was judgment. Spiral Ring 12 wasn't a court. It was a chamber of truths, intended only for internal inquiries where threat met uncertainty. Kael entered through a double-sealed arch, 2 guild guards escorting him in with blank expressions and hand-carved relics on their belts. Spiral breakers rarely drawn but always worn. Halion was already inside. He stood in the shadows behind the outer line, arms crossed, jaw tight. 3 figures waited at the center dais, the same tribunal from before. At their center, Inquisitor Farron. His voice was calm. Kael Ravenroot, do you know why you're here? Kael nodded. Because something stirred last night. Not something. Farron stepped forward. Someone. And the spiral resonance matches your ether pattern, at least in part. Kael narrowed his eyes. You think I opened the 7th? Farron did not blink. Or that you're becoming it. The center mirror activated. It displayed Kael's current ether signature. 3 stable threads. Clear, bright, aligned. But behind them, now unmistakable, a 4th shimmer. No color. No pulse. But there. Farron gestured toward it. That did not exist in your last scan. It appeared during a crucible surge, Kael said evenly. It hasn't interfered with my summons. It hasn't destabilized my core. You severed an echo bind. To protect Umbra. You cut through a foreign thread without permission. To survive a theft. Farron's voice sharpened. You do not get to decide the laws of the spiral. Kael stepped forward. Then who does? A silence passed. It was Halion who broke it. He hasn't descended, he said. His control is stable. His summons are unfractured. His core is whole. And yet, Farron said turning, we read a partial ether signature last night. Elrond teeth. Again. The room tensed. Kael felt it like pressure on his ribs. Elrond. The fallen prime caller. The erased name. Still bleeding through. Still echoing. One of the guild masters leaned forward. Do you claim no connection to Elrond's signature? Kael shook his head. I've read his journal. I walked his ruin. I carry none of his intent. But his mark appears in your flow. Kael answered without flinching. Then it's not his anymore. The tribunal fell silent. Farron studied him for a long moment. Then gestured toward the outer ring. Proceed with core pressure scan. A ward-laced runeplate rose from the floor. Kael stepped onto it without hesitation. He knew what this was. Not just a scan. A stress test. The room dimmed. Pressure built across his skin, like stepping into the tide of a collapsing sea. His core flickered into full view. Summon lines, ether threads, spiral echoes. Everything laid bare. At first, the scan held steady. Then, the 7th thread stirred. Kael felt it before they saw it. His vision tilted. The world narrowed. And then, the thread pulsed once. Not violently, but in response. As if answering a question he hadn't asked. On the mirror it flared. The room reacted instantly, shields raised, breakers drawn. Halion moved between Kael and the tribunal, blade half drawn. But the thread didn't spread. It didn't attack. It simply returned to silence. Kael stumbled off the plate, heart pounding. It didn't initiate, Halion snapped. It reflected the scan. Farron didn't sheath his weapon. You're not the danger. He stepped closer. But you may be the gate. No punishment was handed down. No formal charge. Only the words, restricted summons, monitored flow, no unsupervised descent rituals, and an escort back to his quarters. Kael didn't argue. But as the door closed behind him, he turned to the three presences in his room. Ashwin, Valeth, Umbra. Each stood silent, waiting. He spoke quietly. I didn't ask for this. He looked down at his palm. The spiral scar had changed. It had grown darker, and around its edge, a seventh ring had begun to form. There were no alarms, no bells, no guild-wide announcements. When the spiral opened, it didn't do so with fanfare. It breathed, and the world changed. It began at the base of the loom tower, where broken sigils glowed red for a moment, then bled black. The stone beneath the foundation cracked in 7 precise lines, each one coiling outward like a blooming scar. In the sky above, clouds curled unnaturally, spiraling against the wind, drawn not by weather but by pressure. And at the heart of it all, Saren. She stood barefoot in the central altar chamber, hair falling loosely across her back, skin painted in spiral glyphs that shifted with each breath. Not inked, alive. Her eyes glowed dimly. Not from power. From merging. She wasn't tethered to the spiral. She had become its hinge. The altar throbbed once beneath her feet. Chains pulled tight across the ceiling snapped all at once, loud, final, like the world itself was exhaling. And the gate opened. Not metaphorically. Not within the core. But here. A rift of spiraling shadow split the air before her, wide enough to walk through, deep enough to vanish in. She took one step forward. Then stopped. Not in fear. In awareness. Because as the spiral parted, she felt him. Kael. Not near. Not watching. But pulling it too. The spiral now opened was echoing. And it didn't favor her alone. Across the guild tower, Kael dropped to one knee. His core ignited. Not with fire. Not with light. With presence. His 3 summons manifested instantly, unbidden, fully formed, circling him in a protective triangle. Umbra growled. Valeth rippled. Ashruin burned. And within Kael's chest, the 7th thread uncoiled like a snake waking from sleep. He felt it not as invasion, but as invitation. Halion burst into the chamber seconds later, coat half buckled, wardstone in one hand. The spiral opened. Kael didn't look up. Where? Loom tower. It's her. I know. Halion stopped. You knew this would happen. I felt it before it tore. Then what are you going to do? Kael stood. The mark on his chest glowed black-blue. 7 rings. Fully formed now. I'm going to walk through it. Halion's voice hardened. Kael, if you step into an open spiral unanchored, you won't come back. Kael turned calm. Then I won't step through as unanchored. He looked at his summons. And they nodded. Not once. Together. By the time Kael reached the outskirts of the loom tower, the spiral rift was visible in the sky, a slow-turning halo of depthless darkness, spiraling inward like a question that had waited too long for an answer. He stepped toward it, heart steady, blade at his back. No war cry. No spell. Just a whisper. I'm not chosen. I'm not a gate. I'm the one who walks first. Inside the rift, Saren waited. Her skin shimmered like molten glass. Her core pulsed with spiral light. She turned slowly as Kael entered, and her voice carried not anger, not hate, but awe. You followed it. Kael's eyes didn't waver. You opened it. We both did. She raised her hand. And behind her, the spiral bent. Rings turned. The world narrowed. Kael inhaled. And stepped forward. Ashruin burned brighter. Umbra took his side. Valeth flowed behind him like a living veil. And the spiral did not resist. It simply made room. Kael opened his eyes to silence. But it wasn't emptiness. It was the pause before memory. He stood barefoot on a surface that wasn't stone, wasn't earth, just an endless plane of mirrored glass. Above him there was no sky. Only spirals, slow and endless, folding into one another like breath drawn backward. Every movement he made echoed, but not as sound, as images. To his left, a flicker, himself standing taller, cloaked in guildmaster robes, sigil sash around his chest. To his right, another, older, hunched, face lined by years of regret, sword dragging behind him like a forgotten vow. Ahead, a boy, younger than Kael had ever remembered being. Alone. No summons. No blade. Eyes wide and wet with the terror of his first bond trial. Kael took a step forward. The boy did too. A perfect mimic. But Kael wasn't mimicking. This was the spiral's first question. Who are you if not what you could have been? The world changed. Glass rippled into water. The boy vanished. Now Kael stood in a different room. He recognized it instantly. The old guild dueling circle. He hadn't seen it in years. His breath caught, because across from him stood himself. But this version had no warmth, no scars, no summon marks on his chest. Just discipline. Right? A prime collar without the bond lines, only the spiral's permission. This version spoke first. You didn't have to carry them. Kael narrowed his eyes. They carried me. The reflection laughed, sharp, clean, practiced. Cute. But you could have ascended alone. You still can. Break them. Burn the link. Step into the spiral clean. Kael said nothing. The reflection stepped closer. Do you really think Umbra chose you? Valith? Ashruin? They needed a vessel. You were just there. Kael's pulse rose. You don't know them. I am you. No. You're the version that gave up trust for power. Kael raised his hand, and the spiral scar burned. The reflection twitched, and vanished. The world didn't give him time to recover. It changed again. Now he stood in a memory he had forgotten, or maybe buried. The room was small, cold. The walls were wet stone. He was 16. The first time he had tried to summon. The mark had flared. The glyphs had worked. But the summon didn't come. It screamed. It collapsed in on itself, wild, feral, broken. He remembered the fear. The failure. He had thought it died because he wasn't worthy. But now, watching it again, Kael saw it differently. It hadn't died. It had rejected him. Because he hadn't been clear. Hadn't chosen himself first. It wasn't strength the spiral demanded. It was conviction. Kael exhaled. The mirror rippled beneath him. Umbra's presence stirred faintly, not summoned, just watching. Ash ruins sparked behind his ribs, ready but waiting. Valith whispered at the edge of his senses. He whispered aloud. I'm not the best version. I'm the one that chose to stay. And that's enough. The spiral didn't answer. But the reflection cleared. The glass turned to crystal. And within it, a hidden memory waited. Kael reached down, fingers brushing its edge. It bloomed open, and he saw it. The first moment he felt the spiral, not during summoning but years before, standing beside his father's sealed core vessel. A child, hearing it whisper, "What you hold must be held back." That had been his truth, his fear. The reason he hesitated to bond. The reason he feared losing control. But now, he closed the memory with a slow breath. No. What I hold, holds me too. The mirror world shifted one last time, and the path ahead formed. A long bridge of mirrored stone, leading deeper into the spiral's center. Kael stood. One reflection still trailed behind him, quiet, bruised, almost forgotten. The boy from the start. This time Kael didn't walk past him. He knelt, met his own younger gaze, and whispered, I didn't forget you. You brought me here. The boy reached up, touched the spiral scar, and vanished. Kael stood again, not unshaken, but clear. He took a step onto the bridge. The spiral did not resist. Saren opened her eyes and felt weight, not on her shoulders, not on her limbs, but in her name. She stood at the center of a spiral throne room made of cracked light and memory. The sky above was molten. The floor below, woven from etched names, her name over and over again, each one spelled differently, as if the spiral was still trying to decide what to call her. Saren Valis. Valis, spiral bearer. The hollow gate. A name. At the far end of the chamber, a structure waited. Not a throne. A crown. Suspended above a mirrored pedestal. Forged from links of chain, each loop carved with echoes. A summoner's crown, but meant for no one living. It pulsed with promise. She stepped forward. Each step shifted the world around her. To her left, a memory of her induction into the guild. She was 12. Smiling. Believed in rules. Believed the spiral was a reward, not a risk. To her right, her exile. Standing before a tribunal, marks still raw on her arms. She had refused to apologize for binding her third summon early. Too early. She remembered the words. You're unstable. You're gifted but wrong. You weren't meant to bear the spiral. And she remembered smiling. Because they were right. Now the spiral whispered again. But not in words. It showed her a version of herself seated on the throne, crown resting neatly in place, chains descending from the sky to tether every summon in her name. Kael stood among them. Still breathing. Still bound. Eyes blank. She didn't speak. But something inside her recoiled. The spiral offered power. Not just to win. To replace. A voice rose behind her. Quiet. Familiar. You're not ready for that. Saren turned. It was her. Not a mirror. Not an echo. Her age 13, hair shorter, no glyphs on her arms, no summons under her command. Just a girl. Hopeful. Angry. Lonely. You wanted to prove them wrong, the girl said. Not become what they feared. Saren's lips curled. I am what they feared. No, the girl whispered. You're worse. Because you know you were right and still chose wrong. Saren stepped forward and the girl vanished. The crown shimmered. Now her real summons appeared beside it. Flickering, faltering. 2 gone. 1 remained. The last. It didn't look at her. It wept. Not from betrayal. From grief. I didn't want to be devoured, it said. And I didn't want to be forgotten, Saren replied. But here we are. She touched the chain crown. It didn't burn. It folded around her fingers like silk. The spiral surged. And the world pulsed red. But something paused. A single ripple in the illusion. The spiral whispered her name. And then stopped. Because it had lost it. Saren looked down. Her name had faded from the floor. Wiped clean. Rewritten once. Then again. Until it simply read. Center. The spiral was not giving her power. It was replacing her. Not with another person. But with itself. It would walk the world in her skin. Call Kael's summons by her voice. Finish the work Elrin started. All it needed was her consent. Her hands tightened around the crown. Then she tore it from the pedestal. Chains shrieked. The world cracked. The spiral screamed in silence. And the chamber collapsed into blackness. Saren stood in darkness now, breathing hard, crown still clutched in one hand. Her remaining summons shimmered into form beside her. Still trembling. Still itself. She looked down at it. I didn't pull you back to fight. I pulled you back to remember. It didn't speak. But it touched her shoulder once. And stayed. The spiral settled again. And a path formed. Not clean. Not direct. But real. Saren stepped forward. And in the distance, she felt Kael's presence ripple through the air. A thread pulled taut. 1 step closer. The spiral didn't guide them together. It dragged them. One moment, Kael stood at the edge of an infinite bridge made of memory. The next he stepped, and the world folded. Not shattered. Not bled. Folded. Like paper creased along an old decision. He blinked once. And when his foot touched the ground again, it landed on familiar stone. Not mirrored. Not warped. The training hall. He knew it couldn't be real. The air was too still. The glyphs on the walls were the same ones from his first year of initiation, long since replaced. The cracks in the floor had healed. And Halion wasn't standing in the corner like he had during every true duel. But across the circle, Saren stood, wearing the cloak she'd abandoned after her 3rd bond trial. Her arms were bare. The spiral mark across her shoulder pulsed faintly, not hostile. Not open. Just there. Kael didn't reach for his blade. Saren didn't raise her hand. They simply stared. She spoke first. Did it offer you something? Kael nodded. Versions of me. Saren tilted her head. Did you pick one? No. I stayed. She gave a small, humorless smile. Stubborn. Kael shrugged. I think it likes that. They were quiet again. Then Saren asked, voice quieter. Do you remember your first bond loss? Kael hesitated. Then nodded. Do you? I remember yours. The spiral didn't wait for their permission. The memory hit them both at once. Kael staggered backward. No longer in the hall. Now in the summoning circle from his childhood trial. 16 years old. Trembling. A glyph misdrawn. A creature screaming as it collapsed into dust. He was powerless. Unprepared. Afraid. And watching it again through Saren's eyes was worse. Because now he saw the way the guildmaster's hands trembled when they sealed the remains. He saw how Halion had looked away, not from shame but guilt. Saren whispered through the vision. They didn't teach you how to lose. Kael clenched his fists. They didn't expect me to fail. Then the spiral turned. And it was Saren's memory they fell into. A corridor of stone. Colder. Narrower. She was 14. Standing alone before the guild tribunal. One summon visible beside her, trembling from overuse. Her eyes full of fire. No one told me the cost, she had said. You didn't ask, came the response. I didn't think I had to. Kael stood at the back of the room, watching, now seeing it from her core. The silence. The expectation that she'd apologize. that she would kneel, and how she refused, how they marked her for it. Unstable, dangerous, potential spiral drift. Saren flinched beside him. They wrote me off the moment I wanted more than they gave. Kael said quietly, they were afraid you might survive. The memory cracked, and the spiral gave them no time to recover. They were back in the hall, breathing hard. The training circle empty between them, but now the stones had shifted. Not cracked, spiralized. Each loop of the pattern between them etched deeper. A choice. Saren's voice trembled. I know why it wants us here. Kael nodded. To decide what breaks. Us. Or it. The spiral pulsed. And now, it listened. For a long moment neither spoke. Then Kael stepped forward. One pace. Two. Saren tensed. He didn't draw a weapon. Didn't raise ether. He only said, I saw what you could have become. She looked up sharply. What did I look like? Alone. That hit her harder than it should have. Saren took one step forward. Then another. I saw what you could have become too. Kael met her eyes. And? You were powerful. But small. He nodded. Without them. She didn't need to ask who. The spiral pulsed again. The patterns beneath them glowed. Not in threat, but response. Their names began to appear, etched into the spiral rings one after another. Kael. Saren. Kael. Saren. Then a blank one. The spiral waited. It didn't speak, but Kael understood. He stepped into the center and said calmly, write this one as ours. The spiral shimmered. The memory dissolved. And something, somewhere, acknowledged it. Not with a voice, but with breath. The spiral did not speak aloud. It didn't need to. Kael heard its voice as pressure, as expectation. He stood at the center of the hall now, the spiraled pattern beneath his feet fully formed. No longer looping. No longer growing. It had reached its end. 7 rings, one inside the next. And at the center, blank stone. Waiting. Not for combat. Not for obedience. For acceptance. A name. Saren stood just outside the ring. She was watching him, but her presence was distant now, misted, indistinct. The spiral had quieted around her. It wasn't reaching for her anymore. It had already made its offer. And been refused. Kael understood. Now it was his turn. The ground pulsed once. And the name appeared. Not in light. In scar. Etched into the stone by spiral will, it curled like a blade across the center ring. Center blade. The spiral's voice followed. Not a whisper, not a thunderclap. Just a presence in the marrow of his bones. Take it. Become what you already are. Kael stared at the word. It wasn't ugly. Fit in a way. Blunt. Heavy. Purposeful. He'd cut the spiral. Survived the echoes. Carried his summons into places summoners didn't return from. Center blade. The weapon inside the storm. But it wasn't his. It was the spiral's idea of him. A name built from deeds. From utility. Not from choice. And Kael was done being what others made of him. The spiral pulsed again. Harder this time. Saren flinched. The rings began to rotate beneath Kael's feet, slowly drawing inward. Accept it. Finish the circle. Kael reached behind him. And drew his blade. Ashruin flared to life instantly. Umbra and Valeth formed without call. None of them spoke. But Kael felt them. They knew what he was about to do. Not reject the spiral's name. Not break the offer. But answer it. He dropped to one knee. Pressed the blade's point into the ground beside the etched name. Then with his left hand he reached out. And burned his own sigil into the stone. Not center blade. Not spiral walker. Just Kael. The mark shimmered. Then cracked. Then held. The spiral didn't react with anger. It reacted with confusion. The rings froze. The pattern dimmed. The breath in Kael's core deepened, not spiral-fed. Self-fed. He looked up and said clearly, you don't get to name me. You don't get to decide what I'm for. You opened. I walked in. And I walk out as myself. The spiral pulsed once. Then again. Then. It slowed. The ring stopped turning. And in the center, the scarred name Kael remained. Burned in. Refused by none. Accepted by one. The world around him began to crack. Not with collapse. But release. As if the spiral had exhaled. Behind him, Saren stepped forward. She didn't speak. She just knelt beside the name. Pressed her hand to the outer ring. And whispered, good. Kael glanced sideways. Good? Her voice was quiet. It'll hurt more when we leave. Because names carry weight. But chosen names, earned names, those carry memory. And the spiral was a memory that did not forget. It began with a hum. Oh, it, ancient, not sound, existence. The spiral didn't collapse. It didn't vanish. It drew inward, not into itself but into them. Kael felt it first in his core. The seventh thread, once distant and watching, now spun closer. It no longer waited, no longer echoed. It reached, not to take, to join. Valeth shimmered beside him, shape unsteady as if the spiral's breath bent her edges. Umbra's body lowered into a crouch, not in submission, but in readiness. Ashruin's flame tightened, focused. None of them spoke, because all of them felt it. Fusion. Not between summons and summoner. Between possibilities. Kael stood, blade still warm from the mark he had carved. Saren stood opposite, a few steps back, the fading crown still in her hand. Her spiral ink had begun to flake from her skin, like it had been written in frost instead of fire. She was unraveling and rebuilding at the same time. Then the spiral pulsed. What? And they both changed. Kael gasped as the air left his lungs, not in pain but in rewiring. His ether lines, once steady and known, twisted inward, pulling threads from Saren's core into his own. Not stealing, not draining, sinking. Her glyph work laced through his veins like second breath. His flame wrapped around her spine like a tether. Memories not his began to flicker behind his eyes. A child's hands drawing the first glyph. A tribunal chamber. A blade pointed at the guild seal. And through it all, her name, Saren Valis. Not erased. Not overwritten. Just mirrored. She staggered too, clutching her ribs, her breath shaking. It's sinking us. Kael nodded. It's not choosing. No, she whispered. It's fusing. Why? Saren's voice was ragged. Because neither of us broke. The spiral began to shimmer now, around them not in symbols but in threads. Dozens. Hundreds. Each one woven from shared steps, shared words, shared pain. They saw themselves reflected in each line. Not perfect. Not dominant. Just equal. The spiral didn't want a master. It wanted center. And now it had to. Kael's core surged again. The seventh thread twisted into a helix. One side fire, the other mist. Saren felt it too. A name formed. But this time not from the spiral. From them. Balance. Not as power. But as presence. And then the spiral did something no summoner had ever witnessed. It stopped. It stopped breathing. Stopped expanding. Stopped choosing. For the first time since its creation. It became still. Kael looked around. Saren stepped beside him. And the air grew quiet. Did we end it? She asked. Kael shook his head slowly. No. We let it rest. She didn't respond at first. Then softly, so what now? Kael looked to the spiral's center. No longer a storm, no longer a gate. Just a still ring. And he whispered. We breathe it out. He reached forward. And placed his hand against the spiral's heart. So did Saren. The core flared. Not violently. Just enough. And the mirror world fell away. Kael landed hard, on real stone. The loom tower floor. Not mirrored. Not cracked. Oh. He gasped, the air burning his lungs. His blade clattered beside him. Umbra was there. Valeth hovered above. Ash ruins simmered from the sword hilt. And he was still himself. But deeper. Fuller. Not spiral-bound. Spiral-aware. Across the room Saren knelt. Her spiral markings were gone. But a single line remained across her collarbone, dark, faint, and shifting. Not a mark of ownership. A memory. She looked up, met his eyes, and smiled. Tired. Real. I thought I'd be erased. Kael stepped toward her. You were. And? He offered her a hand. She took it. You wrote yourself back in. The spiral no longer spoke. It no longer needed to. Because Kael and Saren had brought it out of itself. And in doing so, they brought each other out too. Kael and Saren stepped out of the loom tower just after dawn. The stone beneath their boots was solid. Familiar. Real. And yet, nothing felt like it had before. No wind stirred the guild banners. No summoner approached. The courtyard, usually busy with early drills and sigil practice, had fallen into unnatural stillness. They weren't met with applause. They weren't met with questions. They were met with distance. Saren walked 2 paces ahead. Her cloak, once marked with her guild rank, now bore no sigil. Her arms were bare. No seals, no glyph cuffs, only faint spirals scoring left like veins of dark ink across her collarbones. Kael followed behind her, hand resting against the blade at his back, eyes steady, heart quiet. His spiral scar no longer burned. But the weight of it hadn't lessened. It had simply gone deeper. Halion waited at the foot of the observatory stairs. He didn't speak. Didn't greet them with formality or relief. He only nodded once and turned. "Come," he said. "They're waiting." They were led through a narrow hall beneath the inner tower, down into a room reserved for core readings and sealed scroll votes, places of quiet consequence, not public spectacle. The chamber was cold, circular. 6 high-backed chairs formed a ring. 4 were occupied. Guild masters. No names. No masks this time. Their faces were uncovered. But their expressions were carved from stone. One of them gestured toward the center ring. Kael and Saren stepped in without hesitation. "We sent 2 summoners into a collapsing spiral," one guildmaster began. "Neither of you were expected to return." Saren didn't blink. Kael said nothing. Another spoke. "And yet here you stand. Unfractured. Unbroken. With core flow intact." "Mostly intact," muttered a third, eyeing the faint shimmer pulsing near Kael's ether line. "That thread wasn't there before." Kael didn't argue. "It's not spiral-bound," he said. "It's core-aligned." The guild masters exchanged glances. "Explain that," said the first. Kael paused. "The spiral didn't give me anything. It reflected me." "And me," Saren added, her voice calm, quiet. "It didn't bind. It balanced." For a moment none of them moved. Then the central guild master activated a projection crystal in the table. A map unfolded in the air, layered with runic fields and ether fluctuations. Across the top, 3 new rift signatures pulsed. None near Miraseth. None near the spiral gate they had entered. All fresh. All untouched by summoner hands. "No calls," the guildmaster said. "No rituals. But spiral patterns are appearing anyway." Saren stepped closer to the map. "These aren't gates," she said. "They're echoes." Kael nodded. "The spiral didn't end with us." Halion spoke for the first time. "You brought it back." Kael looked him in the eye. "No. We just didn't leave it behind." The guild offered no official verdict. No exile. No absolution. They were simply dismissed. Halion said nothing as he escorted them back into the light. But Kael noticed the way his grip tightened around the scrolls under his arm. Outside, the courtyard had filled again. Young summoners watching from balconies, instructors standing still mid-drill, ether trainers pausing mid-cast to stare. No one spoke. Not openly. But Kael could feel the weight of every glance. They weren't wondering what he'd done. They were wondering if he was still one of them. Saren didn't look at the others. She only faced east toward the horizon. The wind shifted. It brought the scent of iron and dry stone. Old ground. New spiral. Kael stepped beside her. "They'll never stop watching," he said. "They shouldn't," she replied. "Because they're afraid?" "No," she said. "Because the spiral isn't choosing anymore." She looked out at the world that waited beyond the guild walls. "It's reacting." And far beyond both of them, across a dead plain no summoner had claimed, where no glyph had ever been drawn, the ground cracked. Soft. Circular. Spiral-shaped. Nothing visible moved. But something ancient breathed. And the spiral turned again. The training ground hadn't changed. Same runic pillars. Same worn dueling marks burned into the stone from years of miscast ether surges. Same central ring drawn in silver chalk. But when Kael stepped onto the terrace above it, every eye turned his way. Instructor Selen gave him a nod from below, not warm, but respectful. "Thought you might want to see this one," she called up. Kael leaned over the railing. In the summoning circle below, a boy stood shaking. 15, maybe 16. His hands hovered over the initiation glyph. Sweat dripped from his fingers, soaking the lines. His first bond attempt. Kael had seen dozens. But he'd felt this one before. The fear. The pressure. The silence where something should respond. And then, the circle backlashed. Not violently. Just enough. The ether snapped. The glyph flared and cracked. The boy crumpled to the stone with a cry. Selen moved fast, cutting the surge with a ward blade and calling a healer forward. The boy sat up, eyes dazed. But what hit Kael hardest was the silence from the students watching. No pity. No mockery. Just a tight, coiled awareness. And all of it turned upward, to him. Kael met their eyes. Most dropped their gaze. But a few didn't. One stepped forward, a girl in dark blue robes, a spiral sash only half braided. Senior initiate. Her jaw was sharp, her eyes steady. You shouldn't be here, she said. Kael tilted his head. It's a public trial. No, she replied. Here. The guild. The circle. Anywhere. Her voice didn't rise. It didn't have to. Another student stepped up beside her. A younger boy. He didn't speak, but he didn't back down either. You brought something back with you, the girl continued. You think we don't feel it? The way the ether hums different when you pass? The way the spiral rings without ritual now. Kael said nothing. I saw a spiral thread trying to form in my dorm, the boy said. No one cast anything. And we're supposed to believe it's coincidence? The girl snapped. You and her walk into a spiral that should have killed you, and now rifts are forming by themselves? Kael's voice was quiet. I didn't make the spiral react. The girl stepped closer. But it follows you. Kael exhaled. The boy who failed was sitting upright now, healed but shaken. He was watching too. Eyes wide. Not afraid of the spiral. Afraid of Kael. Valeth shimmered into view at Kael's shoulder, not fully formed, just a ripple of mist coiling like breath. She didn't attack. But she made her presence clear. Kael didn't stop her. Because she wasn't threatening them. She was protecting him. He looked back at the girl. What do you want me to say? That you're dangerous, she said. I am. That stunned her for half a heartbeat. But Kael didn't stop. I stood in the spiral and carved my name into it. I carry something none of us were trained to hold. I'm not safe. He stepped forward. Quiet. Steady. But I haven't lost who I am. And if you think fear is the same as proof, then you're not ready for your own name yet. The girl said nothing. But her glare cracked. Just a little. She stepped back. And no one else took her place. Later, as the students dispersed, Kael stood alone in the training yard, Valeth still faint behind him, her shape fading back into mist. Selen walked up from the healer's station. She's not wrong, she said softly. The spiral does ring louder now. Like it's listening. Kael nodded. It is. Selen watched him for a moment. You don't look scared. I am, he said. Good. She turned to go. Then maybe you'll survive again. That night, Kael sat alone in his quarters. No summons active. No blade in hand. Just silence. The spiral scar across his chest no longer pulsed. But his core did. A new rhythm. Not spiral-born. Not guild-taught. Something else. Something shared. And for the first time he felt a thread flicker across his awareness that wasn't his. Not fire. Not shadow. Not mist. It felt like ice and breath. Sure. Clear. Distant. Saren's summon. Reaching. Not to bind. To see. Kael didn't block it. He let the thread pass through him. And whispered. I see you too. The fire was small. Intentional. Contained. It burned in a shallow brass bowl set at the center of the ritual chamber once reserved for guild oaths and summoning trials. Tonight it belonged to her. Saren stood alone, the spiral of her bare feet matching the silent circle drawn around the flame. No one had summoned her. No judgment had been passed. But the message from the guild had been clear. Restoration is available. Full rank. A seat in the upper ring. As if returning from the spiral had earned her an invitation back into the system that had once branded her unstable. They hadn't changed the laws. They just thought she would accept them now. She reached into the satchel beside her and pulled out her sigil scroll, the original one, the first proof of her binding oath to the guild. Inked with her name, ranked with her number. She had carried it since her 13th year. And now, she held it over the fire. The parchment caught quickly. It curled at the edges, blackening in tight spirals, smoke rising in silent streams. She didn't blink. Didn't look away. Not even when the name burned away last. Saren Valis. And just like that, the guild no longer held her. Behind her, soft footsteps echoed. Kael entered quietly, stopping just inside the doorway. He said nothing. She didn't turn. He didn't expect her to. I thought you might try to negotiate, he said after a moment. I thought they might try to understand, she replied. Kael nodded. They don't know how. They never did. She pulled something else from her bag. A small chain-wrapped relic, her last bound summon. Not destroyed. Just dismissed. Its sigil stone still hummed with faint core light. She held it in her hands for a long breath. Then laid it gently beside the ashes of her scroll. I'm not unbinding you, she whispered. I'm freeing you. The sigil flared once, then dimmed. The chain rusted. And the relic cracked. Kael stepped forward slowly. You're cutting everything. No, she said. I'm clearing space. For what? She didn't answer. Not with words. She knelt beside the fire and drew a new circle on the stone, by hand. No chalk. No ether. Just fingertip pressure and spiral movement. It wasn't guild script. Wasn't sanctioned ritual. It was her. Something older. Something spiral touched but not spiral controlled. Kael watched as the lines formed into a spiral that turned inward, then folded out. A look. A breath. A name that hadn't been spoken yet. Saren stood, brushing ash from her hands. They gave me tools to follow, she said. Not to build. And now. She looked him in the eye. Now I build. They stood in silence. For once it wasn't strained. Just shared. Kael didn't offer warning. He didn't offer praise. Because this wasn't his decision to weigh. He simply said, "It suits you." And she simply nodded. Later, as he left the chamber, he paused at the door. Behind him, the fire still burned. Smaller now, but steady. And Saren knelt in its light, drawing new lines into a world that had never known how to draw her in. The garden was quiet. No glyphs burned here. No summons stirred. No spiral marks twisted the stone. Only moonlight and old roots, forgotten places between towers where the grass still grew over cracked brick and the wind carried silence instead of orders. Kael stood beneath an archway carved with names long faded from the guild record. Prime Callers. Rift Healers. Spiral Watchers. He didn't look up at them. He was watching her. Saren sat on the far edge of the garden circle, sleeves rolled, coat tossed aside, hand pressed against the soil. She wasn't casting. She was remembering. A half-drawn sigil circled her, slow and deliberate, each line etched not with chalk or fire, but with a fingertip dipped in clean water. Temporary. Meaningful. Kael approached without speaking. She didn't look up. But her voice met him before he reached her. You ever remake something you didn't destroy? Kael stopped 2 paces away. Yes, he said. Saren nodded once. Harder than it looks. He lowered himself to the stone beside her. They sat in silence for a while. The air smelled like lavender and wet stone. No spiral hum. No threat. Just breath. Eventually, Kael said, I keep hearing things in the quiet now. Saren looked at him sideways. Voices. He shook his head. No. Just echoes. She tapped the edge of her new sigil with a fingertip. The spiral left a thread in both of us. Not a bond. A mirror. Kael frowned. You feel it too? I felt you when you woke 2 nights ago, she said. I wasn't dreaming. I know. He hesitated. Then asked, Is that what we are now? Reflections? Saren's gaze dropped to the circle at her feet. No. Not reflections. She dipped her fingers in the bowl of water again and drew a new line beside the last. We're resonance. Kael watched the water drip from her hand as the line curved into place. And what do you do with resonance? Saren looked at him, calm and clear. You listen. The wind stirred the trees overhead. The moon passed through an open arch. The sigil circle shimmered faintly as the dew caught it. Kael closed his eyes. And inside his core something shifted. Not a surge. Not a pull. Just a presence. A pulse. He knew it wasn't Valeth. Wasn't Umbra. Wasn't Ashruin. It wasn't even his. It was hers. A flicker of a summon, not pushing, not invading. Inviting. He opened his eyes. Met hers. I felt that. I let you, she said. Just for a breath. Why? Her fingers trailed along the edge of the sigil. Because for once, I wasn't afraid you'd take something from me. Kael exhaled through his nose. That's new. Saren smiled faintly. I like new. The circle at her feet dried as the wind passed. No glow. No spark. But it remained. Etched not in power. In presence. Kael stood slowly. I'm being sent to the outer rings tomorrow. Saren tilted her head. Outpost work? No. Something else. Spiral threads and wildlands. No summoner activity. Halion thinks they're waking up on their own. Saren didn't react with surprise. Only thoughtfulness. Then it's beginning. Kael nodded. He wants me to go alone. She looked up. You won't. They didn't say anything else. Because nothing else needed to be said. Not yet. Not here. As Kael left the garden, he paused at the arch of names. One space had cracked open where a name had once been chiseled and then removed. Unwritten. Waiting. He reached out. Pressed a hand to the cold stone. And whispered, Not yet. Behind him, Saren traced one last line into the soil. And smiled to herself. Not because she knew what came next. But because she didn't. The summons came at dusk. Not written. Not formal. No crest, no wax. Just Halion. And a single sentence. Pack light. You leave before first bell. Kael didn't ask where. He already knew. By morning, he stood at the edge of the outer gate, pack on one shoulder, blade at his back, cloak cinched tight against the wind. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the guild's eastern watch was already awake, eyes flicking between him and the spiral scar etched faintly across his collarbone. He wasn't hiding it anymore. No point. Halion walked beside him through the gate path, pace brisk, tone clipped. We lost contact with an outpost 2 days ago, he said. Standard core readings failed. Ward lines didn't hold. Last reading was a spiral pulse, low intensity. Kael nodded. Similar to the mirror world signature? No, Halion hesitated. Earlier. Quieter. Not spiral bound. Not human triggered. They reached the outpost gate, and Halion handed Kael a folded piece of cloth. Inside it, a sigil scrap. Burnt. Fused with ether that didn't match guild patterning. Kael frowned. This wasn't cast by a summoner. Halion didn't meet his gaze. We think the spiral found someone first. The outpost had been built on stable rock. No ether currents beneath, no fracture points. But as Kael crossed the threshold, he felt it immediately. The pressure. The stillness. Not danger. Resonance. A spiral echo curled through the air, unfinished, uncertain. Like a spell trying to write itself without a caster. Ash ruins stirred in the hilt of Kael's blade. Umbra's thread flexed. Valeth did not respond, which meant she'd felt something else. Kael stepped forward and found the child. He couldn't have been more than 9. Thin, dirt smudged, pale skin marked with lines that hadn't been carved but born. Spiral curved scars, faint and silver, like they'd grown with him instead of been inflicted. He sat at the base of the outpost altar, curled around something Kael couldn't see. Kael approached slowly. The boy looked up. His eyes weren't normal. They shimmered, like smoke over still water. Kael knelt. Can you tell me your name? The boy tilted his head, then said softly, It hasn't picked one yet. Kael's pulse slowed. He glanced past the boy and saw it. A creature, small, gray-skinned, half-solid, half-shadow, curled around the child's back. Not summoned, not sealed, bonded, spiral touched, and yet untrained. Kael whispered, How long has it been with you? The boy blinked. Always. The spiral hadn't chosen a summoner this time. It hadn't answered a call. It had simply grown. Kael stood slowly. Halion's voice crackled through the calm crystal on his wrist. Status. Kael stared at the child, then answered, Not a threat. He paused, then added more softly, Not yet. Hours later, as he sat near the shattered altar, Kael wrote 3 words into his field journal. Unbound spiral bond. Underlined twice. Then he drew a new sigil below it, something between fire and mist shaped in half-curved threads. He didn't know what to call it, because it wasn't guild, wasn't spiral, it was something new. When he returned to the outpost gate, Saren was already there, arms crossed, wind pulling at her coat. Kael raised an eyebrow. Didn't think you were coming? I didn't come for you. He nodded. The boy. She nodded once. He called it always. She exhaled. It's starting. He looked past her, back at the still-burning spiral echo etched in the stone without human hand. It already started. She didn't answer. She didn't need to, because they both knew. They had stepped out of the spiral. But the spiral had stepped out with them. The gates didn't open for them. They hissed. Oh, reluctant. Ward glyphs flaring a sickly orange as Kael and Saren stepped through with the boy between them. He held Saren's hand. His fingers were small, cold. His summon, the small shadow-curved thing coiled around his back, didn't flinch at the wards. But it watched. Every guard on the guild wall tracked them as they walked. None spoke. But more than one had a spiral breaker clasped behind their cloak. Halion met them at the threshold of the western hall, arms folded, face grim. Kael didn't wait. Who leaked the report? Halion's jaw tightened. Doesn't matter. The council's called emergency protocol. They're classifying the boy's bond as spiral-bound, dangerous until proven otherwise. Saren's voice came low. They want the summon extracted. For study, Halion confirmed, which means separated. And if it resists? Kael's pulse spiked. It will. They led the boy through the outer wing, away from the main summoning halls, toward a sealed vault Kael had never been inside. Saren walked close, her eyes scanning every mark on the walls. None of the usual sigils pulsed in welcome. Only lockdown glyphs. Containment rooms. She whispered, "This isn't a healer wing." Halion didn't deny it. Inside, the council waited. 3 guild masters. Not masked. Not calm. One of them stepped forward. Her robe shimmered faintly, laced with spiral-threaded armor. "Kael Ravenroot," she said, ignoring Saren completely. "You were warned not to bring the boy into public zones." "I brought him in alive," Kael replied. "You're welcome." The guildmaster didn't flinch. "Then kindly step aside. We'll contain the summon and extract the binding trace." "It isn't a trace," Saren said. "It's fused." Another guildmaster spoke. "Then it's a hazard. We've already logged the reading. Spiral curvature in the creature's core pattern, independent of any summoning channel. That makes it unstable by guild definition." "And if we remove it?" Kael asked. The first guildmaster's voice was clinical. "Then the child will survive." Kael's eyes narrowed. "What does that mean?" "It means," she said, "we're choosing one over the other." Silence followed. Then Kael stepped forward. He pulled a scroll from his side pack, old, leather-bound, sealed with red wax. The room shifted as he broke it. "Prime Collar Code, Elrin Protocol, Fragment 12, Kael said, voice sharp. "Invoked in defense of bonded minors." The guildmasters recoiled. "That's invalid," one said. "That clause was buried." "It was lost," Kael corrected. "Not removed. And this one's mine. I inherited the right the moment I stepped out of the spiral alive." The scroll flared. The glyph in the center of the room locked into place. No extraction. No caging. No separation. For now. The guild backed down. But not in surrender. Only in calculation. "You've made your position clear," the lead said. "But you haven't answered the question." Kael turned. "Which question?" She nodded toward the boy. "That thing bonded to him without ritual. Without call. Without permission." She looked Kael dead in the eyes. "So what is it?" Kael looked at the boy. At the way his summon curled tighter, not in fear, but in recognition. At the scar blooming faintly on the child's chest. A spiral, incomplete. And Kael answered. "It's not a summon." He didn't explain further. Didn't need to. Because behind him, Saren said it for him. "It's a pattern." They left without applause. Without sanction. Without certainty. Just silence. And that same spiral pressure they'd felt since returning. Only now. It wasn't behind them. It was spreading. Later that night, as Kael sat beside the boy's chamber door, Valeth shimmered beside him. "You're being watched," she said. "I know. They're afraid." "I know that too." Valeth tilted her head. "So what are you?" Kael looked down at his hands, one scarred, one steady, and whispered, "Not their weapon." The first report arrived at dawn. Not through guild channels. Through Halion. Kael sat at his desk, the boy asleep in the chamber behind him, the summoned creature curled like smoke beneath the cot. Halion entered without knocking, dropped a scroll case beside Kael's hand and said, 3 villages. Spiral resonance. No known summoners present." Kael cracked the seal. The readings were faint but clear. 3 separate locations, miles apart, each recording incomplete spiral circles burned into stone or wood. All unclaimed. All recent. Kael frowned. No calls? None. No chants. No sigils. Just people waking up with things attached to them that shouldn't be there. By midday there were 5 more. 1 child in Caldra who wept shadows in her sleep. A farm boy in Reth who could hear his mother's thoughts through the creature in his chest. A girl with no voice who summoned a spiral-marked stag to stop a fire, without knowing what she'd done. None of them trained. None of them sanctioned. But all of them spiral-linked. Not through ritual. Through emotion. Saren found Kael later that night near the central watchpost. Her coat was streaked with travel dust, her eyes darker than usual. She tossed a blood-stained cloth onto the stone bench beside him. Kael lifted it. A sigil. Not drawn. Etched into skin. "They tried to carve it into her," Saren said. "Thought it would stop the creature from changing her core." Kael's jaw tightened. "What happened?" "I burned the sigil. The bond held anyway." "Did she summon it?" "No." Saren sat. "She dreamed it." The silence between them wasn't cold. It was recognition. The spiral wasn't selecting. It was reflecting. It wasn't calling. It was answering. "You think it's random?" Kael asked. Saren shook her head. "Too consistent. The bonds form under the same conditions. Trauma, loss, near-death experiences." "Not strength," Kael murmured. "Need." Saren nodded. an emotion strong enough to echo. Kael leaned back against the wall. This changes everything. No, Saren said. It replaces everything. Later, Kael sat in the garden again, the same spot where Saren had drawn her new sigil. It was faded now, nearly gone, but the shape lingered in the grass. He reached inward. His summons stirred. Umbra first, then Ashruin, and finally Valeth. They didn't speak, but they felt it too. A new rhythm in the air. Not from Kael. From the Threadborn. He could feel them now. Faint pulses across the land, like lights flickering through fog. Each one a tether. Each one a mirror. At the far edge of the garden, Saren stood watching. She didn't speak, but she didn't look away, because now they both understood. The spiral wasn't done. It had only just begun. The vault doors weren't on any map. Kael knew every guild level, every sanctioned floor, every restricted wing. But this one? This one was behind a wall that hadn't existed yesterday. He stared at the carved spiral etched faintly across the arch, worn with time, half erased, but still turning. Halion stood behind him, arms crossed. You sure about this? Kael asked. Halion didn't move. You want answers. I want truth. Same thing, Halion said. Just deeper. The door opened with a whisper of displaced air. Not a creak. Not a sound of metal. Like it had been waiting. Saren was already inside. She didn't look back. The chamber was long. Full. Built like a spine of stone, lined with forgotten sigil burns that didn't match modern shapes. Everything was dust. But nothing was dead. The walls breathed with old memory. Kael moved slowly. His boots stirred ash that had once been scrolls. Saren stopped near a wall. It's here, she said. Kael turned and saw it. A map. Etched into the stone with such precision it looked fresh. Not of land. Of threads. 12 spirals, each with a name scrawled beneath. Not summoner names. Family names. Bloodlines. Each connected by thin lines looping like veins through a body. Kael stepped closer. At the very center. And beside it, Ravenroot. He stared. Silent. Saren's voice came soft. Elrin knew. Kael reached out. Touched his name. It wasn't a record. It was a trigger. The stone flickered. And light bloomed. A memory crystal activated in the center of the room, projecting a shimmering figure. Elrin. Not older. Not tired. Young. Alive. Eyes sharp with clarity. The projection spoke. If this is being viewed, then the spiral has already begun syncing with bloodbound hosts outside ritual. This is not contagion. This is echo inheritance. Kael swallowed. The projection continued. There are names, lines, through which spiral attunement carries. Not by teaching. Not by summon. By memory encoded in blood. They'll appear without warning. Without training. Some will bond cleanly. Some will burn. And when that begins, the guild will try to erase them. The crystal dimmed. Silence followed. Saren stared at her own name on the far ring of the map. She wasn't at the center. But her line touched 3 others. She whispered, It's not summoning anymore. Kael nodded. It's awakening. They searched the rest of the vault. Most of it was sealed. But one section opened with Kael's handprint, recognized not by shape, but by spiral resonance. Inside, a single mirror, cracked, silver gilded, mounted on the wall like a judgment. Kael stood in front of it, and saw, not himself, not just, his reflection shimmered. Beneath his skin, threads, spiral patterns, not overlaid, not infused, inborn. The mark on his chest pulsed once in response. And in the mirror something shifted. Elrin's eyes, looking back through his. Saren stepped beside him. Her reflection shimmered too, but differently. Her threads didn't radiate outward. They turned in. Quote, focused. She touched the glass, and it cracked again, but didn't break. Behind them the vault door hissed closed. Not sealing, not locking, just marking the moment. They left in silence. Nothing said. Everything changed. Up above, in the halls of the guild, a scribe filed away a new report. Unregistered spiral emergence, confirmed bloodline match. The name? Valis. And beneath it, still warm, Ravenroot. The spiral chamber had never hosted a vote. Not like this. Guild masters sat in half shadow, their seats arranged in a wide ring around the core altar, 12 in all, robes folded, masks set aside. Formal neutrality shattered. Kael stood at the center. Alone. The boy he protected, the first Threadborn, was not allowed in. His summon, still unnamed, still bound, waited outside the chamber door. Valeth flickered nearby, present but silent. She wasn't here to speak. She was here to listen. One guild master leaned forward. 32 Threadborn have now been confirmed, she said. 17 within guild borders. 15 beyond. Another added, only 4 show stability. The rest are volatile. Untrained. Dangerous. The room buzzed, quiet tension. No shouting. No debate yet. Just building pressure. The spiral's rhythm has shifted, a third said. Our world cannot afford a second generation of uncontrolled summons. And you believe the solution is eradication? Kael asked calmly. Containment, the first replied. Kael looked at Saren across the chamber. She didn't speak, but she didn't look away. Then they asked the question. The one everything else had circled around. Do you believe the spiral should be allowed to continue choosing its vessels? Kael didn't hesitate. Yes. Silence. Long tense. Until Saren stepped forward. Her voice was sharp. Precise. Then you're gambling with lives you cannot protect. Kael turned. I'm giving choice to lives we refuse to see. Choice? She snapped. They're children. They don't know what's happening to them. The spiral feeds on uncertainty. It doesn't feed, he said. It reflects. And what happens when it reflects pain? She asked. Fear? Rage. Kael didn't answer, because they both knew the answer. Saren's voice dropped. I'm not here to punish them. Then what are you here for? To stop them from becoming what we almost became. The spiral mark on Kael's chest flickered. Once. Faint. Blow. He stepped back into the circle's center. And said, then let it decide. Murmurs rose. The guild master straightened. One snapped. Explain. Kael lifted his hand. Revealed a fragment of spiral crystal, cut from the loom tower harvested during the collapse. He placed it in the circle's core, and let his core open. Not fully, just enough. A single ether thread unspooled from his palm, connected not to his summons, not to his power, but to the threadborn boy outside the chamber. Across the door the summons stirred, and answered. The crystal lit. A pulse. A beat. Not chaotic. Not violent. Rhythmic. Like a slow, steady breath. One by one the guild sigils around the room dimmed. Not by sabotage. By recognition. The spiral wasn't reacting to power. It was reacting to presence. Kael stepped back. Let the crystal breathe. Let the spiral hear. And said simply, let it choose. Afterward, no verdict was passed. No purge was ordered. No decree signed. But the room shifted. Power moved. And the guild left the chamber without speaking. Kael remained behind. So did Saren. She stood near the wall, watching the crystal flicker. Not fading. Just waiting. He walked toward her. They stood shoulder to shoulder. Not close, but centered. You still think I'm wrong? He asked. Saren shook her head. I think you're early. Kael smiled faintly. That's better than late. She looked down at the crystal. It's not done, Kael. This is just its breath in. He nodded. And next. She turned toward the door. It breathes out. Kael stood in the doorway of the containment wing. The boy slept inside, quiet, chest rising and falling beneath a thin blanket, summon coiled protectively around him like fog made solid. Kael hadn't been summoned. He'd come because he felt it. The thread. Tightening. He stepped into the room. No alarms sounded. But his core responded. Before he reached the cot, the mark across his chest pulsed, 3 times. Once for each thread he already carried. A 4th time. Then a 5th. Kael froze. That was new. He reached inward. Valeth shifted at the edge of his awareness. Umbra tensed. Ashruin flared. But none of them reacted like they were under attack. This wasn't intrusion. It was alignment. He knelt beside the boy's bed. Watched the sleeping face twitch in half-dreams. One hand stretched toward nothing. Kael felt the surge again, this time stronger. A spiral thread curled through his own ether lines, not attached to his summons. Not from him. From the boy. A shared thread. Faint. Pulsing. Growing. Kael placed his hand on the edge of the cot. And in that moment he saw. Not with his eyes. Through his core. A web. Lights across the map. Some dim, some blazing bright. Each one threadborn. Untrained. Uncalled. Awake. And now, aware of each other. The bond between Kael and the boy had formed without consent. Without ritual. Without command. It wasn't corruption. It wasn't possession. It was resonance. He stumbled back. clutched his chest. The spiral mark on his skin shimmered and now, clearly, curved into a mirrored ring of two. His own line and one half pulled from another. The spiral had linked them. Not just in power. In identity. The boy stirred, eyes blinking open. He didn't speak. But his summon raised its head and looked at Kael. Directly. The creature's eyes were deep black, marked with flickers of light. Stars. Paths. Possibilities. And then in Kael's mind. Not voice. Not thought. A presence. You're not his summoner. Kael swallowed. No. You're not his teacher. No. Then why do you feel like his reflection? Kael didn't answer. Because the spiral already had. When he left the chamber, the corridor felt colder. Narrower. The spiral wasn't waiting anymore. It was spreading. Saren found him outside the summoning grounds. She didn't need to ask. She saw it in his face. Something changed. Kael nodded. I didn't call the thread. You didn't have to, she said. It called you. Together they stood beneath the tower's west arch, where spiral patterns had begun appearing in the brick, not carved, not burned, grown, like moss, like memory. Saren looked skyward. It's breathing again. Kael closed his eyes and whispered, it's building something. Behind them in the child's room, the summon curled tighter. Not in sleep, in waiting. And from far across the continent, across rivers, cliffs, cities not yet marked, other lights pulsed. Other thread-born blinked. And in the space between breaths they knew each other. Not alone. Not summoned. Not broken. Just born. Born threaded. Kael didn't leave the ruins. Not immediately. The rift hadn't closed. But it hadn't expanded either. It just remained. Turning slow. Soft. Like something breathing only because it hadn't learned how to stop. He circled the village twice before stepping through the spiral's edge. The air shimmered. No resistance. No pull. Just silence. Even the ether felt numb here. Like it had tried to echo something and found no shape. Kael activated his internal ward. Vaelith slid into form beside him. Silent, veil-thin, core-tethered and tense. She didn't speak. But her pressure whispered one word. Wrong. The rift's interior didn't spiral. It fractured. Kael stood in what should have been a core pocket. A hollowed space of reflection and stored summon traces. But there were no traces. Only lines cut through air. Threads of potential, half-formed and twitching like nerves beneath skin. He reached forward. One line flared. Memory hit. Not his. A flicker of Orin, the boy in white, sitting in the center of this rift, knees drawn to his chest, eyes open and full of void. No summon. No bond. Only need. Kael's core pulsed in response. Not rejection. Not draw. A kind of attempt. Like Orin's spiral had tried to find resonance and failed. And now it echoed not longing, but hollow instinct. Behind him, Umbra growled low. Kael turned sharply. A shape stepped from the rift wall. It didn't walk. It unfolded. Long-limbed. No eyes. No face. Skin of flickering spiral glyphs. Its body curved in the shape of an unfinished summon, but it had no core tether. And when Kael met its gaze, he saw himself, but stripped. No summons. No memory. No self. Just spiral skin and reflex. Moved. Fast. Kael barely dodged. Umbra lunged but passed straight through it, like it wasn't entirely here. Ash ruins surged from Kael's hilt, burning bright and clean. But the creature didn't scream. It simply bent. Not breaking. Not burning. Just warping. Vaelith pulled him back with force. Kael stumbled outside the rift boundary, breath ragged, ether lines fraying at the edges. The creature didn't follow. It stood still at the center of the rift. Then, without sound, it mirrored his stance. Hand on hilt. Head tilted. Waiting. Kael backed away slowly. The spiral lines in his chest pulsed faintly, not drawn by the creature but trying to understand it. Trying to decide if it was a bond. Or a body. Later, outside the village, Kael recorded the details. Spiral rift, active. Threadborn presence, unconfirmed post-merge. Summon status, unstable. Formless. Danger level, undefined. But he didn't write the most important part. He didn't write, "It looked like me." He returned to the guild as the sun broke over the horizon. Saren met him at the inner gate. She didn't speak at first, but her eyes narrowed. "You saw it." Kael nodded. "It wasn't a summon," he said. Saren didn't flinch. "Then what was it?" He looked down at his hand. At the way his core mark had twisted slightly, no longer spiraling smooth but branching, like a root, or a crack. He met her gaze, and said softly, "I think it was what happens when the spiral breathes into nothing." Kael stood in the high chamber for the second time that month. Same cold stone, same lowered lights, same guild masters seated around the core seal. But this time, no masks, no pretense, only weapons tucked under their robes. Not for battle, for fear. He placed the report on the table. 3 pages. Spiral structure incomplete. Threadborn not recovered. Summon fractured. Reflected host image. No signs of traditional memory link. He didn't read it aloud. They already had. They weren't gathered to hear facts. They were here to deliver policy. The head guild master leaned forward. "You are aware of what this means?" Kael nodded once. "I'm aware the spiral has produced at least one echo without memory or will." "An echo that attacked," she clarified. Kael's voice stayed calm. "An echo that tried to reflect what it couldn't understand." Pause. Then another guild master asked flatly, "Was the boy a threadborn?" "Yes." "Was he stable?" "No." "And the summon?" Kael looked her in the eye. "It wasn't a summon." The word settled like frost. One of the senior archivists spoke next, voice like splintered glass. "Then it's confirmed. The spiral has begun generating empty-born. Bonds formed without memory, without hosts strong enough to shape them." Kael stayed silent. "They will destabilize every threadborn that comes next," she said. "If we don't act now, the spiral's echoes will outnumber our summoners within a decade." The vote began before he could speak again. Containment Act 47. All threadborn to be located, tagged, and housed under guild supervision. Unstable core readings to be flagged for purge. Spiral-touched children to be removed from public zones. A full majority rose. And then, the guild master turned to the last seat. Empty. Until Saren stepped into it. Her coat was still travel-worn. Her spiral scar visible across her shoulder. She didn't sit. The guild master spoke to her directly. "We're prepared to issue command authority." "Over what?" "The containment effort." Kael's jaw tensed. "You're giving her control of the purge?" "No," the guild master said. "We're giving her the chance to prevent it." Saren looked at Kael. Her face gave away nothing. "I won't kill children," she said. "Then shape the ones who survive," the guild master replied. "Make them tools before they become weapons." Saren didn't answer. Not with words. She simply turned, stepped down from the platform and walked past Kael. Slow. Like someone walking away from the edge of a cliff. But still close enough to hear the sea. Outside they met again. Kael didn't speak. She did. "You were right," Saren said. "About one thing." Kael tilted his head. "Only one." She looked up at the sky, pale with winter light. "They're not afraid of the spiral. They're afraid of what it makes us see in ourselves." Kael leaned against the wall. "They want you to lead the culling." "No," Saren said. "They want me to dress it up as mercy." He looked at her. "Will you do it?" "I haven't decided." Pause. Then, "Would you stop me if I did?" Kael didn't answer immediately. But when he did, his voice was soft. "I'd ask you to remember who we saw in that mirror." Saren nodded once. "I do." Later that night, as the sky turned dark, Kael stood alone in the old spiral garden. Valeth shimmered behind him. Umbra crouched in the shadows. Ash ruin coiled in the hilt. And yet, he felt alone. Because the spiral had made its next move. And it had done so through absence. Empty-born. Not monsters. Not failed bonds. Just spiral breath that never found a name. Kael reached into his pack. Pulled out Orin's white cloak. Laid it on the stone floor. And whispered, "I'll carry yours until someone can finish the circle." They met in the side chamber of the East Tower. Not planned. Not summoned. Just pulled there, by pressure, by silence, by the spiral thread between them growing too tight to ignore. Saren stood at the far end of the stone corridor, arms folded, coat half unbuttoned. Her eyes were sharp but tired. She hadn't slept. Kael stood near the archway. The scar across his collarbone burned faintly, an ache not of pain but of friction. "You turned in the report," Saren said. "You walked out of the vote. Would you rather I stayed and obeyed?" "I'd rather you chose." That landed. Not as accusation. As challenge. Saren stepped closer, boots clicking soft against ancient stone. "They offered me the lead because they don't understand me." Kael nodded. "And they fear what you'll become if they don't give you a place." Saren's voice dropped. "What if they're right to fear it?" Kael didn't flinch. Then become something they can't control. But can you? The air shifted. Not from tone. From tension. Kael's ether line flared. So did hers. Neither summoned. Neither gestured. Neither spoke command. But across the corridor, Umbra emerged in a low crouch, eyes glowing, teeth bared. At Saren's back, her spiral summon flared into half-form, mist and motion and bone, not fully stable. They growled at the same time. Not in hate. In reaction. Saren's eyes narrowed. Pull him back. He moved on his own. You flared. So did you. The corridor dimmed. Ash ruin lit behind Kael's shoulder, heat rising, slow but climbing. His mask half-formed, pulsing once in warning. Vaelith whispered between the walls. The spiral in Kael's chest twisted. Kael clenched his fists. This isn't us. Saren's voice trembled, not in weakness. In restraint. No. It's what's between us. Their resonance had deepened. Not through bonding. Through shared presence. Each time they aligned, the spiral responded. And now, their disagreement had become energy. Kael took a step back. Stand down. Umbra snarled, but obeyed. Saren exhaled. Her summon receded into mist, but didn't vanish. Its core still glowed. Waiting. They stood alone again. But not untouched. The thread between their cores buzzed, taut, reactive, aware. Saren looked at him. Really looked. Not with judgment. With recognition. You're not wrong, Kael. I know. But neither am I. I know that too. She turned to leave. Stopped. And said without facing him. If the spiral forces us to choose between the thread-born and the world. She paused. And for the first time in days her voice sounded small. What side are you on? Kael didn't answer. Because the spiral didn't give him one. Gave him both. By the time Kael reached the city, the smoke was already fading. But the spiral hadn't. He felt it in the brick. In the soot. In the still warm air like breath held just under the surface of the world. People didn't scream anymore. They just stared. Because nothing moved now. And nothing burned. But everything that had once been alive in this square was gone. Saren stepped beside him, pulling the edge of her cloak over her mouth. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Kael moved forward, boots scuffing blackened stone. The entire block had been turned to fused glass. Shimmering spiral curves warped through everything. Not cut. Not carved. Imprinted. Vaelith appeared without sound, drifting low across the surface of the plaza. She didn't hum. Didn't ripple. Even she felt it. The spiral hadn't opened. It had breathed out. And someone had let it in. Kael reached the crater at the center. It wasn't large, 3 meters wide, maybe. A perfect spiral, shallow, the edges still warm. But what struck him wasn't the heat. It was the silence. Not absence. Stillness. As if something had stood there. And decided not to leave a shadow. A small sigil stone lay at the edge of the blast. Still intact. Faintly glowing. Kael knelt beside it. And heard. Inheritance. A voice. Not human. Not summon. Something in between. He flinched. Saren stepped up behind him. What did it say? Kael's voice was dry. A name. A witness came forward. Shaking. Eyes wide. A boy, she said. Maybe 12. Came into the square during market hour. Didn't speak. Just stood there. Kael stood. What happened? She swallowed. He smiled. That word carried more fear than any explosion. Then the spiral happened. Later, Kael examined the lines left in the city's ether. They didn't match Threadborn's signature. Didn't match summon bond. They weren't cast. They weren't called. They were embodied. Spiral pressure twisted around a single core, turning not outward, but inward. Not a summoner. Not a channel. A host. Saren traced one spiral burn with her glove. It didn't merge. Kael nodded. It became. That's not summoning. No. He turned to her. That's the spiral using a body. They stood in the fading light, the sun brushing across rooftops now hollow of sound. Kael whispered, "What happens when the spiral doesn't need hosts anymore?" Saren didn't answer. Because they both knew the truth. It never needed hosts. It had just been waiting for the right ones. That night, Kael returned to the garden. The spiral thread in his chest felt heavier. Not brighter. Not darker. Just closer. Vaelith shimmered into presence beside him. "You saw it," she said. Kael nodded. It wasn't rage. It wasn't hunger. Then what was it? He looked toward the eastern sky. It was the spiral realizing it doesn't have to knock anymore. The girl sat in the middle of a field of withered flowers. Hands folded. Hair long and loose. Eyes glassy pale, not dull but blank. Not lost. Just unanchored. Kael slowed as he approached. Saren followed 3 steps behind, her spiral marked dull under layers of dust. Neither of them had drawn their weapons. There was no threat here. At least not yet. The girl didn't flinch. Didn't startle. She simply watched them come closer as if they were birds or clouds or passing wind. Kael knelt 5 feet away. "What's your name?" The girl smiled. Not nervous. Not warm. Just pleasant. "I don't know." Saren's expression didn't shift. But Kael felt her ether lines ripple, quiet, controlled. Kael asked gently, "Do you remember anything?" The girl tilted her head, thinking hard. "I remembered green. And cold. And something humming when I was scared." She touched her chest with 2 fingers. And then it got quiet. Saren stepped beside Kael, crouched down. "What about your summon?" The girl blinked slowly. "You mean mother?" Kael and Saren exchanged a glance. Saren asked carefully, "She's your mother?" "No," the girl said. "She just looks like her." That's what the spiral made. As if summoned by thought alone, the creature shimmered into view. A woman-shaped figure. Long hair. Flowing robes. No face. Not a summon. Not a beast. A memory rendered into form. The spiral's approximation of comfort. And behind the illusion, power. Kael felt it hum through the grass. Subtle. Measured. Perfectly bound. This was no unstable threadborn. No raw merge. This was finished. Saren rose first. Quietly. Kael followed. "Who found her?" he asked. "Local core spotters," Saren replied. "They sent for guild backup. I rerouted the team." "Good," Kael said. "They would have tried to isolate the summon." "They would have killed her," Saren corrected. "They already had a containment chain primed when I arrived." Kael turned back to the girl. "She's not fighting the spiral." "She's not resisting it," Saren said. "That's not the same thing." "No," Saren agreed. "This one isn't resisting, because there's nothing left to resist." Later, in a secured cabin on the edge of the lowlands, Kael and Saren ran a core reading. The girl sat calmly, hands in her lap. She giggled when the scan crystal glowed. Kael watched the readings. Perfect spiral rhythm. No spiking. No feedback. No instability. "Her bond is too clean," he said. Saren adjusted the glyph array. "It's not just clean. It's integrated. Seamless." Kael frowned. "That's not possible. Every spiral bond creates a degree of tension." Saren didn't look up. "Not if there's nothing left to clash with." She changed the scan mode. The projection above the crystal shifted, now showing memory imprint. A spiral overlay bloomed through the girl's core. It reached into places Kael had only seen in deep trauma profiles, into identity anchors. Not touching them. Replacing them. Saren's voice dropped. "She doesn't remember her name." "She doesn't remember anything," Kael said. "No. That's not true." Saren gestured to the core image. "She remembers her summon." They deactivated the scan. The girl didn't ask questions. She smiled at Kael. "Did I do good?" His throat tightened. "You survived." She nodded. "That's good." That night, Kael stood outside the cabin. Saren leaned against the fence beside him, arms crossed. Neither spoke for a while. Finally, Kael said, "I don't think we saved her." Saren nodded slowly. "She's not broken, Kael?" "No," he whispered. "She's complete. But not herself." Saren exhaled. "Then the spiral didn't bond her." Kael looked at the stars above. "It rewrote her." And inside the cabin, the girl lay quietly, tracing spirals into the wood with her fingertip. She didn't cry. She didn't ask. She just whispered the spiral's pattern. Over and over again. As if it had always been there. Kael dreamed of a rift collapse. Not the one he had seen. Not the one he had survived. This was somewhere else. Stone cliffs. High wind. Spiral glyphs scorched in a perfect ring. A woman was screaming. A summon flickered in and out of form, burning from the core outward. Kael stood outside the circle, shouting someone's name. But it wasn't his voice. And the name? He didn't know it. He woke with the name still in his throat. Sweat. Cold. Spiral ache pulsing through his back. He sat upright in the quiet dark of the dorm chamber. Valeth shimmered at his side, half-formed. Watching. "You said a name," she said. "I didn't know it," Kael replied. Valeth tilted her head. Then why did you say it like a promise? Later that morning he met Saren in the lower training arena. No words exchanged. Just movement. She activated the mirrored ether circle. Kael stepped in. Sparring wasn't routine anymore. It was reading, a way to test if the spiral had changed something again. They mirrored each other's stances, drew short blades, and moved. Strike. Parry. Advance. Break. But something slipped. Kael's ether line surged. Too sharp. Saren's core snapped back in reflex. Their blades clashed harder than they should have. Ash ruin flared from Kael's grip without call. Saren's spiral summon answered in kind, emerging in a blink, deflecting Ashruin's arc with a wall of pressure that wasn't entirely hers. Kael blinked. The air snapped still. Saren exhaled. Again? Kael nodded. They reset. Moved again. And it happened again. Timing off by less than a second. But the ether didn't flow like before. Kael was moving before he thought. And Saren was blocking too early. Not anticipation. Recognition. They broke away and shut the circle down. Kael wiped his brow, breathing shallow. It's not drift, he said. No, Saren agreed. It's bleed. She tapped her chest. Your core is starting to carry spiral fragments. Kael looked up sharply. From who? She didn't answer. Because they both already knew. Not from each other. From the spiral's others. That night, Kael meditated alone in the reflection chamber. The spiral scar on his chest pulsed faintly. 4 times. Then paused. Then again. But slower. A 5th pulse. Out of rhythm. He opened his mind carefully. Let ether trickle through his core. Let the spiral ripple through it. He saw flashes. A hand carving sigils into wet stone. A young man kneeling beside a rift lake, whispering a summon's name he had never spoken aloud. A tower burning from the inside. These weren't dreams. They weren't memories. They were residue. The spiral was leaking. Not just into Kael's core, but through it. And some of the memories weren't from the past. He saw himself, older, standing on a field of spiral glass, surrounded by dozens of figures with spiraled eyes. Saren stood behind him, not beside, holding a blade, not her summon. He gasped, breaking the vision. Sweat dripped down his arms. His ether lines shimmered in the dark, and a line etched into the floor beside him began to glow. One word. You are not first. Kael staggered to his feet, stared at the glowing text. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even a message. It was a reminder. The spiral wasn't growing. It was returning. And Kael? Kael wasn't chosen. He was just the latest to be left behind with the memory. The spiral flare came without a scream. No panic beacon. No emergency glyph. Just a message. Broadcast on old guild frequencies, long since archived. It carried a name. Lyrian Watchpost. And one word spoken cleanly over the static. Ready. Kael and Saren were airborne within the hour. Their transport skiff knifed through silver clouds, the wind sharp with pressure. The ether pulse from the flare still rippled across the sky in faint rings, resonance without origin. This one feels different, Kael muttered, adjusting the pulse reader strapped to his wrist. It's not chaotic, Saren said beside him. It's structured. Kael nodded slowly. Like it planned this. They descended into the treeline above the Lyrian cliffs. The watchpost was gone. Not destroyed. Gone. Trees scorched in clean circles. Earth glassed into spiral patterning that didn't twist. It turned. Calmly. Perfectly. In the clearing stood a boy, no older than 16. Hair wind-tangled. Skin pale. No spiral mark on his clothes. No summon by his side. But the ether bent around him like orbit. He stood with his hands behind his back. Waiting. Not scared. Expectant. Kael dropped from the skiff first, landing lightly. Saren followed, one hand already near her casting ring. Kael didn't speak. He didn't have to. The boy raised his head. Eyes clear. Voice steady. You're late. Kael stepped forward. What's your name? The boy smiled faintly. I have it. You don't need it. Saren narrowed her eyes. You're Threadborn? I'm spiral-held, the boy said. He walked slowly toward the edge of the scorched ring, not stepping beyond it. This space belongs to the breath before speech. The spiral called me before my core had a name. Kael's breath caught. He'd heard that phrasing once. In a fragment of Elrin's final journal. The spiral speaks clearest when the body is too young to lie. Kael asked, Did you flare the site? I opened it, the boy said. You destroyed the post. I completed the pattern. Kael's voice dropped. Were there people inside? The boy blinked, then said with perfect calm. They didn't belong to this moment. Saren moved first, only half a step, but the spiral reacted. The air bent around the boy, ribbons of ether curling inward, not outward. Summonless, sigil-less. He didn't cast. He spiral bent. The world around him shifted subtly, wind curling backward, light dimming in odd places. Saren froze. This isn't a spiral reaction, she said. It's design. Kael reached out through his core, tried to sense the boy's thread, and felt nothing. No summon. No residue. No fracture. Just spiral symmetry. As if the boy had never been a host. He was the template. The boy turned to Kael, tilted his head. You're the second-born. Kael's pulse skipped. What did you say? You were spiral-threaded through echo. You inherited memory. The spiral tried to use you as a mirror. And you? Kael asked. I'm what it made when it stopped apologizing. For a moment, no one moved. Then the boy raised his hand. The air pulsed once. Not an attack. Not a test. Just a declaration. And Kael heard it not in words but through his core. You are not the path forward. You are what it needed to learn from. Saren stepped between them. No. The boy looked at her. And smiled again. You're the third. The spiral rift flared behind him, not with fire but with clarity. It didn't pull them in. It simply opened. Kael felt his core pulse, his ether lines tighten. Not in fear. In recognition. This wasn't war. Not yet. This was the spiral showing its correction. And it wore a calm face. Kael summoned Vaelith in silence. No chant. No sigil. No core push. She came with a whisper of cold mist, folding out of the air like a sigh. But something was off. Her veil flickered. Her body split at the edges, trails of ribbon shadow detaching and rejoining as if uncertain where they belonged. Kael didn't speak. Neither did she. Until she did. And said something he hadn't expected in weeks. You called late. He blinked. I didn't realize I was being timed. You weren't, Vaelith said. But I still waited. Kael stepped closer. And finally noticed what should have terrified him sooner. Her eyes. Usually calm silver. Now, they shimmered spiral deep. Not glowing. Reflecting. What changed? He asked quietly. Vaelith tilted her head. You. The air tightened. Kael felt Umbra shift far off in his core, restless. Even ash ruin flared once, as if he too had sensed a gap forming. Kael folded his arms. You're unsteady. I'm resonant, Vaelith corrected. With what? Vaelith looked past him, into the distance, toward the east. Others. Kael felt the core thread pull taut. Not severed. Not ruptured. But strained. As if something else had begun touching her bond line. He spoke low. Who else has called you? Vaelith didn't flinch. Not by name. By memory. And suddenly Kael understood. The spiral wasn't calling Vaelith away. It was calling through her. Using her body. Her shape. Her shared history. To echo back the memories of other summoners lost in spiral loops. Their regrets. Their echoes. Their core fragments. Lodged inside her. She stepped back. Just one pace. But it felt like 10. You didn't bind me, she said gently. You offered me presence. And now? Kael asked. Now there are others who remember different parts of me. Pause. Then softer. And they remember more than you do. Kael clenched his jaw. Are you saying you're leaving? Vaelith's form blurred, her veil flaring then dimming. I don't know. Then tell me this. Kael stepped forward, voice quiet but sharp. When you first came to me, what did I say? Vaelith blinked. And for a moment, just one. Her body stabilized. You said. She paused. I don't want to pull you from the dark. I said, I want you to walk out when you're ready. She nodded. Those words are still mine, Kael said. And you still carry them. A breath. A beat. And the spiral shimmer in her eyes flickered. Not gone. Not defeated. But dimmed. She stepped closer again. Laid her hand against his chest. Not cold. Not sharp. Just present. I can't promise I'll stay, Vaelith whispered. Kael nodded. But you're still choosing to be here. For now, she said. Then added, because memory is still partly yours. And with that she vanished. Not torn. Not ripped. Just dismissed. As if choosing to wait again. Kael stood alone. Core tight. Spiral mark quiet. But something deeper now. Not loss. Just the first taste of something spiral-born that once belonged to him. 2 weeks passed. The girl didn't scream, didn't cry, didn't resist treatment, interviews, or the guild's quiet attempts to isolate her. She just sat, calm, unmoving, eyes like still spiral water. And slowly, she stopped answering to the name they'd given her. Kael returned on the 14th day. He didn't bring scrolls, didn't bring core tools. Just sat across from her in the grass outside the containment wing, arms resting on his knees. The girl looked up, smiled. Have we met? Kael froze. You don't remember me? She tilted her head. I remember your shape, but not your sound. The summon that stood behind her, still shaped like her mother, still silent, watched Kael like a question it already knew the answer to. Saren stood near the gate, watching, not interfering. Not this time. Kael kept his voice steady. You were bonded before the spiral rewrote you. You had a name. I still do, the girl said. She pointed to the spiral mark faintly etched across her forearm, clean, elegant, with no friction lines. No scars. I am Imri. Kael's breath caught. Where did that name come from? She smiled. The spiral gave it to me. When I let go of my noise. Your noise? He asked quietly. She tapped her head. Thoughts that didn't belong. Faces that had too many names. Memories that cried when I tried to hold them. She looked at him calmly. They weren't useful. Kael felt something tighten in his chest. It wasn't grief. It was recognition. Because part of him understood what she meant. Not in agreement. In fear. He leaned forward. Do you remember the village you came from? No. Your parents? No. Do you remember what happened the night you bonded? The girl's eyes didn't blink. I remember the spiral offering me quiet. Kael stood slowly, and then asked one last time. Do you remember me? Imri tilted her head. No, she said softly. But I know your shape. What does that mean? She smiled wider this time. You're the one who's still trying to echo. The summon behind her moved, only slightly. A ripple of core presence stirred the air. Kael stepped back instinctively. You don't recognize me, he said again. No, Imri replied. But I remember what you're about to become. That night, Kael didn't return to the guild tower. He sat on the hill above the eastern ridge, the wind pulling at his coat. Below him, the city lights pulsed. Above, spiral flares flickered faintly in the higher layers of ether. He didn't sleep. He didn't meditate. He just listened. And from somewhere deep inside his core, a thread pulsed once. A whisper. Not a voice. Just a word. Imri. Not a name. A title. A mark given not to remember, but to overwrite. And Kael finally understood. The spiral didn't need to destroy its enemies. It just needed to give them cleaner names. The camp wasn't hidden. It didn't need to be. The guild didn't patrol this far past the east run lines, and the spiral hadn't flared here in weeks. There were no rift burns, no warped terrain, no screams echoing across the lowlands. Just tense, quiet ones. Kael stepped through the outer perimeter without announcing himself. The guards, 2 older threadborn with partially stabilized cores, nodded once and let him pass. They didn't speak. Not out of suspicion. Out of exhaustion. 32 threadborn lived here. Most under the age of 15. The ones who noticed Kael didn't look up in alarm. Some smiled. Some nodded. Some kept drawing spirals into the dirt with sticks. But six didn't respond at all. They sat apart. Not isolated, just separate. Their summons weren't active. But Kael could feel the pressure curled around them, tight and faint like breath underwater. He knelt beside one of the girls, her hair woven with tiny white stones. Hi, he said softly. I'm Kael. She looked up. Polite. Blank. That's not what your name is, she said. He froze. What do you mean? She smiled. That's what they call you. Not what you are. Kael tried to keep his core calm. And what am I? The girl leaned closer. You're still holding noise. Saren arrived before his heart could start racing. She stepped lightly across the grass and nodded to the camp's caretaker, a woman named Enna, herself once spiral-brushed, though her core had never bonded. They're losing names? Saren asked quietly. Enna's voice was raw from too many sleepless nights. No. They're letting them go. She led them toward the small tent she used as a record station. Scrolls lined the back wall. Most were incomplete, fragments of threadborn profiles gathered before the rewrites began. I've lost 9 names in the last 5 days, she said. 6 are stable. 3 fluctuate. Kael frowned. Fluctuate how? One day they remember their old name. The next, they only respond to what their summons call them. She looked at Saren. And the summons never forget. Outside, the girl with the stone-woven hair had begun humming. The spiral tune. Not from a chant. From memory. But not hers. The summons were carrying old names like seed phrases, refusing to let go. And the children? They were beginning to agree. Kael walked the perimeter again as dusk fell. He didn't approach the other silent five. He didn't interrupt the rhythm. But he felt it. Each of them carried a spiral core imprint so refined it made his own ether feel tangled. Not infected. Outdated. He returned to Saren at the fire ring. They're not breaking, he said. No, she agreed. They're simplifying. Kael stared into the flames. They're not being overwritten by force. They're choosing it, Saren said. Kael didn't speak. Because that's what terrified him most. Later that night he sat alone at the edge of the camp. A young boy wandered over. No older than 8. He sat beside Kael without asking. After a long moment he said, I used to be called Naven. Kael looked at him gently. Do you still want that name? The boy shrugged. It was loud. It hurt when people said it. Kael nodded slowly. And now? The boy pointed at his chest. I'm Rhyme. My summon said it suits me. Kael whispered, Do you remember who gave you your old name? Rhyme thought hard. I think my mother did. And do you miss her? The boy was quiet. Then, I think she was kind. Kael didn't cry. But something in him cracked. Because the spiral hadn't erased the boy's pain. It had muted it. And that was sometimes enough to make a child choose silence. Later, Kael found Saren walking the hill outside the camp. She turned when she saw him. Well, she asked. They're not being rewritten, he said softly. They're being offered. Saren waited. And? Kael looked back down at the firelight below. They're accepting. The first misfire happened during a simple drill. Kael faced a rift construct. A low-threat training spawn built from reconstituted ether and spiral trace. It mimicked threat well enough to demand coordination but never hit back hard. Kael issued a 3-count order. Ash Ruin was supposed to surge on the second strike. Instead, he ignited on the first. Kael had to pull his blade offline mid-swing to avoid taking his own shoulder. The construct evaporated in the backlash. Ash Ruin faded. No apology. No resistance. Just silence. Later, Kael ran the playback crystal in the observatory tower. The orders were clear. His voice didn't waver. His ether line held stable. Ash Ruin had simply acted before the signal completed. And then, 3 hours later, Umbra failed to respond entirely. Kael called. Twice. No movement. The third time, Umbra emerged slow and confused, eyes unfocused, claws dragging against the stone as if lost. Bailiff came next. Kael summoned her to review defensive formations. She appeared half-formed, and said immediately, Caller? Kael blinked. Yes. Where's the spiral-marked one? He frowned. Saren? Bailiff tilted her head, veil fluttering. No. The other. He didn't ask further. Because her voice hadn't been uncertain. It had been searching. He shut the session down and sent a sealed request to Halion for a core diagnostic. The guildmaster met him in the lower vault chamber within the hour. No guards. No ceremony. Just 2 men who'd lived too close to things that unmade structure. Halion ran the scan himself. The projection flickered. Kael's core line still held. No break. No infection. But there was a bend. One ripple. A slight shift near the center of his core field. Like a knot forming. Thread distortion, Halion murmured. Barely traceable. What does it mean? Halion studied the shimmer. It means your ether is still yours. But your name thread may not be. Kael stood very still. The spiral is rewriting me? Not directly, Halion said. More like it's drifting you. You're not being overwritten. He met Kael's eyes. You're being renamed. Slowly. Subtly. That night, Kael returned to his quarters. He sat alone at his desk. Did not summon. Did not sleep. He placed a mirror crystal on the wall and stared into it. He said his name. Once. Twice. 3 times. Kael Ravenroot. Kael Ravenroot. Kael Ravenroot. The 3rd time. The mirror flickered. And etched across its center was a single spiral glyph. Not carved. Not spoken. Just reflected. He didn't recognize the word. But it felt like his. And that, somehow, was worse than forgetting. The spiral event hit without warning. No flare. No echo surge. No distorted resonance. Just a wave of pressure rolling through the grasslands near the reclaimed orphan tower at Erenvale's border. When Saren arrived, the ground was already marked. Spiral rings drawn not in flame or ether burns, but in footsteps. One small pair, circling tighter. At the center, a child. Maybe 10. Eyes closed. Some invisible, barely stable. The spiral wasn't resisting her. It was rewriting her too quickly. Saren's ether field cracked on approach. The core readings were wrong. The spiral mark on the child's chest had overgrown. It pulsed like a heartbeat, outpacing her own breath. She was being unraveled from the inside. Saren shouted for a containment frame. Too slow. The girl's summon flickered in and out, formless, then suddenly sharp. A jagged winged creature made of memory and ether dust, spinning around the child like a protective storm. It wasn't attacking. It was searching. Trying to replace the rest of her faster than her mind could catch up. The rewrite had reached anchor depth. Within minutes, the child wouldn't remember how to breathe without spiral guidance. Saren stepped into the ring. No glyphs. No shield. No chant. The creature snapped toward her, ribbons of pressure biting at the air. And in her core, a word formed. Not spoken aloud. Not learned. Just there. Waiting. Spiral born. It pressed against her teeth like a secret waiting to become law. She resisted for a heartbeat. Maybe 2. Then whispered. Orlin. The storm stopped. The summon froze mid-spin. Collapsed in a ripple of breath. The child exhaled. Not in relief. Not in pain. But in completion. Saren caught her before she fell. Held her close. The spiral mark dimmed, but did not vanish. The creature reformed. Smaller. Gentler. No longer spiraling wild. It had a shape now. A name. And it bowed its head to Saren before vanishing into mist. But Saren felt the cost instantly. Her core split. Not shattered. Not torn. Just marked. A second layer burned into place. Faint spiral trace invisible to the eye, but recognizable to anything spiral bonded. Rewrite viable. Later, Halion confirmed it. You gave the spiral a name that didn't exist, he said. I didn't invent it, Saren replied. No, Halion said. But you agreed to use it. That's all it takes now. Kael arrived the next morning. He stood at the edge of the observation deck as Saren leaned against the railing, core still settling. He didn't speak for a while. Then, you saved her. Saren nodded. And now the spiral knows I'm willing. Kael moved closer. You did the right thing. Saren met his gaze. That doesn't mean it was clean. Pause. Then, if it asks again, what do I say next time? Kael didn't answer. Because there wasn't a right answer. Just a quieter version of surrender. The field was silent when Kael arrived. Not in absence, in choice. Even the wind moved like it was holding breath. The site had been a training ground once. 5 years ago, guild-bonded squads had drilled here weekly. Some in coordination, ether efficiency, core layering. Now nothing remained. The grass was flattened in concentric rings, and the air smelled faintly of quartz and warm metal. Spiral saturation hung in the sky like humidity, visible only if you breathed in deep enough to feel your lungs push against it. Kael stepped into the first circle. No response. The second. His core tightened. By the third ring, the world had gone soft around the edges. Sounds dulled. Colors paled. Time stretched. He opened his core and called. Umbra. The shadow formed beside him, crouched and alert. Ash ruin. Fire flickered across his shoulder. The blade ignited. Valeth. Mist swept in low, folding into her thin form. All 3 summons appeared. All 3 waited. But none of them spoke. Kael stepped forward. Confirm designation, he said calmly. Umber growled low. Ashruin's flame dipped. Valeth tilted her head. Then spoke. Call her. Kael blinked. Say my name. Silence. Then Umber murmured. Threaded one. Kael's chest burned. Say. My name. Ashruin's voice, rarely heard, answered low and dull. Second echo. He staggered. The spiral field rippled outward, as if responding to the moment of imbalance. He stepped backward, almost stumbling out of the third ring. Saren's voice came through his calm crystal, static-clipped but sharp. You feel it too? She'd felt the shift before he arrived. The spiral zone wasn't hostile. It wasn't reactive. It was indifferent. And in that stillness, his identity, what he was, what he had carried through blood, core, and trial, had become too loud to echo cleanly. He recentered his stance. Tried again. Valeth, he said. Look at me. She did. Do you remember what I said to you the first day we met? Valeth flickered. A pulse. Pause. Then. No. Kael dismissed them one by one, hands trembling. He stood in the center of the spiral echo ring, the sky overhead dimming to dusk. He said his name aloud. Once. Twice. 3 times. Kael Ravenroot. Kael Ravenroot. Kael Ravenroot. The 3rd time. His voice echoed back. But the words didn't. Just the tone. Just the sound. The spiral refused to repeat it. He whispered, "You know who I am." The spiral said nothing. And somehow that silence felt like a smirk. Later, back at the guild post, he sat with Halion over black tea and candlelight. The veteran guild master watched him carefully. Did they ever say it? Kael shook his head. They said everything but my name. And you? Kael clenched his fists. I said it until the world went quiet. Halion nodded slowly. Then it's begun. Kael looked up. What has? Halion didn't blink. The spiral's final trick. What's that? Halion's voice dropped to a whisper. It doesn't need to kill you, Kael. It just needs everyone to stop calling you. Kael lost the first piece quietly. A journal entry. 2 pages, dated a month ago, written in his hand, his ink, his private cipher. He found it folded in the side pocket of his coat after a spiral reading with Halion. The script was clean. The words were sharp. But the memory? Gone. He sat with the pages until morning. Read them aloud. Tried to anchor the tone. Tried to trick the memory back into place. Nothing came. Not the feeling. Not the context. Not the self who had written it. Only this. The threadborn girl Imri told me something I can't repeat. Because if I do, I might believe it. Kael folded the pages carefully and didn't show them to anyone. Not even Saren. A few days later, he tried to recite the invocation spell he'd created for his final guild ascent trial. He had used it 100 times. It had saved lives. It had become legend among the lower summoner ranks. He couldn't recall the 3rd line. His ether stuttered when he tried to fake it. Ashruin flared in confusion and Valeth stayed absent. He sat on the floor of the training chamber afterward, soaked in sweat, heart pounding. His hands trembled. And his name, his full name, felt like a coat he hadn't worn in years. That night, Kael stood at the garden's edge again. He whispered to the spiral air. I'm still here. Silence. I still know who I am. The spiral wind passed softly through the trees. And in the whisper of leaves. Do you? Later he dreamed of Imri again. The girl who forgot her name. She stood in a room of mirrored walls, each showing a different version of herself. One laughing, one casting, one crying into hands she no longer recognized. Kael stepped forward. Tried to speak. But his voice didn't carry. She turned to him and smiled. You're close now. He woke in cold sweat, breath tight in his chest. His hand reached reflexively for the mark on his collarbone. Still there. But dimmer. His core lines were intact. But one name thread, the innermost, felt frayed. As if it, too, had started to forget who it was attached to. The next day he asked Saren something he hadn't asked before. They stood outside the guild spire, watching the spiral mist rise like low tide. If I forget my name, he said quietly, will you remember it for me? She didn't look at him. But her voice was steady. I'll try. But the spiral doesn't erase quickly, Kael. It rewrites slowly, until even remembering feels wrong. Kael didn't respond. Not because he disagreed. But because, deep down, a part of him had already started asking. What if forgetting was easier? Kael had read through thousands of records. Spiral flares. Threadborn registrations. Echo response reports. Old trial logs dating back before his apprenticeship. It wasn't habit. It was defense. He believed knowledge could name what was coming. But nothing prepared him for what he found that morning. The report was logged in ink too clean to be copied. Its language was sharp, personal, full of annotation. The field header read, Spiral touched, unclaimed. Site, Glasswood Coil Piercing. Witness, Crime Caller, Kael Ravenroot. Kael sat motionless in the guild archive. He stared at the name. Kael. Not a misspelling. Not a transcription error. The script was his. The penmark indent matched his stroke pressure. This was his handwriting. But the report was dated 9 years ago. 2 years before he'd even joined the guild. Halion read it 3 times. He didn't speak at first. Then, this isn't possible. Kael nodded. I know. This paper is clean. Fresh. The ether ink hasn't warped. and the archive seals are unbroken. I know, Kael repeated. Alien exhaled. This isn't a forgery. No, Kael said quietly. It's a return. They ran a resonance match. The report pulsed faintly to Kael's ether signature. Not a full match, but close, like a twin hum just half a tone off. Alien ran a core alignment scan next. When Kael touched the edge of the paper, the spiral mark on his chest glowed. Not brightly, not violently, just in recognition. Alien whispered, "It knows the name." Kael whispered back, "So do I." Later, Kael brought the scroll to the old summoning chamber. Not to review it, to test it. He placed it at the center of the silent ring, stepped back and spoke. Kael Ravenroot. The room pulsed. What? A deep breath pulled through stone and air. The ash ruin emerged behind him. Without call. Without resistance. His flame curved outward, slow and deliberate. Not like a flare. Like a bow. Umbra came next. Valeth followed. None of them looked at him directly. But they all faced the scroll. Kael swallowed. "Why does it sound right?" he whispered. Valeth answered from the mist behind him. "Because it was one of the names you shed to become something quieter." He turned slowly. "You knew." Valeth's voice folded around the air like silk. "I remembered. When you first walked the spiral. You didn't speak the name then. But the spiral knew it for you." Kael walked to the edge of the circle, staring down at the document. A piece of himself written before he should have existed. A name that didn't match the one he wore, but felt like it had worn him. Valeth spoke again. Soft. Unfolding. Kael Ravenroot is the name that resisted. Kael Ravenroot was the one who listened. Kael clenched his fists. He whispered, "Which one am I now?" The spiral did not answer, but the paper in the ring, just for a moment, curled at the edge, as if it had been read. The flare site was already unraveling when Kael and Saren arrived. 3 Threadborn had triggered a secondary spiral feedback loop, unintentional, unstable, and expanding fast. The air cracked with raw ether, and the rift had split into partial arms, spiraling out like frayed threads pulled too far. Saren moved first. She crossed into the fractured field with her summon active, veil and blade spiraling through core-stabilized channels. Kael stayed just behind, focusing on the flare's signature. It was minor. Manageable. At least it should have been. Until Saren froze. Not physically. Not in fear. But internally. Her core tether pulsed, offbeat. Her ether strands faltered mid-command. The spiral pressure shifted, sensing weakness. Kael's pulse spiked. He heard it. Silence where there should have been sound. A pause where her casting phrase should have filled the space. And then her whisper. I don't remember." The spiral rift pulled tighter. The flare surged outward in a sudden bloom, aimed not at Kael but at her. As if it knew. As if it recognized her vulnerability as a signal to finish the rewrite. Kael moved without thinking. He opened his core and reached for a word that didn't exist in his training. Not in his summoner lexicon. Not even in his dreams. But it had formed inside him weeks ago. In spiral quiet. In dream space. In residue. He didn't speak it. He called it Salira. The spiral flare paused. Collapsed inward. And in that moment, Saren gasped. Core snapping back into shape like lungs refilling after drowning. The name burned in Kael's throat. Not with pain. With recognition. It wasn't her name. It was the name the spiral had offered. The one that waited below the one she used. Saren fell to her knees. Her summon fractured, then reformed. Stable. Breathing. The spiral rift dimmed. Till. Folded back into silence. Kael caught her before she hit the ground. Back at the outpost infirmary, Saren sat wrapped in a heat cloak, silent. Kael waited beside her, hands still trembling from the casting. Finally she spoke. "I was mid-call. Just mid-call. It was a phrase I've used since I was 10. Kael nodded once. And it just left. Like smoke. She turned to him. "When you said that name, Salira, what did you feel?" Kael didn't answer right away. Then. "I felt like I was using a word I'd never learned to remember someone I never knew." Saren's voice shook. "But it worked." "Yes." She pulled the cloak tighter. "My core registered the recovery," she said. "The rift sealed. But the report flagged something else." Kael waited. She didn't look at him when she said it. "I don't remember what I used to say. I just wait now. For the spiral to give me something that works." Kael's hands curled into fists. "You're not rewritten." "No," Saren said softly. "I'm not gone. But I'm slipping." She looked at him finally. And the spiral, it's helping. Neither spoke for a long time. Then Kael whispered, if it can help us survive, how long before we stop caring what it takes away? Saren didn't answer, because they both already knew. The spiral wouldn't take it all at once. It would let them walk through fire as long as they didn't look down. The Threadborn camp at Hollow Rest was quiet, tucked beneath leaning trees and sheltered stone. Kael had expected confusion, tension. But what greeted him was calm. Not safety. Stillness. The kind that only spiral-aligned zones ever held. Where even memory didn't echo unless it was asked to. Anna met him near the outer tents. There's a girl here, she said, who's been asking for you. Kael frowned. Do I know her? Anna looked at him strangely. That's the thing. She says you named her. Kael entered the meditation tent slowly. The girl sat cross-legged in the center, braiding long cords of fiber and ether thread. Her hands were steady. Her eyes bright. She couldn't have been older than 13. She didn't look up when he stepped in. You came late, she said. Kael paused. You were expecting me? She nodded. You're the one who left the name. He crouched in front of her, careful not to disrupt the circle of cords she was weaving. What's your name? She smiled faintly. You wouldn't remember it. But you gave it to me when the spiral found me. Kael kept his voice low. I've never been here before. She nodded again. Not like this. She lifted one of the cords and tied it around her wrist. You called me Selen. Kael swallowed. The word felt familiar. Not from thought. From touch. Like a ribbon that had once tied part of him to something he'd forgotten. Selen, he echoed. That name came from me? You whispered it when I couldn't breathe. Kael blinked. When? The girl tilted her head. In the spiral. Before I had shape. He stood slowly. Selen, what do you call me? She looked up. And smiled. You're not Kael. The tent darkened. The spiral mark on Kael's chest flared faintly, unbidden. Selen rose. She whispered a name. Not loudly. Not forcefully. Just enough. Valen. The cords around her wrist shivered. And outside the tent. 3 bursts of pressure. Ash ruin ignited. Umber dropped to one knee. Valeth shimmered into full form, silent, veil coiled close, then bowed. Kael gasped. That name. He didn't know it. But his body did. He staggered back. Where did you hear that name? Selen looked at him, expression serene. You said it when you were spiral walking. Not the Kael who stands here now. The one before. His chest ached. Before what? Selen whispered. Before you chose to forget. Later, outside the tent, Kael sat with his head in his hands. The name still rang through his bones. Valeth stood nearby. Watching. Waiting. She didn't speak. Until he finally asked. Is it true? Her voice came soft and slow. I've known that name longer than I've known this version of you. Kael's throat tightened. And you never said it? Because I loved the one you were trying to become. Kael didn't cry. But something broke behind his eyes. Because this wasn't memory loss. This was recognition. And the spiral wasn't taking him apart. It was handing back pieces he'd buried. Valeth appeared without call. Not summoned. Not tethered. She simply stepped from the space behind Kael's shadow as he stood alone in the tower garden, mist curling around his boots. No form flicker. No core ripple. Just presence. She stood at his back and said, You left something behind. Kael didn't turn. Where? In the spiral that hasn't opened yet. He slowly faced her. Her veil was dimmer. Her outline clearer. Less like a summon. More like a memory-wearing skin. I need to show you, she said. Kael's breath caught. Is this a future? Valeth said. No. It's a name you never reached. She held out her hand. Mist gathered between her fingers. Not fog. A door. A thin pane of translucent spiral-rimmed light, quivering softly with unreal tension. Kael hesitated. Then stepped through. The air changed instantly. No sky. No stars. Just a landscape built of spiral patterns folding into stone and silence. The world was pale, like someone had drained the color and left only shape. A single rift pulsed ahead, flat and slow, not spinning, breathing. Kael stepped toward it. And the spiral opened. He saw himself. Not Kael. Not fully. A man walking the spiral path barefoot, arms bare, core marks layered in thick, clean lines across his chest and throat. He carried no sword. No summons at his side. Just the spiral. In him. Valeth's voice echoed beside Kael. This was the version of you that never turned away. Kael whispered, "Why are you showing me this?" Velith's form stood beside him, veil gone, face unreadable. "Because you left a name here." And the spiral didn't forget. In the vision, the other Kael stepped to the center of the rift. Spoke one word. Kael couldn't hear it, but he felt it. Each spiral ring on the ground pulled inward. The world responded. The rift opened. Not outward but down. Kael turned to Velith. "What was that name?" She didn't answer. Instead, she stepped forward into the vision. The rift recognized her and whispered. Kael's spiral mark pulsed. Art. Twice. Then clearer than any voice. "Valen." Kael staggered back. Velith turned to face him. Her eyes shimmered with spiral script. "You didn't just carry that name. You made it." Kael's breath came fast. "I don't remember. You weren't supposed to. You gave it up to survive. The spiral carried it until you were ready to reclaim it." He dropped to one knee, the rift pressure pushing down, not to break him but to remind him of what he'd agreed to become. Kael's chest ached. Not from pain. From recognition. Velith knelt beside him. "You asked me to remember it for you." Kael looked at her. "And now?" She placed her hand to his chest. "Now it's time to choose. Kael or Valen." Kael stood slowly. The spiral rift pulsed once. And he whispered, "Not yet." Velith's form dimmed again. The world blurred. And in one breath, Kael woke back in the tower garden. Alone. But not unchanged. Because in the quiet behind his name, another waited. No team. No guild flare report. No summons. Kael walked into the rift alone. It wasn't listed. Wasn't marked. Didn't even appear on the guild's most recent survey of the region. But he felt it. The same way breath feels before it shivers into speech. The rift pulsed once. Shallow. Not aggressive. Just aware. It wasn't a flare. It was a door. Waiting. The spiral patterns weren't active on the ground. No drawn rings. No core disturbances. Just cracked stone, spiraled faintly like wind-worn etchings. Kael stood at the center. Hands at his sides. And listened. The spiral didn't hum. Didn't whisper. It just was. And inside him. Below the Kael who had trained, fought, failed, remembered, lost. The name waited. Uncoiled. And spoke itself. Valen. The moment he said it aloud, the air pressed inward. Not violently. Like a crowd bowing at once. The rift flared. Not with ether. Not with sound. With recognition. Kael dropped to one knee. The spiral mark across his chest seared cold. His core didn't expand. It folded. Downward. Inward. Like it remembered how it had once been tied to something deeper. Not just memory. Not just bond. Origin. The rift shimmered into clarity. Stone peeled away. Light spilled upward from a spiral deeper than any he'd seen. He heard voices. Not shouting. Not pleading. Names. 100 of them. 1,000. All whispered at once. All overlapping. All speaking to him. Not to Kael. To Valen. He stood. Hand steady. Summons unfurled behind him. Not called. Not even summoned. They came because the spiral recognized him again. Oshruin's fire curled in reverence. Umber growled low, not in warning. In loyalty. Velith knelt. Fully. For the first time since their bond had formed. Kael whispered, "This is what I forgot." The rift responded. Not with power. With peace. He turned once. Looked back at the path he'd walked. The scars. The silence. The stories. And said quietly, Kael Ravenroot stepped into the spiral. But Valen is who stepped out. The ridge was windless. Kael stood alone on a narrow slope of broken shale and moss-veined stone, far beyond the guild-tracked perimeter. The air was still, too still, like the silence that clings after a name is spoken in a dream. There was no flare. No survey beacon. No reason to stop walking. And yet, he did. His boots crunched faintly as he turned in place, eyes narrowing at the faint spiral pattern half hidden in the ground, a wind-worn coil in the stone, like something had slowly turned here for centuries, grinding its mark into the earth until even the moss respected the shape. There was no rift marker. No recorded coordinates. Nothing on the guild flare ledger. But Kael felt it. The same way breath feels before it shivers into speech. He exhaled slowly, brushing a strand of dark hair from his brow. His fingers trembled, barely. Not with fear, not exactly. It was something older. A kind of waiting. He whispered aloud, "It's not listed." The rift pulsed once. Shallow. Not aggressive. just aware. It wasn't a flare. It was a door. Waiting. Kael stepped forward. No team. No guild insignia. No summons at his side. He crossed the invisible threshold and the world shifted. Not in a way you could see, but the way silence feels when it changes shape, like a room remembering something sacred. The spiral patterns weren't active. There were no drawn rings, no runes etched in burning light, no signs of core disturbance. Just cracked stone, spiraled faintly, like the earth had once breathed in circles here and never quite stopped. Kael walked to the center and stood, hands at his sides, listening. The spiral didn't hum, didn't whisper. It just was. And somewhere inside him, beneath the Kael who had trained and failed, who had fought and remembered, who had lost and wandered, the name waited, quote, unspoken, until now. His mouth moved without effort. The name rose from his chest like a wind rising through a forgotten canyon. Valen. The air changed, not violently. It pressed inward like a vast unseen crowd bowing at once. No ether. No thunder. Just recognition. Kael's knees gave before he understood why, and he dropped, hard, one knee down, hand braced against the spiral's center. His chest seared, not hot but cold, a deep, dragging cold like memory carved in stone. The spiral mark across his chest, dormant for years, flared. Not outward. Inward. His core didn't expand. It folded. Tightly. Deliberately. Like it remembered how it had once been tied to something deeper. Not just memory. Not just bond. Origin. The stone before him shimmered, light glinting along unseen grooves. And then the earth peeled away. Layer by layer, like petals unwinding in reverse, the spiral opened. Light, not blinding but clear, spilled upward, not from fire or ether but from depth. Something below, older than technique, older than guilds. He heard voices. Not shouting. Not pleading. Names. 100 of them. 1,000. All at once. All layered. All whispered directly to him. Not to Kael. To Valen. He rose. Slowly. And steady. Behind him the air shimmered. And without being called, without even reaching, they came. Ash ruin, flame-born and ancient, unfurled its wings with a low sigh of fire, curling around Kael with the reverence of a dusk wind returning home. Umbra, the dusk hound, growled low, not in warning, in loyalty. And Valeth knelt, fully. For the first time since their bond had formed in a half-lit cave long ago. No resistance. No defiance. A full silent bow. The spiral recognized him again. Kael whispered, "This is what I forgot." The rift responded. Not with power. With peace. A soft pressure behind his heart. A warmth like folded hands. He turned his head just once, looking back at the path he'd walked. The wasted years. The silence. The story everyone told about the boy who couldn't summon. The student with no future. The name that had no worth. And he said quietly, Kael Ravenroot stepped into the spiral. But Valen is who stepped out. The spiral closed behind him. Not with a sound. Not with light. But with the hush of something ancient returning to rest. The grooves in the stone faded, like dust washing from a long-forgotten symbol. The moment passed, but its weight did not. Kael, no Valen, stood on the ridge again. Same sky. Same windless air. Same forgotten hilltop. But everything had changed. His summons lingered behind him in silence. No orders. No ceremony. Just presence. Ashruin's wings crackled with heat, shedding embers that rose and vanished like fading memories. Umbra circled once, brushing against his side, leaving a faint cold along his legs like the last breath of dusk. Valeth remained kneeling, the black-silver armor unmoving, head bowed. He hadn't summoned them. He'd simply remembered who he was, and they came. Valen placed his hand over his chest, fingers spread across the spiral scar. It didn't burn now. It didn't glow. It rested, folded, still, awake. A voice stirred at the edge of his hearing. Not from outside. From within. Valen, you returned. It wasn't a memory. Not quite. Not an echo either. It was like a fragment of someone else's thought stitched to his own. He turned slowly, scanning the stone around him. But there was no one. Just wind-torn silence and the faint shape of spiral marks already fading from the ground. Ashruin, he said aloud, voice steady. Do you remember? The flame spirit shifted. Its head bowed, feathers of fire folding tight like a vow. A single flicker of heat brushed his skin. Yes, not in words. In feeling. He nodded. So it hadn't been a dream. The name Valen wasn't a fiction whispered by a dying rift. It was a truth buried under years of forgetting. He began walking. Down the slope. Slow. Focused. Each step felt unfamiliar, like returning to a village that only existed in myth. The spiral's presence faded behind him, but the weight of it lingered. Like wearing old armor again, still fitted to his frame. As he walked, the world felt different. The moss underfoot seemed to shift slightly toward him. Branches, barely moved by wind, curled subtly as he passed. Even the birds in the trees, those ever-watching, songless shapes, watched him without fleeing. Something about the spiral had changed him. No, revealed him. He reached the forest path leading back toward the lowlands. Still quiet. Still empty. And yet, Valen, can you hear us? A second voice. Feminine. Familiar and not. It echoed behind his thoughts, barely brushing the surface of his awareness. Not like speech. Like a dream that hadn't finished forming. He stopped walking. Closed his eyes. Focused. He was no longer just listening with his ears. The spiral had opened something in his core, not outward but inward. Downward. Like his power was no longer something to expand, but something to remember. A stillness passed through him. And the voices came again. You left us. You were broken. But the spiral remembers. We remember. They weren't angry. They were waiting. Names upon names. Too many to count. Not all familiar. Not all his. But connected. Bound by the spiral. Ash Ruin stepped beside him now, its fire dimming to a flickering warmth. Umbra halted, ears pricked, eyes on the forest's edge. Valeth finally rose. Her voice was low, almost hoarse, rarely used. Valen, if you're truly awake, then the others will start to feel it. He looked at her. Her helm was off now. Silver hair, pale eyes, emotion buried so deep it looked like still water. Valeth had always followed. Always fought. But never bowed until now. What others? He asked quietly. She met his gaze. The one still dreaming. The wind moved again. This time not gently. From the south, a sudden gust, strong enough to stir the treetops and send a ripple through Kael's cloak. The rift was gone. But the world had noticed. Something ancient was stirring. And someone was watching. They reached the edge of the woods by dusk. Still no flares. No patrols. No guild scouts. But he paused when the old marker stone came into view, the one that marked the outer range of guild-claimed territory. Someone had etched a rune across it recently. Fresh. Sure. Guild Sigil, Westlight Division. The same guild that had expelled him 3 years ago. The same guild that had called him a failure. And underneath the symbol, freshly carved into the stone. Unauthorized rift activity detected. Kael narrowed his eyes. They'd found something. Or someone had told them. He touched the etching gently, then pulled back his hand. The spiral beneath his skin pulsed once. Softly. Like a warning. Like a memory returning to the surface. And behind him, Valeth spoke once more. You won't be able to hide what you are anymore. He didn't answer. Because she was right. Kael Ravenroot could hide. But Valen would be seen. Kael didn't speak for a long time. The marker stone behind him glowed faintly with the guild surveillance sigil. Someone had been here recently. Watching. Measuring. But the spiral didn't flare. It didn't react like guild-tracked rifts. It simply pulsed inside his chest, slow and steady, remembering. He stepped past the marker, deeper into the thicket where the trees grew close and the sky narrowed above. No roads here. No signposts. Just roots, dusk light, and the quiet company of things not born in this world. Behind him walked the three. They made no sound as they moved, no conversation, no footsteps, only presence. Kael had summoned before. What? Clumsily. Out of desperation. A flickering wisp of ash, barely stable, gone in seconds. The guild had called it a failed resonance. Broken core. But this was different. They had come to him. Because they remembered Valen. Not Kael. He stopped in a small clearing, a crescent-shaped hollow where the wind moved oddly, curling in on itself like a spiral. Familiar. Safe. He turned. Faced them fully. And for the first time asked, What are you? Ashruin was the first to respond. It stepped forward, talons curling over stone, wings folding inward. Not threatening, graceful. Like a storm made shy. It was enormous, easily twice Kael's height when fully upright, but it moved with a dancer's silence. Feathers of ember and dark bronze shimmered with heat, though the fire never scorched the ground. A flame born. That much he had known. But not just any. Its fire was tempered, controlled. not hungry like lesser spirits. And in its eyes, grief, depth, recognition. Kael knelt slowly. No symbols, no commands. He whispered, "You stayed with me, didn't you? Even when I forgot." Ashruin leaned forward. Its beak touched his shoulder, soft as breath. A single ember passed from it to him, curling against his palm before fading. And in that brief warmth he felt it, a memory of himself long ago in a place with stone towers and mirrored skies. A battlefield. Ashruin had circled overhead, then fallen beside him. Not in defeat, in choice. He whispered, "You chose me, before the guild, before all of this." Ashruin didn't reply. It didn't need to. Its fire curled tighter, wings folding again as it stepped back. Not dismissed, just waiting. Umbra came next. A low growl, not hostile but deep, resonant, like thunder rolled inside fur. It emerged from the shadows beneath the trees, paws silent over moss and soil. Its form was not entirely solid, part beast, part mist, shifting where its outline should have ended. A hound, if you could call it that, but older. Not a creature of the rift. A guardian of thresholds. Its eyes glinted, not red, not yellow. A soft, endless gray. Kael crouched again, meeting its gaze. "You watched me even after the guild said I was empty." Umbra tilted its head, then stepped forward, once, twice, until its forehead rested against Kael's chest. Not gently, firm, purposeful. Kael nearly fell backward at the weight of the presence, not physical but emotional, like sorrow being carried by something that didn't understand how to put it down. Another memory. Rain. A night with no moon. Kael, no Valen, standing before a broken gate, hands bleeding, core flickering, and Umbra guarding his back while the others fell behind them. The hound had not fled, even when Valen had. Kael rested his hand on its head, fingers curling into mist-soft fur. "You're not my summon," he murmured. "You're my promise." Umbra didn't speak, but its growl faded to silence. It stepped back into the shadows and waited. Valeth remained. She hadn't moved, still as obsidian. Kael approached slowly. Of all the three, she was the hardest to understand, the least visibly supernatural, but in some ways the most unsettling. Valeth had form, armor, a blade, a humanoid shape, but what pulsed behind her eyes was not human. He stood before her and she bowed her head again. Twice now. Kael exhaled. "You never spoke to me. Not once. Not until the rift opened." Her voice when it came was low, sharpened by restraint. "I did not speak because I did not recognize you." Pause. "You were Kael." And Kael had forgotten who I was. He blinked. "You knew Valen." Her eyes lifted. "I served Valen." A long silence passed between them. Not awkward. Heavy. Sacred. He stepped closer. "And who was Valen?" She answered without hesitation. "He was the only summoner who ever gave his life to the spiral, rather than taking power from it." Kael didn't know how to respond. So he didn't. He just looked at her, really looked. Valetha's armor bore etchings. Small curling. Spiral shapes not of the modern guilds. And around her wrists, faded symbols, like prayers not commands. "You aren't like other summons," he said quietly. "No." "Then what are you?" Her answer was barely a whisper. "A memory you made." Kael turned away, chest tight. It was too much. Too many truths returning at once. The spiral hadn't just returned his power. It had returned the bonds. Living ones. Spirits who had waited. Who had followed. Not because of a core. Not because of strength. Because they remembered him. And now so did he. The wind stirred. Distant. A tremor in the air. Something approaching. Kael's eyes narrowed. He looked southward. Not danger, not yet. But presence. And somewhere far below the mountains, someone else stirred in their sleep. Another spirit. Another name. One not yet awakened. He turned to Ashruin, Umbra, Valeth. "Others are waking, aren't they?" Valeth nodded. "The spiral remembers all its names. Even the ones it buried." The fire cracked. Not from wood, but from Ashruin's wings, outstretched, beating once against the open night. They'd made camp near the whispering pines, far from guild roads. The stars above were faint, dimmed by rift haze, and the moon lay curled like a claw behind thin clouds. All around, the world slept. Except for them. Kael sat by the embers, fingers laced loosely across his knees. The spiral mark beneath his shirt pulsed with a slow, gentle rhythm. It no longer ached. It guided. Across from him, Valeth kept watch without speaking. Umbra paced along the edge of the trees, half-formed, half-shadow. Ash ruin hovered overhead, drifting in slow circles, trailing flickers of golden red. But Kael's attention wasn't on them now. It was on the three lesser summons, his first, his weakest, his forgotten ones. And they were struggling. They weren't like Ash ruin or Valeth. They didn't speak, didn't shine, didn't carry memories carved into timeless rifts. They were basic constructs given form by raw ether, shaped from rudimentary practice and trial and error. The guild had called them echo-types, shallow reflections of real spirits. But even echoes remembered something. And tonight, with the spiral pulsing again, even they stirred differently. Kael raised his hand. Fingers extended. Core quiet. Come. A soft shimmer bloomed before him. First was Mira, a small wind sprite, barely a breath of air with wings. Normally invisible in daylight, she now shimmered silver in the moonlight, wings stuttering like candlelight. Then Bran the Ember Drake, a palm-sized creature, more lizard than dragon, flickering weakly. He hissed once, weak flames sputtering from his teeth. Last, clasped the earthen beetle, slow and hulking, dragging itself forward with stone-jointed legs. They looked fragile. Kael had almost forgotten them. They had never responded the way guild instructors wanted. No burst spells. No combat response. No instinctive loyalty. But now, Mira drifted forward and paused. Right in front of Kael's chest. Wings still. Entirely still. And listened. Bran hissed again. But this time his fire curled toward Kael, not away. Class knelt, not collapsed. Knelt. Kael stared. His breath caught. There, reacting to the spiral. Valeth nodded, but remained silent. Kael slowly reached out, hand trembling, and rested his palm against Mira's glow. There was no flash. No sudden surge. Instead, a gentle shift, like the spiral inside him turning ever so slightly. And Mira pulsed in return. Not just brighter, sharper. Her wings flared wider and her form expanded, not in size but clarity. The scattered air became dense. Cold wind spun in perfect symmetry behind her, and a thin spiral of silver threaded outward from her trail. Kael blinked. Wind magic. Stable. Controlled. Real. Not an echo anymore. The summon. He turned to Bran. The Ember Drake crawled forward, almost sheepishly. Kael extended his palm again. This time the fire didn't sputter. Bran inhaled, a deep breath for such a small body, and fire coiled around his chest like armor. His eyes glowed orange gold, and the markings on his scales began to twist into shapes, spirals, thin and curling. When he breathed out, the flame formed a ring. Controlled. No burst. Just focus. Kael smiled softly. You were always trying to listen, weren't you? I just wasn't saying the right name. Clast rumbled low. The ground shifted under him. His stone plates cracked, and then reformed. Not broken. Molting. Like a beetle shedding armor. His surface turned smoother, darker. Less like a cobbled pile of rocks and more like a rune-carved construct. On his back, moss that had once clung awkwardly now arranged into soft patterns, tiny spirals curling toward his shoulders. Kael stepped back slowly as all three began to pulse. They weren't just reacting to him. They were changing. No, they were remembering. Valeth finally spoke. This is what the guild never understood. Summons aren't forced into form. Kael turned to her, voice quiet. Then what are they? She stood slowly, stepping closer. They're echoes of the self. The spiral doesn't grant power. It reveals it. He looked back to Mira, Bran, and Clast. They stood still, quietly pulsing, waiting, not for commands but direction. I trained for years to make them obey, Kael murmured. But they never listened. Because you were never speaking in your true voice, Valeth said. The spiral inside him pulsed again. This time not downward. Outward. A connection formed. Not like threads of ether. More like breath. A shared inhale. And Kael felt it. Mira's fear of open skies, her desire to fly higher but not alone. Bran's ache for fire that didn't burn, just warmed. A need to protect, not destroy. Clast's dream of stillness. Of being unmoved, of shelter. They had always been trying. Always waiting for him to remember who he was. And now, through the spiral, their forms began to grow. Not larger. Just clearer. Defined. Ash ruin circled once above them, then descended in a slow arc. Its wings flared. And it bowed, not to Kael. To the three smaller summons. To acknowledge them. To accept them. Kael stared, stunned. They're not lesser. No, Vailitha's voice was soft. They were just early. He watched Mira dart higher, dancing between the trees in spiral arcs. Bran curled around his shoulder, fire steady, eyes focused. Clast lowered himself behind Kael, no longer just a bug but a guardian stone. Kael breathed in. The spiral responded. And for the first time since the rift opened, he wasn't alone inside himself. Morning rose slow and pale. The forest held its breath beneath low-hanging mist, and the sky above was the color of unspoken thoughts, soft gray, faintly glowing, stretched thin. Kael sat beneath a broad-rooted pine, legs folded, eyes closed. The spiral mark beneath his shirt hummed, subtle but steady. Not a song. Not a warning. A reminder. He wasn't meditating. Not exactly. He was listening. Because the spiral hadn't gone silent after the rift closed. It had simply turned inward. Mira hovered nearby, her flight now clean and purposeful. The wind around her moved like language. Not sharp gusts, rhythms. Spirals. Bran slept on a low branch, fire curled softly around his belly, coiled like a hearth flame waiting for dusk. Even asleep, his breathing synced with Kael's. Clast had buried half his body into the mossy ground behind Kael, letting his stone shell rest like a silent wall. He hadn't moved in an hour. He didn't need to. They weren't summoned anymore. They were present. Kael opened his eyes. The world looked the same, but he didn't feel the same inside it. The spiral had opened something deep, not just power, not just memory. A name. Not just Valen. Something beneath that. He couldn't explain it. But he felt it. Like walking through a hall of mirrors and suddenly, in one of them, deep in the reflection's eye, you catch a glimpse of someone else. Someone older. Someone watching. He stood. Vaelith appeared beside him, silent as always. "You heard it again last night, didn't you?" she asked. He nodded. Her gaze narrowed. What did it say? He hesitated. Then, it didn't say anything this time. It just stood there. In your dream? Kael shook his head slowly. Not a dream. He placed his hand over the spiral mark on his chest. In here. They walked for most of the morning. Through trails too narrow for guild carts, across bridges of knotted roots, and through mist-choked hollows where the trees grew strange and leaned inward like eavesdropping. Eventually they reached it. The place Kael had seen in his vision 2 nights before. A clearing. Circular. Perfect. Familiar. Though he had never been here before. At its center, a single monolith stood. Stone. One. Unmarked, at first glance. But Kael's breath caught the moment his boot crossed the edge of the spiral ring surrounding it. His heart stilled. Because the spiral within him responded instantly. It flared. Cold. Focused. And a shape revealed itself on the monolith's surface. Faint spirals. Carved deep. Covered by centuries of moss. But beneath those spirals, a name. Not Kael. Not Valen. Older than both. A whisper passed through him. This is who you were, before names were used. His hand moved on its own. Fingers brushed across the stone, clearing the moss gently. And there it was. Etched in a spiral pattern, only readable if one followed the line from outside to center. Valendros. He whispered it aloud. The forest didn't react. But something inside him did. The spiral twisted. What? Inward. Not painfully. But deeply. And with it came another memory, not an image. A sensation. A battlefield. Not dirt and flame. But one of silence. A place where voices were stripped from mouths. Where names were used like weapons. Where Valendros stood alone, holding no blade. No staff. No summons. Only his name. And the spiral obeyed. Not to kill. But to silence the untrue. Kael staggered back. Mira caught his shoulder. Bran hissed low, alert. Clast rose fully, stone rumbling beneath him. Vaelith steadied him. You saw something, she said softly. I remembered. She waited. Kael's voice was faint. There was a war, not of armies but of truth. Of identity. Of memory. I stood in it. Alone. He looked at her. I think that's where the spiral came from. Not as a magic. Not as a system. He pressed his palm to the spiral on the monolith again. It was a defense. The air around them shifted. Not dramatically, but clearly, like a breath held too long finally released. From the trees beyond the clearing, dozens of small lights flickered. White, blue, gold, spirit lights. Watching. Waiting. Kael whispered, they've been watching me since the rift opened. Vaelith nodded. Now they remember you too. The name on the stone pulsed once more. And then faded. Not erased. Just resting. Kael stepped back. The spiral within him stilled. But something new had taken root beneath it. Not power. Not clarity. Purpose. The summons gathered close behind him. Ruin returned from the sky. Umbra emerged from the mist. And the three lesser ones, Mira, Bran, Clast, stood beside them. Not lesser anymore. Kael turned once, looking at the monolith. I was never broken, he said softly. I just didn't know my name. The map was wrong. Linné Vale stood at the edge of the southern survey line, clutching the guild's latest rift detection scroll in one hand and a half-burned charcoal stick in the other. She frowned, again. There were no active rift flares in this region. No mana signatures, no ether residue. The official record said this clearing had been surveyed twice in the last 5 years. And yet, she turned. The spiral was still faintly visible in the earth. No glow. No rumble. Just the spiral pattern, etched in natural stone as if the land itself remembered something. Linné crouched, fingers brushing the grooves. She didn't touch the center. Not yet. Instead, she opened her journal and began scribbling. Southern Ridge, unlisted spiral formation. Dormant. Possibly relic grade. No known flare signature. Presence of ether residue without core leak suggests unknown origin type rift. Possible anomaly. She stopped writing. The wind had stilled. Not faded. Held. She stood slowly. Something was watching her. Meanwhile, Kael stood beneath the tall pine, Mira perched quietly on his shoulder. He'd felt it too. Not danger. Not hostility. But contact. Someone with a guild mark had stepped near the spiral. Close enough that the fold of Kael's core felt it ripple. He turned toward the ridgeline. Valeth was already at his side. A scout, she said. Kael didn't reply. Ash ruins circled above, fire dimmed, keeping low. Umbra was gone. Tracking in silence. Always first to vanish. Bran stirred from his perch, hissing faintly in Kael's ear. Not fear. Just readiness. Kael sighed. I should have known it wouldn't stay quiet forever. Linné didn't scream when Umbra appeared. She did fall backward, which was understandable. One moment she was standing, quill poised. The next, a hound-shaped shadow pulled itself from the treeline, eyes like clouded silver, breath curling cold across the grass. She raised her free hand instinctively, channeling a basic ether guard. The shadow didn't move. Then a voice came, soft but clear. Don't. He's not here to hurt you. She turned her head. Kael stood 10 paces away. Same cloak. Same quiet posture. Same empty core reading, yet somehow more present than any summoner she'd ever met. You, she breathed. You're the anomaly. Kael approached, slow, deliberate. I figured the guild would notice eventually. She stood, brushing dirt from her sleeves. What is this place? She asked. That rift doesn't register. There's no flare, no pattern field, no guild channel resonance. It's spiral-born, Kael said simply. You won't read it through normal methods. She narrowed her eyes. That doesn't exist. The spiral system was dismissed a century ago. No modern core can. You're right, Kael interrupted. No modern core can. But mine didn't stay modern. He placed a hand over his chest. The spiral didn't give me power. It returned something I forgot. Linné looked at him a long time. Then down at Umbra, who had now melted back into the trees. Then up at Ashruin, gliding quietly over the clearing. And finally her eyes landed on Mira, hovering midair, watching her without blinking. That's not an echo summon, she whispered. No, Kael said. Not anymore. Linné's voice dropped. You were expelled from the guild. You never passed the binding trials. No class signature. No mark. And yet, they follow you. He nodded. They remember me. That's not possible. Kael tilted his head. Then how do you explain this? He raised his hand. Didn't speak. Didn't flare ether. He just listened. And the spiral responded. Clast rose behind him, solid stone and spiral moss, placing himself gently between Kael and Linné like a wall of patience. Bran circled upward, fire trailing in a controlled arc, releasing heat, not in attack, but like a hearth opening to a cold room. Mira danced, spinning once, wings forming a brief spiral in the air. Linné stepped back, breath hitching. They're evolving, she said quietly. Without commands. Because power isn't always something you take, Kael said. Sometimes it's something you remember. A long silence. Then Linné said, the guild won't ignore this. I know. They'll send more than just a surveyor. I know. She looked down then back up at him. But I didn't come to report you. He blinked. You didn't? She pulled something from her satchel, a folded, worn page. Old parchment. Kael stared. The ink was faint, but he knew the language instantly. Spiral script. At the bottom, written in uneven, messy hand. Valen walks beyond the silence. If he remembers, the folded core will awaken. Kael's throat tightened. Where did you get that? Master Theris, she said. Your old instructor. He left it with me before he disappeared. Said, I'd understand someday. She met his eyes. And today I finally do. The wind shifted. Southward. The spiral pulsed within Kael's chest. Mira, Bran, and Class turned, not by command but instinct. Ashruin shrieked once overhead, low and distant. Something was coming. Kael's eyes narrowed. It won't be long now. What is it? Linné asked. He looked toward the mountains. The guild? He shook his head. No. Something older. Linné sat on a low stone, knees pulled close, journal open but untouched. She'd written nothing for the last hour. Ashruin's soft embers cast a glow across the clearing, curling upward like incense in a temple too old to have a name. Mira drifted just above her shoulder now, watchful, quiet, curious. She wasn't afraid of the summons anymore. Not exactly. But she was afraid of what it meant that she no longer was. Across from her, Kael, Valen, stood motionless, staring southward, his spiral mark pulsing dim beneath his cloak. He was listening again. Not to her. To something deeper. She watched him closely. His presence was different now. It wasn't that he carried power. He didn't radiate the way high-ranked guild summoners did. He just was grounded, rooted, remembered. She looked back down at her journal. The blank page stared back. She had one job, report rift anomalies back to Westlight Division. Any unlisted activity. Any non-registered summoning. Any core variant behavior. This place was all of those things at once. And yet, her fingers trembled just slightly as she dipped her pen. Not with fear. With hesitation. Then she began to write. Field report, spiral trace, unmarked ridge, post-survey anomaly. Encountered subject, Kael Ravenroot. Previously expelled summoner. No guild alignment. No core flare detectable via standard metric. However, she paused. Looked up at him again. He hadn't moved. Just breathing. Listening. However, subject has demonstrated a stable summoner bond with multiple spirits, including presumed echo types that have since evolved. All summons exhibit free movement, non-commanded loyalty, and apparent sentience. She hesitated, then kept writing. Summons also include higher-rank entities with no guild record or binding protocol match. Spirit classification, unknown. Behavior, calm, reverent. Subject displays no aggression. Communication clear. Spiral mark visible on chest, non-reactive to ether, but responsive to environmental shifts and summon activity. The spiral is active again. This is no anomaly. She stopped. Hands clenched. The next sentence sat on her tongue for several long seconds before she let herself write it. Kael Ravenroot may not be guildless by choice, but he is not powerless. The spiral responds to him. I believe he is telling the truth. She drew a long breath. The next page in her journal wasn't paper. It was vellum, sealed, pre-marked with her division's crest. One touch and it would send. Directly to Guild HQ. To be reviewed. Filed. Flagged. Her finger hovered over the seal. Then she tore the vellum out. Folded it. And tucked it into her side pouch, untouched. She would not send it. Not yet. Behind her, Class shifted slightly, the sound like boulders murmuring. Kael finally turned toward her. You didn't send it. She met his eyes. No. He tilted his head, not surprised. Why? She swallowed. Because part of me thinks, maybe this is what the guild was afraid of all along. He waited. She continued. They trained us to catalog rifts, to label spirits, but we never really asked why some rifts disappear, or why certain names aren't recorded in our archives. Kael walked to the edge of the spiral clearing, gazing at the trees. They forgot the spiral wasn't made for control, he said. It was made for remembrance. Linné walked to stand beside him. What do you remember now? She asked. He didn't answer right away. Instead he raised his hand. Mira floated down and landed in his palm. Not perched. Rested. I remember how I met them. Not just the spirits, but the selves they protected. The things I believed in once. Valeth stepped forward from the mist, silent as always. She's right, Valeth said. The guild's silence was not born of ignorance. It was born of fear. What the spiral remembers cannot be controlled. And what cannot be controlled must, by their logic, be erased. Linnea's throat tightened. You think they'll try to erase you? Kael's voice was soft. They already did. A hawk's cry cut through the sky above. Ash Ruin responded, not with fire but with a low beat of its wings, a pulse of awareness. Kael's head turned sharply. He stepped past Linnea, eyes narrowing. What is it? She asked. He didn't answer, because he recognized the feeling. A presence crossing the ridgeline. Multiple signatures. Guild-patterned ether. Suppressed but traceable to a spiral-tuned core. Vaelith's sword slid quietly from her back. Umbra growled low, already circling. Kael said quietly, They're coming. Linnea's breath hitched. The guild? Kael nodded. But not just scouts this time. He looked at her. This is a message. Linnea's journal lay half-closed on the stone. Wind rustled the last sentence she'd written before stopping. What the guild calls an anomaly, may be a forgotten truth. Night fell in pieces. Not as a single veil, but as layers of silence. By the time the first guild scouts reached the ridge, Kael and his summons were gone. No flare. No conflict. Just absence. The spiral clearing was quiet again, the markings faint and patient, waiting for the next whisper of memory. They walked in silence through the northern path, Kael, Linnea, and the 5 who followed him without command. Ashruin above. Umbra at their flank. Vaelith close, ever shadow-bound, armor soft-footed on stone. Classed steady rumble sounded beneath them as they crossed a shallow ravine. Mira lit their way in gentle arcs of spiral wind, while Bran flared his tail just enough to keep the dark at bay. Kael led without looking back. He wasn't sure where they were headed, only that it needed to be away. For now. Linnea kept pace. Her presence was quieter now, her movements more deliberate. No longer an observer. A companion. The stars blinked overhead, and the trees thinned as they reached a high shelf of stone. Kael stopped. Looked out. The valley below stretched wide, filled with fog and low torchlight. Distant outposts. Guild towers. Familiar places. None of them home. Vaelith stepped beside him, silent as ever. Kael's eyes flicked toward her, then back to the valley. You haven't said anything since the monolith, he murmured. I've been waiting. For what? Vaelith looked up at the stars. For the moment when you would ask me to tell you the truth. Kael didn't speak. He just waited. The spiral pulsed in his chest. Not flaring. Just ready. And Vaelith removed her helmet. Silver hair spilled down her shoulders, long and unbound. Her face, ageless and sharp, reflected starlight like polished obsidian. Her eyes were not human. Not fully. One glowed faintly with a spiral mark, subtle, swirling within the iris. The other was empty. Not blind. Hollow. A vessel half-filled. Kael stared. You were never just a summon. No, she said. Then finally. I was your sword. Kael blinked. I don't remember. Of course you don't. They made sure of that. Vaelith turned, stepping toward the ridge. She didn't look back. You weren't just Valen. You were Vaelendros. A spiral keeper. One of the last to walk the folded path. Kael followed. And you were summoned by him? I was not summoned, she said. Her voice sharpened. I was forged. She spread her arms. And Kael saw it clearly now. Her armor, etched in forgotten spiral script, wasn't armor at all. It was binding. Not to contain her, but to preserve her form outside the rift. The guild thought spiral keepers used summons like tools, Vaelith said. But that was never true. She turned to face him. You gave us names. Not commands. You gave us selves. That's why we followed. Kael's breath caught. But, how did I forget? Her voice softened. They took it from you. The wind shifted. Bran hissed. Mira dropped low into his hood. Kael felt it too cold sharp. A memory not his own. A hall of stone. Guild crests above every door. A figure, Kael, no Valen shackled, spiral mark seared closed. An old man in silver robes. The spiral must not rise again. Light. Silence. And then, nothing. Kael staggered. Vaelith caught his arm. That's the last moment you were yourself, she said. They shattered your name. Buried it in a false core. Kael trembled. They erased me. Vaelith nodded once. They didn't destroy you. They folded you. The spiral hid you, until you remembered yourself. Silence again. Linnea stepped forward, her face pale. I saw those robes. she said. In the guild archive. On old trial records. They called it the Spiral Inquest. I thought it was a myth. It wasn't, Valeth said. They tried to erase an entire language of power. Linnea looked to Kael. So what now? He exhaled long and slow. The spiral inside him no longer felt distant. It felt near. Ready. Listening. They wanted me forgotten, he said. But the spiral remembered. He looked to Valeth. To all of you. Valeth knelt, not in ceremony but in recognition. You once told me, she said quietly, that if the world ever forgot your name, the spiral would hold it until you were ready to return. She met his gaze. You're ready now. Above them the stars pulsed. Below, torches glowed brighter. The guild was stirring. But so was something older. Something quieter. Kael straightened, the wind pulling softly at his cloak. Then let's wake the spiral. The hollow archive wasn't marked on any map. It wasn't hidden. It was simply forgotten. Like a silence left in the corner of a loud room, undisturbed, unnoticed, yet somehow older than the walls around it. Kael stood at the edge of the ruin now. The forest behind him thinned into a half-buried stone path, almost choked out by vines. Before him, the remains of a tower curved inward, spiraling not upward but down, like the bones of a cathedral that had chosen to kneel instead of rise. He exhaled. The spiral within him pulsed. Not eagerly, deliberately. Linnea stood beside him, arms folded across her chest, eyes scanning every line of the fallen tower. She spoke low. This place wasn't sealed. No, Kael said. They just let it be erased. Ashruin landed near the base of the stairs, wings folding with a hiss of steam against the mossy stone. Its head tilted, watching, patient. Umbra lingered behind Kael, growling softly at shadows that didn't move. Mira circled once, then drifted inward without hesitation, light trailing like thread between history and breath. Bran and Class stayed at the perimeter, quiet sentinels. Valeth stood at the threshold of the ruin, hand on her blade. Waiting. Kael descended. Each step was colder. Not from temperature. From time. The stones hummed beneath his feet, so faint only the spiral within his core felt it. Not noise. Not even memory. Just presence. This place had been built by those who understood the spiral not as magic but as language. As remembrance given form. By the third landing, his breath fogged faintly. Linnea followed closely behind. Her voice had grown quieter since Valeth's reveal. Not afraid. Just reverent. She finally spoke, almost in a whisper. I looked up Valandros in the deep archives once. Only one entry. One sentence. Kael glanced at her. She swallowed. The keeper who named what others forgot. He stopped. Turned fully. His spiral pulsed. What? Stronger. That name again. Not Kael. Not Valen. Valandros. It echoed through the archive like a thread reweaving itself. The stairs ended. A single door stood before them, half stone, half sealed root, like the forest had tried to reclaim it and been politely refused. Kael stepped forward and touched the surface. No flare. No lock. Just a soft click, like breath returning to lungs. The door opened inward, and the archive exhaled. Inside, light did not return by torch or magic. It rose from the walls, etched spiral lines glowing faintly like veins in a sleeping body. Each shelf held scrolls, old tomes, and strangely names, carved directly into the shelves. Linnea moved carefully. These are records. Kael stepped beside a nearby shelf. His fingers traced the edge. Not of spells. Not of techniques. He touched one name, whispered aloud. Sarithra. The spiral inside his core shuddered. Briefly. Recognized. And in the corner of the room, one of the tomes unlocked. Linnea's eyes widened. Their key to memory. Kael approached the open tome. Inside, spirals drawn by hand, each one slightly different. The writing wasn't instruction. It was prayer. Let the spiral hold what we no longer can. Let it carry the names across silence. Below the inscription, a list. Thurin. Ilya of the Seventh Flame. Bale, First Whisper. Valandros. Kael's name. Carved without pride. Without title. Just placed. What? Valeth stepped beside him now, eyes dim. I was forged in the chamber below this one, she said, where your voice once gave me form. You called me not as a weapon, not as a servant, but as a part of yourself. Kael closed the book. What happened to the others? Valeth looked toward the far wall, where a panel lay sealed in spiral lines. They were folded, their names unraveled. The guild called it mercy. Linnea's voice trembled. You mean they erased them? Kael turned slowly. No. They buried them in silence. He walked to the far wall and placed his palm flat against the seal. His spiral flared. Not with fire. With memory. The wall pulsed once, resisting, testing, and then it opened. Not with grandeur, but with acceptance. The chamber below was circular, dark. At its center stood a small dais. Empty. But around the room were carvings, etched deep, layered with spirals and names. Some scratched out, some preserved, some left unfinished. Valeth stepped to the center. This is where you first folded your core, she said. Kael stepped beside her. He could feel it. The echo. The pressure of a moment once lived, still humming beneath his ribs. He closed his eyes. The spiral unfurled. He didn't force it. He simply let it remember. And beneath his breath, not with voice but with understanding, he spoke. I never lost my name. It was only waiting. Folded in silence. Beneath the spiral. The chamber pulsed. The stone glowed. And one of the names on the wall flared bright again. Valendros. Kael opened his eyes. And the core within him didn't flare. It unfolded. Gently. Deeply. Deliberately. Not expanding like power. Descending. Into truth. He turned to Valeth and for the first time in a lifetime he said it aloud. I remember who I was. The spiral no longer pulsed in Kael's chest. Moved. Not erratically. Not as power. But as rhythm. As memory given motion. It curled inward like breath. Then outward, slow, quiet, certain. Each heartbeat now echoed the name carved deep into the hollow archive's stone. Valendros. He did not glow. Did not rise into light. He simply stood. And the room remembered. Linnea sat near the stairwell, her face pale, lit faintly by the spiraling etch runes along the wall. She'd seen ether channels widen. She'd seen power surges during combat trials, dual flares, even a full core fracture once. But this wasn't power. This was presence. Like the air itself was choosing to hold him. She whispered without realizing. He's not growing stronger. Valeth answered, kneeling quietly. He's remembering how to be small again. Kael opened his eyes. The spiral folded gently back into place, settled. The chamber dimmed. He stepped from the dais and walked toward the stairwell. No words. No weight to his steps. Just silence and motion. As he passed each spirit, they responded. Mira fluttered once and followed without needing a glance. Bran dropped from the archway with his fire now swirling in pattern, not flicker. Each burst a spiral like breath drawn over a still lake. Class stirred and shifted. His back reformed mid-step, not to grow heavier, but to hold. A place for others to rest. And then came Ashruin. Kael stopped at the base of the stairs as the phoenix landed before him. It bowed. But this time, not just in loyalty. In return. Ashruin's body cracked once, just slightly, and Kael reached forward. Pressed his forehead gently to the side of the spirit's neck. Thank you, he whispered. Ashruin flared, wings spread wide. And behind the light, Kael saw a glimpse of a battlefield once. Ashruin had fallen across his body, shielding him from blades that never reached him. They had died together once. And now they walked again. Outside the world waited. He emerged slowly from the archive, light filtering through trees that no longer leaned away from him. Even the forest had changed. Linnea stepped into the clearing behind him, still clutching her journal but not writing. Not yet. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, she said softly. You aren't a threat. But the guild won't believe that. They don't have to, Kael said. She frowned. Then what do you? But he raised a hand, gently, and looked to the horizon. I'm not going back to argue who I am. He turned to her fully. I'm going back to remind the world who it used to be. Valeth stepped forward, sword sheathed, her armor now no longer shadow-forged but clear. Not dulled by centuries of silence. You remember the spiral war now? Linnea asked her. Valeth nodded. Only pieces, but enough. Kael walked to a flat stone and turned over a slab of moss. Beneath it, faint spiral lines. Natural, but also placed. I don't need to relive it, he said. Only to finish what it began. Linnea took a long breath. You're going to the guild. Yes. You'll be arrested. Likely. Marked as unstable. Already was. She folded her arms, mouth tightening. Then why go back at all? Kael looked at her. Not with defiance. With stillness. Because somewhere in their archives, buried in names and numbers, there are people just like me. He placed a hand over the spiral mark on his chest. People who were folded. Above them a hawk cried once. Ashruin rose. Umbra prowled along the treeline, no longer restless but pacing. Mira hovered above Kael's shoulder. Clast waited patiently by his side. Bran coiled fire in a perfect spiral, tail steady. And Valeth, his sword, walked 2 steps behind. As she always had. As she always would. Kael turned toward the ridgeline. And began to walk. 1 step. Then another. Each footfall slow, deliberate. The forest moved gently around him. And somewhere, distant and unseen, a spiral rift awakened with a breath like a name returning from silence. Linnae stood alone in the clearing now. She did not call out to him. But she opened her journal and wrote 1 line before the ink could dry. Kael Ravenroot was forgotten. Valen walks again. The first echo opened at dusk. No flare. No guild signature. No warning. Just a moment. A ripple like a breath that didn't belong in the rhythm of the world. Kael felt it beneath his boots as he stepped across a crumbling bridge in the lowlands, just past the whispering vale. Mira jolted midair, wings faltering. Umbra growled once, low and uncertain. Valetha's hand hovered near her sword, though no threat presented itself. And the spiral pulsed sideways. Not inward. Not outward. Sideways. He paused mid-step. There, he said. Linnae stopped behind him. I don't see anything. You're not supposed to. He turned toward the far end of the bridge. A patch of air shimmered, not light, not heat. Just wrong. Like something wasn't in agreement with the rest of the world. He walked forward, slowly hand-brushing the air. And felt it. Familiar. And impossible. Kael had entered rifts before, torn things, thresholds, places of power. But this wasn't a rift. It was a reflection. He stepped through. And the world blinked. No transition. No sound. Just silence and memory. He stood in the same place, but it wasn't the same. The bridge was new. Oh. The moss had not yet taken it. The sky above was dimmer, the stars fewer. The wind smelled of smoke and copper and iron tools long stilled. The world looked younger. And utterly empty. Behind him, the shimmer pulsed once more. Linnae stepped through, blinking fast. Where are we? Valeth followed, unspeaking, eyes scanning every edge. Mira drifted behind Kael's shoulder, her light dimmed to a soft flicker. Bran stayed close to Clast, fire muffled. Ashruin had not crossed. Umbra hesitated. Kael exhaled. We're not in a different place. He knelt, brushing a hand across the stone. We're in a memory of this place. Linnae crouched beside him, her voice hushed. Echo rift. He nodded slowly. No flare. No anchor. But the spiral felt it. Why here? Kael stood and pointed toward the center of the path. There, perfectly centered in the stone, was a spiral etching. Fresh. Bright. But it hadn't been there before. It's a memory preserved through spiral resonance. A piece of the past echoing forward. She blinked. But that's not supposed to be possible. He gave her a half-smile. Neither was I. They moved forward cautiously. Everything here felt hushed. So, like walking through a painting where the air was too thick to disturb. Kael paused beside a tree. Carved into its bark, barely visible beneath time-worn curls, was a symbol. A name. It sparked something. Not a memory. An emotion. Loyalty. Loss. A promise unfulfilled. Valeth stepped closer. I know that name. Kael turned. She placed her hand on the bark. Therein walked the folded path beside you. One of the spiral's early wards. Kael blinked. The name pulled deeper now, coiling in his chest. Not recognition. Responsibility. Suddenly, light rippled at the edges of the echo rift. The shimmer began to close. Mira panicked, zipping in tight arcs. Bran hissed. Back, Kael ordered. Now. They crossed one by one, just as the shimmer collapsed behind them like water sucked into a closing drain. They stood on the bridge again. Night had deepened. The stars were back, too many to count. Kael took a long breath. That wasn't a normal rift. Linnae shook her head. It was a memory. A spiral echo. Valetha's eyes narrowed. The world's past is waking up. Kael said nothing. Instead he turned and knelt. Right where the shimmer had opened. He brushed his fingers across the stone. And there, faint and newly etched into the world, the spiral had left the name behind. The real now. In the present. Kael whispered it aloud. And the air answered, soft and cold. Like a voice long buried under silence. Valendros, you walk again. The name lingered. even after the shimmer closed, even after the stars returned. It wasn't just a memory carved into the stone, it pulsed faintly with the spiral's signature. A tether. A signal. A call not fully answered. Kael stood still, fingers brushing the edge of the etching. His voice was low, the name barely more than a breath. Therein? Umbra circled behind him, ears pricked, growling at shadows not yet born. Mira hovered silently above, her wings twitching with every shift in the air. Linnae watched from a short distance, notebook forgotten in her hand. And Valeth, arms crossed, armor quiet, spoke for the first time in an hour. You remember him, don't you? Kael's brow furrowed. Not clearly. But something in my core does. He knelt beside the stone, the spiral mark on his chest thrumming with a faint ache. Not pain. Longing. They made camp just off the bridge, near the edge of the marsh trees. Ash ruin remained above them, wings folded like a flame waiting for breath. Bran curled by the fire, his spiraling glow dimmed for rest. Clast positioned himself between tree roots, silent and solid. Kael did not sleep. Valeth didn't either. They sat near the fire, watching the spiral stone as if it might move. Linnae eventually drifted to sleep, quill still in hand. And just past the middle watch, Kael felt it. A shift in the air. Subtle. A spiral movement, sideways again. He stood. And so did Valeth. The summons rose quietly behind them, no orders given. They moved toward the edge of the trees. And there, in the hollowed bend of a trunk long dead, they saw it. A shimmer. Not a rift. Not an echo. Something in between. Kael stepped forward. The spiral inside him recoiled, not in fear. In grief. He reached into the shimmer. No pain. Just cold. Like touching a name that once warmed him. And the shimmer responded. It twisted outward, forming a figure. A man. Or, what was left of one. Half shadow, half light. Spiral marks burned into his arms, but flickering, incomplete. His face, not hollow but cracked, like memory worn too thin by waiting. Kael froze. The figure spoke. You said you'd return? Kael stepped forward. Therein? The spirit flinched. His eyes searched Kael's face. Vel. Andros? Kael nodded slowly. Therein blinked. But I waited. I waited so long. I held the pattern. I kept the memory. But you didn't come. Kael's chest tightened. I was taken. Folded. The spirit's glow flickered. Then they really did it. He turned his face away. I thought maybe you just forgot me. Kael stepped closer. And did something no summoner had ever been taught. He knelt. Not to bind. But to apologize. I didn't forget you, therein. The spiral did what it had to. But I'm here now. And I remember enough. Valeth lowered her head as well. She too remembered pieces now. Fragments of Theron's laughter, his cautious strength, the way he held back power until someone else broke. Kael reached out, palm open. I'm not here to summon you. The spirit stared. I'm here to walk with you again. There was a long silence. Theron reached out. His hand passed into Kael's, not fully forming. Too long had passed. Too many spiral echoes. Too much silence. I can't cross fully anymore, he whispered. Too much of me stayed buried. Kael's spiral pulsed once. He didn't try to force the bond. He simply let the memory open. And said aloud, then let's remember together. The shimmer pulsed. Not a flare. But a return. And Theron's form grew steadier, still fractured, still faint, but present. Mira floated forward, circling the spirit once. Bran released a warm breath of spiral flame. Class stepped aside, making space. Theron turned toward them. Recognition passed over his face like morning fog lifting. You have others now. Kael nodded. They aren't replacements. Valeth spoke, voice soft. They're echoes of the trust we carried before the silence. Theron took one step forward. His spiral mark steadied. And then, for the first time in 100 years of forgetting, he smiled. Then let me carry that trust again. He did not bind. He did not vanish. He simply walked forward. And stood behind Kael. A flickering guardian of memory. Waiting again. But this time with him. The spiral didn't hum. It listened. And in the stillness between waking and sleep, Kael could feel it, like the breath before a voice returns. Theron's presence was faint but steady, standing a few paces behind him as the sun cracked over the eastern ridge. His shape wavered slightly in the morning light, the way a reflection ripples on still water when the wind shifts. He wasn't fully in this world. But he was here. And he was enough. Kael hadn't said much since Theron stepped through. Not out of confusion. Out of respect. Linnae had questions, dozens of them, but she held her tongue as she scribbled in her journal with slow, careful strokes. Not the fast shorthand of field reports. This was different. A kind of reverence had crept into her script. She was no longer cataloging anomalies. She was witnessing a story that had once been buried. The party moved in quiet formation along the ridgeline trail. Ash Ruin flew above, distant and slow, not scouting, just present. Umbra prowled ahead, his form more shadow than shape, ears flicking in response to whispers only he could hear. Mira and Bran flanked Kael like twin stars, wind and fire orbiting a name long forgotten. Clast moved with soft, grounded patience, ever unshaken. And Thurin walked at Kael's back. Not like a soldier. Not like a summon. But like a friend trying to relearn how to exist. They reached a field by midday, an abandoned orchard with trees left to grow wild. Spiral fruit bloomed where no seeds had been planted. A faint spiral trace shimmered in the overgrowth. Kael paused. This place wasn't here before. Vaelith stepped beside him, eyes scanning the trees. It was. She raised a hand and pointed to a distant hill, where a small stone stood half swallowed by vines. They just buried it like everything else. Kael approached the stone. The spiral within him flared gently, like recognition brushing against a scabbed-over memory. He brushed moss from the stone's surface. And there it was. Another name. Orin. The moment he read it, he felt it. A sharp, sudden ache, not in his body. In his past. Thurin staggered back behind him, flickering. Kael turned. You know that name. Thurin's voice came hollow. Orin was supposed to stay forgotten. Kael frowned. Why? Vaelith stepped forward slowly, arms tense. I remember that name too, she said. A spiral-bound. Strong. Cunning. Kael stared down at the name. But not loyal? Vaelith didn't answer. Neither did Thurin. Instead the field shifted. The shimmer unfolded slowly this time, not like a rift, not like a memory. Something in between. A new echo. But this one didn't feel welcoming. It didn't call Kael forward. It pulled. And he felt it in his chest, like something unraveling just slightly inside the spiral's fold. Vaelith grabbed his shoulder. Don't step into this one unguarded. Kael didn't argue. He turned to his summons. You don't have to follow me into this. Ashruin answered with a shriek from the sky. Umber growled once. Mira rested on his shoulder. Bran flared warm light. Clast moved closer. Thurin nodded once, eyes distant. I won't let him take you again. Kael looked back toward the shimmer. And stepped through. The world shifted. This echo layer wasn't like the last. The air smelled of ash. Stone was cracked underfoot. The orchard was still here, but it was burning. Not real flames. Not heat. Just memory on fire. Kael walked forward, through scorched soil and broken vines. And then he saw him. A figure stood beside the spiral stone. Younger. Tall. Wrapped in black and copper armor with spiral etchings that spiraled in reverse. Inward, not outward. His face was clear. Too clear. Kael recognized him the moment their eyes met. Not because he remembered, but because every part of the spiral inside him recoiled. He smiled. Not cruelly. Just knowingly. Vaelin, he said. You returned. Took you long enough. Kael didn't draw his blade. Didn't posture. He just stared. You died, he said softly. Orin chuckled. No. You buried me. Behind Kael, Thurin stepped into the echo, form unstable, flickering. You betrayed him. Orin didn't flinch. I saw the truth. Kael narrowed his eyes. What truth? Orin spread his arms. That the spiral doesn't just remember. It reshapes. And the ones who carry it long enough, stop being themselves. He stepped closer. You're not Kael. Not anymore. And you never will be again. Kael held his ground. I was never just Kael. Orin's smile faded. You're walking toward the same end I did. Only I saw it first. I embraced it. He pointed to the burning orchard. This is what happens when you let memory burn too long. It warps. The air rippled. Orin's form began to shift. Longer, darker, spiral lines coiling too tight around his body. His voice distorted. I became what the spiral feared. The echo that didn't want to be remembered. Kael's eyes sharpened. You're not here to warn me. You're here to stop me. Orin's grin returned, wider, sharper. Of course. Behind Kael, his summons began to form a half-circle. Not attacking. Defending. Vaelith's voice echoed faintly through the shimmer. Remember Vaelin. He is not the Orin you knew. He is what's left of a name twisted by silence. Kael lowered his hand. Spiral light flared across his fingers. He stepped forward. I won't fight you. Orin laughed. Then you'll fade like the rest. Kael whispered. Not a spell. Not a command. Just a name. Orin. And the spiral flared, not as a weapon, but as recognition. Orin flinched. For a moment, just a blink, his form cracked. And inside that echo of a man, Kael saw something. A tear. A regret. A friend he had once trusted. And lost. The shimmer collapsed. The orchard vanished. Kael stood again in the overgrown field. The stone still bore Orin's name. But it had dimmed. No longer calling. No longer burning. Just silent. Kael turned away. Thurin followed quiet. So did the others. None spoke. Not even Linné. And Kael didn't write Orin's name in his journal. Because some names are not meant to be reclaimed. Only remembered. The wind had changed. It was subtle. Just a shift in weight. A silence where birdsong should have been. The kind of quiet that followed not peace, but reverence. Or fear. Kael stood at the crest of a low ridge, overlooking the valley they'd crossed just days ago. From this height, he could see the land unfolding in waves, trees, streams, overgrown paths, and scattered ruins. And in the center of it all, an echo rift. Open. Unstable. And this time, it wasn't his spiral that found it first. Linné lowered her spyglass, frowning. That rift, it wasn't there yesterday. Kael nodded. It wasn't supposed to be here yet. Thurin stepped beside him, form flickering faintly in the morning light. His voice was low, steady. This one is calling more than memories. Kael's brow furrowed. What do you mean? I can feel them, other echoes. Lost names. They're gathering. Not inside. Around. Valeth moved to his side, silent as shadow. She didn't speak, but her hand rested near her blade again. Mira circled above the rift, her spiral flight pattern tightening. Bran hissed low. Class's bulk shifted, a low, grounding hum rising from within him. Kael stared at the rift. Something about it felt wrong. Too bright. Too visible. Echo rifts were memory, they opened gently, shyly. This one was pulsing like a beacon. Calling. Or luring. They descended slowly. Kael didn't cross the threshold. Not yet. The spiral inside him remained still, wary. His core no longer folded with confusion. It responded to emotion, to place, to meaning. This rift meant warning. Thurin reached out a hand, hovering it just above the surface of the shimmer. This is no echo from your past, Valen. Kael glanced at him. Then whose is it? Thurin's voice dropped. It belongs to someone who never made it into memory. Linné stepped closer. I'm getting ether readings this time. Faint, but spiking irregularly. That's not how echo rifts behave. Kael turned to her. Then this might not be an echo rift. He stepped back. And that's when he felt it. The second pulse, low, artificial, shaped. Not spiral. Gilt. Ash ruin shrieked from above, sharp, cutting the sky. Valeth's sword flashed halfway out of its sheath. Kael turned. From the east ridge, a flare broke. Blow. Sure. Structured. And too clean to be wild. Linné's eyes widened. That's guild-regulated magic. Kael's mouth tightened. They're here. 3 figures crested the hill. Guild robes. High division marks. But no insignia of peace. They walked with formation. 1 at point, 2 flanking, each with a core stabilizer strapped to their hip. The lead figure raised a hand. Kael Ravenroot? Kael didn't move. The spiral within him stirred. Not with fear. With recognition. Valeth narrowed her eyes. I know that one. Kael studied the lead figure's face. Older than him, tall, hair tied in a precise braid. Eyes cold, voice emotionless. He spoke again. You are interfering with guild-regulated rift territories. You've been reported for unlicensed summoning and unstable core manifestation. Kael didn't answer. Linné stepped forward. I'm a field-grade archivist under Westlight Division. I filed no such report. The man didn't blink. You weren't the only one watching him. Kael's gaze shifted. He looked past them. Back to the rift. It pulsed again. Brighter. Louder. And for a moment, just a flicker, he saw movement within. A face. Not his. Not Thurin's. Not Orin's. Someone he didn't recognize, but felt in his core. Someone like him. A folded core that had never unfolded. Kael turned back to the guild officer. You're not here to close the rift, he said quietly. No. You're here to make sure no one steps through it. The officer's hand twitched toward his stabilizer. Not everyone belongs to the past. Kael stepped forward once. Valeth moved with him. Linnae reached for her satchel. Theron's form flickered, fading just slightly. The tension in the air rippled, not like a fight about to begin, but like a story returning to its forgotten page. Kael lowered his voice. I'm not here to reclaim the spiral. He placed a hand over his chest. I'm here to listen to it. The rift pulsed again. And this time a voice came through. Faint. Young. Afraid. Please, if anyone remembers me. Kael froze. So did everyone else. Even the guild officers. The voice wasn't from memory. It was alive. Still trapped. Still waiting. Kael turned. Stepped toward the rift. The spiral inside him flared, not with power but urgency. Valeth spoke low beside him. If you enter this one, you may not come back the same. Kael looked at her. I never came back the same. He reached out. And took one step forward. Into the echo that had never ended. The rift did not open like the others. It did not shimmer gently. Did not bend light like memory. It held. Like a breath never exhaled. Kael stepped through. And the world stopped. No wind. No motion. Not even silence. The echo rift he entered wasn't a place. It was a pause, a moment caught in the fold of time, neither living nor gone. The trees here bent mid-sway, frozen in the curve of a breeze that no longer moved. Dust hung in the air, suspended. Even Kael's own steps felt softened, like walking across glass without sound. The spiral within him pulsed sharply. Not with danger. With recognition. He looked around slowly. Ashruin did not follow through. Neither did Clast or Mira or Bran. Only Valeth, who always walked between edges. Andorin, his form dimmer than before, flickering like a candle left too long in the wind. Kael turned to them. We're in a memory that never ended. Valeth's voice was low. No. We're in a moment that was never allowed to finish. They walked in silence through the still grove. Everywhere Kael looked, life was paused. A river up ahead had frozen mid-fall over the rocks, like a painting. Leaves hovered in mid-air, their edges untouched by gravity. And then they saw it. In the center of the grove, at the foot of a spiraled tree, unnatural and twisted like a coiled memory, stood a figure. Or rather, half of one. A girl. Barely older than 15. Cloaked in faded robes. Guild standard. One hand outstretched toward the tree. Frozen. Mid-summon. Her body flickered at the edges, thin, blurry, unresolved. Like someone had tried to remove her from the page of history, and stopped halfway. Kael stepped forward slowly. Valeth didn't stop him. Thurin watched, eyes low. The spiral inside Kael thudded. Heavy. Slow. He knelt beside the girl. Her lips were parted slightly, caught in a word she never finished. In her core. Kael gasped. Not broken. Not folded. Still open. She's still summoning, he whispered. Thurin spoke, voice tight. She never finished the bond. They interrupted it. Mid-rift. Kael turned. The guild? Thurin nodded once. She wasn't supposed to exist. She heard the spiral by instinct. They tried to silence it before it could root. Kael looked back at her. Her hand trembled only slightly. And Kael understood. She wasn't trapped here by accident. She had been sealed. By command. By protocol. By fear. He touched the ground beneath her. The spiral lines were faint, scattered like a spell that had been drawn and then scratched out. He could feel the memory. The emotion. The plea she never voiced. She had reached out. And the world told her, no. Kael whispered, what's her name? The spiral didn't answer with sound. It unfolded. Gently. Not from below. From beside him. A voice. Faint. Fractured. But there. Sarah. Kael turned. Her voice, had spoken. The rift pulsed. Time shifted slightly. Not forward. Not backward. Just unpaused for a breath. Kael placed his hand on her outstretched arm. The spiral mark on his chest burned cold, like diving into deep water. He closed his eyes. Sarah, he said aloud. I'm here. And the world shivered. Time rushed forward. But only here. Only for her. The wind moved. The leaves fell. And the river spilled over its rocks again. Sarah gasped. And fell forward into Kael's arms. Her body was light. Too light. Not fully solid. She blinked up at him, eyes wide, silver, spiral marked. Am I alive? She asked, voice barely audible. Kael didn't lie. You were caught between. But I remember your name. Her lip trembled. I didn't want to forget. Valeth stepped forward and knelt beside them. You didn't, she said. They did. Sarah's form flickered, stabilized, then flickered again. Thurin crouched on her other side. She's not like me, he said softly. She's not an echo. She never became one. Kael looked at him. She's still becoming. He turned back to Sarah and took her hand. I won't bind you. She stared, confused. I don't need to, he said. You already heard the spiral. That means it already heard you. Sarah closed her eyes. Tears slipped silently down her cheeks. And when she opened them again, she was standing. Stable. Dim but present. Not fully summoned. Not fully spirit. But something in between. A new form. The spiral wakened. The rift began to collapse behind them. Kael turned to the others. She can't stay here. Valeth nodded. Then let's bring her back. They stepped forward together. Kael looked to Sarah. Can you walk? Sarah smiled. Not brightly, but real. I've been waiting to. They stepped through. And the rift closed. But it did not vanish. It remained, carved faintly into the space they left behind. A mark. A name. Sarah remembered. The rift closed behind them with no sound. No light. No collapse. Just stillness, like a breath let out after being held too long. Kael stood at the edge of the grove, hands still wrapped gently around Sarah's. Her presence was quiet, pulsing with a rhythm unlike the others. Not like a summon. Not like an echo. She was something else. Something new. The others gathered silently. Thurin stepped forward first, eyeing her carefully. His form flickered, half spirit, half memory, but stable. She's alive, he murmured. But, not completely. Valeth didn't speak. Her sword remained sheathed, her expression unreadable. Ashruin descended slowly from the treeline, wings dimmed, heat muted. Mira circled Sarah once, uncertain but curious. Class stepped aside to make room for her. And Bran, usually protective of Kael's proximity, simply flicked his tail and settled. Accepting. Sarah blinked at them all. I remember you, she said softly. Not their names. But their feeling. Kael turned to her, releasing her hand slowly. Your bond was never finished, he said. But the spiral heard your voice. Sarah's eyes glimmered faintly with spiral script. Her core shimmered at the edge of her collarbone, open yet still forming. Not glowing with raw ether like a guild bound. Not hollow like an echo. Valeth stepped forward, finally speaking. She's not a summon. Not a spirit. Not an echo. She looked at Kael. She's a spiral born. Linnea's breath caught as she stepped up beside them. You mean, she's a living bond? A summoner and a summon in one. Kael nodded. Not divided, he said. Not bound to control or contract. She's what happens when a name is never silenced. Sarah looked between them, her voice small. Does that mean I belong now? Kael met her gaze. You always did. They traveled in silence for a time, moving east through the dense trees toward the next ridge. Kael led. Sarah walked beside him, light-footed, steadying herself as though learning to carry her own weight again. Her form shimmered faintly with every step, like the spiral inside her was rethreading itself. Not healing. Becoming. As they reached the ridgeline, the world opened into a wide valley, and Kael stopped short. Below them, just past the tree line. A guild post. Not large, but active. 3 core flares. Standard uniforms. Monitoring towers, temporary shelters, communication relay. And at the center, a spiral seal. Crack. Seal. A rift had opened there recently. Kael turned to Linnea. Did you know about this? She shook her head, stunned. No. There's nothing in the records about a spiral zone here. Valeth's hand tightened at her side. They're hiding them now. Kael knelt, staring down at the post. The seal on the ground was old, familiar. Not made to contain danger. Made to contain truth. A spiral fold symbol, etched by guild hands, meant to suppress emerging names. Suppress rifts. Sarah stood beside him, her eyes narrowed at the sight. Her voice trembled. I was kept under something like that. Kael looked at her. It's how they hold the voices still. Keep them from reaching through. He turned to the others. I'm going down there. Valeth moved instantly. We'll go with you. Kael held up a hand. No weapons. No show of force. He stood slowly. We're not here to break it open. He placed a hand over his chest, where the spiral pulsed warm. We're here to wake what they tried to bury. As they descended, the spiral in Kael's chest began to resonate. Sarah's glow echoed it, forming a quiet frequency between them, Two pulses no longer separate, calling to something underneath the seal. And beneath that seal, the name stirred. Not his, but someone else's. Another waiting. They moved like shadows through mist. Kael led the way, cloak drawn close, spiral mark steady beneath the fabric. Behind him, Sarah moved quietly, her steps uncertain but sure. There was no formal training in her stride, just the slow grace of someone relearning what it meant to walk under an open sky. The others followed without a word. Ash ruins circled overhead, a silent halo of fading flame. Umber pressed low to the underbrush. Valeth watched the guild post below with a soldier's calm. She had drawn no weapon. Yet the weight in her posture spoke of readiness. They stopped just before the edge of the guild perimeter. From here they could hear voices. Not raised. Not panicked. Just official. The quiet language of control. Kael crouched behind a tree and signaled the others to hold. Linnae joined him, breath steady but tight. She'd seen guild operations like this before. Survey teams, rift suppression squads, field archivists with clearance above their pay grade. But this one was different. Even from here she could feel it. Not ether. Suppression. The seal in the center of the camp wasn't meant to monitor. It was meant to smother. Below, 3 guild enforcers stood around the spiral seal. One adjusted a regulator node affixed to the ground. Another scribbled onto a report slate. The third. Kael narrowed his eyes. Corps Master. Cloaked. Armored in layered gray and deep violet. Not a combat specialist. A warden. One of the guild's internal silence enforcers. They didn't patrol. They contained. Kael rose slowly. They're sealing a name, he said quietly. Not a rift. Sarah's voice was a breath behind him. I can hear it. Kael turned to her. Her eyes were distant, lit faintly with the spiral's glow. They're trying to push it under, she whispered. It's not just a spirit. It's a child. Kael's breath caught. A name that never grew old. Thurin stepped forward, expression unreadable. They must have found her echo, and sealed it before it could awaken. Valeth nodded grimly. Which means it's close to vanishing. Kael didn't wait. He stepped out from the trees. Down the slope. Toward the camp. The guild enforcers turned instantly, hands dropping to sidearms. Not weapons, but disruptors meant to fracture ether bindings. Not lethal, but final. Kael raised his hands. I'm not here to attack. The warden stepped forward. Face hidden. Voice flat. You are trespassing on guild-controlled territory. This rift is under classified investigation. Kael kept walking. I'm here for the name beneath your seal. The air tightened. One of the enforcers flicked his fingers, activating the regulator field. Spiral light twisted unnaturally, flattened, compressed. But Kael didn't stop. Sarah walked behind him now, eyes wide, her core trembling faintly as she neared the field. She stopped at the edge, and placed her hand on the ground. The field crackled, resisted, but her spiral didn't flare outward. It resonated. A second rhythm. A counterpulse. The seal in the ground flickered. A faint shape appeared. A spiral name, curled, small, written in a child's scrawl. Leo. Kael stared. Valeth whispered. She was never old enough to finish her bond. The warden stepped forward sharply. You have no clearance to interpret classified bindings. Kael looked at him. And for the first time he let the spiral rise fully through his voice. You don't own her name. The ground pulsed. The seal fractured. Not shattered, released. A soft sound. Like a bell underwater. And then, a tiny voice. Mama? Light bloomed from the seal, gentle, golden, pulsing in circles. A figure rose. Small. A child's form. Not solid. Not spirit. A spiral echo not yet fully formed. She hovered above the ground, curled in sleep, surrounded by threads of memory trying to become something more. Sarah stepped forward and knelt beside her. I remember you, she whispered. We were in the same holding ward. Leo blinked, eyes wide and unsure. You're not gone? Sarah smiled. Neither are you. The warden raised a hand. Stop. Kael turned, spiral flaring beneath his skin. Don't. The warden hesitated. Kael stepped closer. She was folded before she even understood her name. He looked down at Leo, her tiny hands clutched to her chest as if still remembering how to feel. I'm not asking the guild for permission. He reached out slowly. I'm giving her a chance to be remembered. The spiral pulsed once. And then, Leo opened her hand. And inside it, a single spiral thread shining softly. Not a name. Not yet. Just the desire to be. The suppressors shorted out. Linnae stepped down the slope. You'll mark this site as abandoned, she told the enforcers. Category reclassified. Spirit resonance non-hostile. They hesitated. She stepped forward. I'll file the report myself. The warden stared at Kael for a long moment, then turned away. Leave the field within the hour. They vanished into the trees. Kael knelt beside Leo. Sarah placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. You're safe now. Leo looked between them. You're like me? Sarah smiled. We're spiral-born. That means we're not alone anymore. Kael stood, watched the threads around the child begin to stabilize, and whispered, one name at a time, we remember what they tried to bury. The spiral seal was quiet now, but silence, Kael had learned, was never empty. It was a holding place, for breath, for memory, for names that hadn't finished becoming. He stood at the edge of the guild outpost, boots pressed into soft earth marked by control runes. The camp center was dominated by a spiraling glyph, worn, cracked, humming faintly beneath the surface. Sarah stood beside him, eyes fixed on the seal. She didn't speak. She just listened. The guild had retreated. For now. Linnae's credentials, and the calm precision in her voice, had granted them 1 hour. No surveillance. No interference. But Kael knew eyes watched from the tree line. And deeper still, something older than authority stirred beneath their feet. He knelt beside the seal. Valeth stood behind him like a shadow, arms crossed. She had not unsheathed her blade, but every line of her posture said, if he is threatened, the air will bleed first. Thurin hovered just beyond, flickering faintly. He had started to dim more often lately, fading slightly whenever they approached something new. As if pieces of himself were being given back to the spiral. Kael placed his hand on the seal. It was warm. Alive. Calling. Sarah knelt beside him, fingers brushing the edge of the glyph. I can feel it, she whispered. A name buried here. Small. Almost gone. Kael said nothing. The spiral mark on his chest pulsed once, soft like a question. He answered aloud. Let it speak. The glyph fractured quietly. Not a crack. A letting go. And from beneath the earth, spiral light spilled upward. It rose like mist. Like memory. And in the center of it all, a child. No older than 7. Floating inches above the broken seal. Wrapped in spiraling ribbons of half-formed light, her eyes closed. Her hands curled like she had fallen asleep waiting to be held. Kael's breath caught. Sarah whispered, she never finished her bond. Thurin stepped forward slowly, face pale. She wasn't supposed to exist at all. Kael stood slowly, reverently. Not summoning. Not commanding. Just witnessing. The child stirred. Eyes opened, silver, glassy, uncertain. She looked around, blinking softly at the trees, the sky, at Kael. Then she spoke. Her voice was barely a thread. I remember being small. Kael's chest tightened. What's your name? The girl tilted her head. I don't know. Her eyes brimmed. I think they took it before I could say it out loud. Sarah moved closer, kneeling gently. She didn't speak. She just reached out. The girl hesitated, then stepped into her arms. A spiral of light curled around them both. Not flaring. Welcoming. Kael exhaled. They folded her before the bond could take shape. Linnae walked forward slowly, journal forgotten at her side. They erased her from record. She was never listed on the summoner registry. No core stamp. No guild mark. Valeth spoke, her voice distant. Then she's not a failed summoner. Kael turned to her. She's a spiral that was never allowed to open. The child looked up at him. A thin thread of light curled around her fingers. Kael stepped forward, knelt, and placed a hand over his chest. My name is Valen. She looked at him wide-eyed. Valen. Sarah smiled gently. And I'm Sarah. You don't need to remember everything. You just need to be. The girl looked down at the light in her hand, then held it up to Kael. Not to offer. To share. A name had not yet formed. But something deeper had. A desire. A thread. A beginning. Kael gently took her hand. The spiral responded. Not with power. Not with binding. With acceptance. The girl smiled, quiet, shy. Can I walk with you now? Kael looked to the others. Thurin nodded once. Sarah held her close. And Kael whispered, you already are. The seal crumbled. The earth settled. The camp sensors dimmed. And the guild's presence faded like fog behind them. But the spiral's echo remained. One more thread returned to the weave. The girl didn't have a name. but the spiral remembered her shape. Kael walked at the front of the quiet procession, the child's hand curled around his. She hummed softly as they passed through the forest, the tune wordless, uncertain, like someone trying to remember a song from a dream. Sarah stayed close on her other side, watching with quiet care. Every so often, her eyes would flick to the child's hand, where the spiral glow, small and flickering, spun gently in the center of her palm. Still no name. But no longer empty. The others kept their distance. Valeth walked rear guard, silent and steady, eyes scanning for movement beyond the trees. Not because she expected danger. Because she felt watched. Thurin walked beside Kael, quieter than usual. The girl's presence seemed to make his already fragile form dimmer, like two memories standing too close might fray one another. And clasped, Bran and Mira moved loosely ahead, scattered scouts. Not in formation. Just present. Even Ash Ruin, overhead, did not rise far, its fire dimmed to a respectful glow. No one spoke loudly. Because something fragile was unfolding between them. Linnea finally broke the silence. "We can't keep calling her the girl," she said quietly. "What if we gave her a name?" Sarah looked at Kael. He glanced down at the child, still humming, still tracing spirals in the air with her fingers. "She should choose it," Kael said. "She's too young," Linnea replied. "No," Sarah said softly. "She's just unfinished." They made camp by a creek, wide and shallow with spiral-worn stones underfoot. The child, who had begun to mimic Sarah's steps, splashed gently at the edge, toes in the water, light spinning around her ankles. Kael sat nearby, carving spiral lines into a flat rock. Not magic. Just focus. Memory made visible. "She's different from the rest," he said. Thurin nodded beside him. "She never had a moment to become." "Then why does the spiral still remember her?" Thurin's voice was soft. "Because you did." That night the child dreamt. They all felt it. Kael sat upright by the fire, breath caught in his throat. The spiral in his chest was humming, off rhythm, erratic. Sarah stirred across from him, one hand on the girl's shoulder. "She's not in danger," she whispered. "She's remembering." The fire twisted. A gust passed overhead. And then, a voice. Faint. Not hers. But speaking to her. "I remember you. You followed me when I was scared. You held the thread when I dropped it. Don't let go this time." Kael stood. The spiral bent inward. Not folding. Tightening. A pull, not forward, not backward. Sideways. A new kind of rift. One not echo. Not memory. Something shared. He walked to the edge of camp. The girl stirred in her sleep, turning over. A spiral shimmer bloomed faintly in the grass. Valeth appeared at his side. "That's not a normal rift." Kael didn't reply. Because he recognized the pattern. The child was opening it. Not by will. Not by strength. By longing. The spiral pulsed. A shimmer formed. Within it shapes. Half seen. Familiar and not. Kael stepped forward once. And saw her. A child older than the one they'd rescued. Not a spirit. Not a girl. A mirror. Sitting alone, hands clutched around a small bundle of light. Crying without sound. Sarah gasped behind him. "I've seen her before." Valeth narrowed her eyes. "Who is she?" Kael didn't answer. Because something inside him already knew. He stepped into the shimmer. The world shifted. Not drastically. Just slightly, like walking into a room and realizing the walls had moved since you last visited. The girl looked up. Eyes red-rimmed. Spiral marks swirling too fast. Too bright. Unstable. She clutched the light bundle harder. "You can't have her," she whispered. "She's mine. She followed me first." Kael stepped closer. "We're not here to take anything." The girl narrowed her eyes. "She belongs to me." Kael looked closer. And saw it. The bundle wasn't light. It was threads, spiral strands, delicate and tangled. All connected to the girl they had rescued. Her name. Fragmented. Sure. Held in pieces by this mirrored self. Kael lowered himself to one knee. "What's your name?" he asked. The girl didn't answer. But the spiral in his chest responded. Not aloud. Just a feeling. This was a memory that broke off. A piece of the rescued girl that split when she was sealed. A part of her that didn't make it back. Now made real, because she had been remembered. "She's not yours to take," Kael said gently. "She's not mine either." He extended his hand. "She's hers." The mirrored girl trembled. Tears spilled silently. "I was scared she wouldn't wake up." Kael nodded. "So you held her name for her." The girl looked down at the threads. I kept them safe. Kael smiled. You did. Now it's time to give them back. She looked up, then slowly placed the bundle in his hands. The spiral pulsed, and the shimmer closed. Back in camp, the girl gasped, eyes wide, hand clutched to her chest. The light returned to her palm. Not chaotic now. Woven. Centered. A name. She looked up at Kael. Voice small. I think, my name is Emery. Kael smiled. Then welcome back, Emery. Morning came soft and slow. The mist hadn't yet lifted from the grass. Dew clung to each leaf like whispered thoughts not ready to fall. And in the center of the camp, Emery stood barefoot in the stream, arms outstretched, watching the way water curved around her fingers. She wasn't glowing. She wasn't casting. But the spiral moved around her, gently. A soft orbit of warmth and rhythm. Not power. Presence. Kael sat nearby watching. He didn't speak. Didn't interrupt. Some things weren't meant to be guided. Only witnessed. Sarah stood at his side, hands folded in front of her, eyes quiet. She's whole now, she said. Kael nodded. Because she came back on her own. Valeth watched from the tree line. Her arms were crossed, but her posture had softened. She wasn't guarding the girl anymore. She was protecting the space Emery now belonged to. Thurin drifted nearby, flickering faintly. He was growing quieter each day. Not from weakness, but from peace. You should name the thread, he said to Kael. Kael turned. What thread? Thurin looked toward Emery. She brought something with her. You just haven't seen it yet. As if hearing him, Emery turned. In her hands now, held between her palms, was a length of shimmering light. A thread. Not long. Not thick. Just true. Spiraled. Unbroken. Kael stood and walked to her. What is that? She held it up to him, eyes wide with quiet wonder. I don't know, but it was there after I said my name. It feels like it's always been with me. Kael reached out, touched it, and felt a memory that wasn't his. A voice. Not a child's. Not a summoner's. But soft, ancient, woven from the same pattern as his spiral. Every name remembered leaves a thread behind. And when enough threads return, the spiral will open again. He stepped back, breath caught. Sarah grabbed his arm. What did you see? Kael looked at Emery, still holding the thread like a ribbon from a dream. This isn't just part of her. Valeth approached now, slow. She's holding a spiral thread. Kael turned to her. You've seen this before? Valeth nodded. Just once. In the archive. Beneath the forgotten grove. There were carvings of them. They weren't weapons. They weren't power. She met Kael's eyes. They were keys. Linnea appeared behind them, her journal open, flipping pages fast. I've seen the term too. Just once. In a sealed rift report buried in Westlight's deeper logs. Threat class manifestation. Status, contained. Relevance, obscured. She stopped, eyes wide. They knew these existed. Kael turned back to Emery. The thread in her hands pulsed gently. Alive. Woven. Not just a gift. Not just a sign. A tether. He crouched beside her. You remember the place you came from? Emery nodded slowly. Kael held her gaze. Could you go back if you followed this thread? She paused. Then nodded again. I think I could bring someone with me this time. The firelight flickered behind them. Theron's voice came low, nearly silent. Then the spiral's remembering more than names now. It's remembering paths. That night, Kael sat beside the fire, the thread now gently curled in a circle beside him, placed on a stone like a sacred offering. Sarah, Emery, and Linnea slept nearby. Bran dozed beside Mira in a warm heap of embers and wind. Class stood silent over them all. Umbra paced the perimeter. Ash Ruin hung above the treetops, wings low, fire hidden. Only Valeth stayed awake with him. She stared at the thread. Then at him. If the spiral is leaving keys, where do they lead? Kael looked toward the dark horizon. And whispered. To the names that were never saved. The spiral thread shimmered in the morning mist, laid flat across Kael's open palm. It didn't pull. Didn't burn. Didn't hum. It waited. Like a key resting beside a door that hadn't been found yet. Kael stared at it as the camp quietly packed. The others moved slowly, rested but wary. There was something about this thread that changed the air. It wasn't power. It was invitation. Where do you think it goes? Sarah asked beside him. Kael shook his head. It's not leading. It's remembering. She frowned. Remembering what? He looked toward the forest, the thread still pulsing gently in rhythm with the spiral mark on his chest. Where something broke, he said, and was never mended. They followed the thread. It didn't stretch like rope. It drifted, folded inward on itself, spinning faintly through the air like a trail only Kael could see. Emery walked beside him, her hand in his, her gaze distant. She wasn't guiding the thread, but it moved in harmony with her steps. Durin followed in silence. His form had dimmed again, thinner, slower. Every mile they walked through the thread's memory, it seemed to take something from him. Not painfully. Like a farewell in stages. By midday they reached a clearing that shouldn't have been there. The trees around it had no rings, cut clean through time, too perfect. The grass didn't grow in lines. It curled, spiraled inward. And at the center stood a stone altar, half buried, cracked at its base, with a seal that had been broken not by decay but by intention. The spiral etchings on it were backwards. Not mirrored. Folded. Valith knelt beside the altar. "This isn't a rift gate," she murmured. "It's a holding mark." Kael stepped closer, the thread spinning faster in his hand now, pulsing low and urgent. Linné examined the grooves. "This symbol, it's gild-etched. Post-spiral era. Modified to suppress core signatures." She looked up, eyes sharp. "They didn't seal a rift here. They sealed a person." Kael pressed his hand to the mark. The spiral inside him flared, not upward, down. And in the space beneath the altar, something breathed. The air twisted. The thread pulled downward. And the earth opened. A rift unfolded beneath their feet. But not a shimmer. Not memory. Not echo. This was a spiral corridor, spiraling downward in layered steps of stone, runes, and forgotten core bindings. A place made to hold what the world couldn't accept. Kael turned to the others. "I'm going alone." Emery clutched his sleeve. "You might not come back." He smiled at her gently. "Then wait here. Keep the thread safe." He passed her the glowing spiral strand. It settled instantly in her hands. Like it knew she would hold it better than anyone. Kael descended. Each step deeper into the dark pressed against his lungs. Not with weight. With memory. The spiral in his chest began to ache, not sharply but like an old scar rubbing open. He passed walls etched in names, half-finished, crossed out, or folded in reverse. The light dimmed. And then, he saw them. 6 forms. Seated in a circle of stone. Eyes closed. Unmoving. Alive, barely. Their spiral marks burned low across their chests, but they did not respond to his presence. Kael stepped closer. They were people. What? But the spiral in them had been forced closed. Not buried. Not erased. Paused. A voice echoed from the far corner of the chamber. Dry. Quiet. Cold. "You shouldn't be here." Kael turned. A figure stepped from shadow, cloaked in black, face hidden beneath a half-mask etched with cracked spiral lines. Their voice carried authority, not rage. Kael narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The figure stopped at the circle's edge. "The one who kept them from remembering. Because if they do." They stepped forward and the air tightened. The spiral begins again. Kael stepped in front of the seated figures. Their spiral marks pulsed, once at his nearness. "I won't let you keep them like this." The figure raised a hand. The spiral on Kael's chest twisted. His breath caught, folded. For a moment he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't remember who he was. Then, a voice, soft, young, Emery. "You're not alone down there." The spiral thread in her hands flared, above ground. And Kael felt it. A tug, a spark, the truth. Not from power. From a name said fully for the first time. Kael. The spiral unfolded. And Kael stood straighter. The masked figure staggered back. The 6 seated forms stirred, barely. Kael stepped forward, voice steady now. "You've kept them paused." He touched the nearest shoulder. "But I remember them." The spiral pulsed once. And the first of the folded ones opened their eyes. The first of the folded ones opened her eyes. Not wide. Not fast. Just open. Like a curtain drawn back after too many years behind dust and shadow. Kael knelt beside her, hand still pressed gently to her shoulder. Her spiral mark, once dimmed and locked beneath etched control lines, now pulsed faintly with color. She blinked. Her lips parted. But no sound came. Not yet. The masked figure across the chamber stood frozen. They hadn't attacked. Hadn't shouted. They simply watched, as if Kael's presence had broken a rule so old it had been written in silence. "You shouldn't be here," they said again, quieter this time. Kael rose. "I'm not here to fight. You are unraveling what was bound for a reason." Kael looked around the circle. 6 figures. All sealed. All once spiral marked. And now slowly beginning to stir. One sat upright, coughing weakly. Another's fingers twitched across the floor. The spiral marks on their chests glowed like stars just before dawn. Kael turned back to the masked figure. You didn't erase them. You paused them. Why? The figure didn't move. But their voice cracked. Because remembering would hurt them. The second of the folded ones raised their head now. An older man. Hollow-eyed but aware. His voice rasped. Waking hurts less than forgetting forever. Kael stepped to the center of the ring. The spiral within him spun once, not upward, not downward, but outward, like threads being pulled together again. I didn't come here to awaken the spiral, he said. I came to tell it I'm still listening. A third form stirred. A young girl. No older than Sarah when Kael first found her. She gasped, then clutched her chest. Kael dropped beside her. Breathe, he whispered. You're safe now. Her eyes opened wide. You're Valen. Kael froze. I was. No, she said. You still are. The fourth and fifth opened next. They didn't speak, just turned their eyes to Kael and nodded. A name passed between them without voice. Recognition. The spiral moved now, lifting the dust from old memory. Valetha's voice echoed faintly from the corridor above. Kael. We're feeling it up here. Sarah's voice followed. The ground is humming. An Emery's soft whisper. They're waking. Kael stood slowly, facing the masked figure again. Help me. The figure flinched. What? You didn't destroy them, Kael said. Which means part of you wanted them to be found. They were dangerous. They were forgotten. Kael stepped closer. Which are you more afraid of? That they'll remember who they were? Or that I'll remember you? Silence. Then, the mask lowered. And the figure removed it. A woman. Late middle-aged. Her face worn, lined with grief, not guilt. She whispered. I was one of them. Kael's heart froze. She stepped forward, spiral lines faint on her neck. I was folded, but I remembered too early. And I chose to stay behind. To keep them sleeping because I thought, if they woke up into a world that feared them, it would kill what little they had left. Kael said nothing. She bowed her head. But maybe, that was my fear, not theirs. The sixth folded one stirred now. He didn't move quickly. Didn't even open his eyes. But his spiral flared. Sure. What? Controlled. And Kael recognized it instantly. He dropped to one knee. Master Theris. The old man opened his eyes. Smiled faintly. Took you long enough, Valen? Up above, the spiral thread in Emery's hands flared. Not in alarm. In acknowledgement. Like a thread returning to its place in the weave. Kael rose, eyes shining. You were sealed here, all this time? Theris nodded slowly. They couldn't let the spiral live again. He looked around at the others. But names remember. And so do students. He met Kael's eyes. You didn't just wake us. You wove us back into the world. Kael turned to the spiral mark on the wall, now pulsing brightly with every breath in the chamber, and whispered. Then let the spiral rise. The first of the folded ones opened her eyes. Not wide. Not fast. Just open. Like a curtain drawn back after too many years behind dust and shadow. Kael knelt beside her, hand still pressed gently to her shoulder. Her spiral mark, once dimmed and locked beneath etched control lines, now pulsed faintly with color. She blinked. Her lips parted. But no sound came. Not yet. The masked figure across the chamber stood frozen. They hadn't attacked. Hadn't shouted. They simply watched, as if Kael's presence had broken a rule so old it had been written in silence. You shouldn't be here, they said again, quieter this time. Kael rose. I'm not here to fight. You are unraveling what was bound for a reason. Kael looked around the circle. 6 figures. All sealed. All once spiral marked. And now slowly beginning to stir. One sat upright, coughing weakly. Another's fingers twitched across the floor. The spiral marks on their chests glowed like stars just before dawn. Kael turned back to the masked figure. You didn't erase them. You paused them. Why? The figure didn't move. But their voice cracked. Because remembering would hurt them. The second of the folded ones raised their head now. An older man. Hollow-eyed but aware. His voice rasped. Waking hurts less than forgetting forever. Kael stepped to the center of the ring. The spiral within him spun once, not upward, not downward, but outward, like threads being pulled together again. I didn't come here to awaken the spiral, he said. I came to tell it I'm still listening. A third form stirred. A young girl. No older than Sarah when Kael first found her. She gasped, then clutched her chest. Kael dropped beside her. Breathe, he whispered. You're safe now. Her eyes opened wide. You're Valen. Kael froze. I was. No, she said. You still are. The fourth and fifth opened next. They didn't speak, just turned their eyes to Kael and nodded. A name passed between them without voice. Recognition. The spiral moved now, lifting the dust from old memory. Valetha's voice echoed faintly from the corridor above. Kael. We're feeling it up here. Sarah's voice followed. The ground is humming. An Emery's soft whisper. They're waking. Kael stood slowly, facing the masked figure again. Help me. The figure flinched. What? You didn't destroy them, Kael said. Which means part of you wanted them to be found. They were dangerous. They were forgotten. Kael stepped closer. Which are you more afraid of? That they'll remember who they were? Or that I'll remember you? Silence. Then, the mask lowered, and the figure removed it. A woman, late middle-aged. Her face worn, lined with grief, not guilt. She whispered, I was one of them. Kael's heart froze. She stepped forward, spiral lines faint on her neck. I was folded, but I remembered too early, and I chose to stay behind. To keep them sleeping because I thought, if they woke up into a world that feared them, it would kill what little they had left. Kael said nothing. She bowed her head. But maybe, that was my fear, not theirs. The sixth folded one stirred now. He didn't move quickly. Didn't even open his eyes. But his spiral flared. Sure. What? Controlled. And Kael recognized it instantly. He dropped to one knee. Master Theris. The old man opened his eyes. Smiled faintly. Took you long enough, Valen? Up above, the spiral thread in Emery's hands flared. Not in alarm. In acknowledgement. Like a thread returning to its place in the weave. Kael rose, eyes shining. You were sealed here, all this time? Theris nodded slowly. They couldn't let the spiral live again. He looked around at the others. But names remember. And so do students. He met Kael's eyes. You didn't just wake us. You wove us back into the world. Kael turned to the spiral mark on the wall, now pulsing brightly with every breath in the chamber, and whispered, Then let the spiral rise. Kael hadn't spoken since they emerged. Not because he was afraid. Not because he doubted. But because silence for once felt full. Behind him, the folded ones walked slowly into the sunlight, blinking, adjusting, breathing again. Not just air. Not just freedom. But existence. Names once sealed beneath layers of silence now stepped onto soil that had forgotten them. The spiral didn't pulse in Kael's chest. It flowed. Like breath finally syncing with body. Like rhythm returning to a song left unfinished. Master Theris walked beside him. His steps were slow but sure. His eyes, though aged and dimmed by years underground, still held clarity. The kind only comes from enduring loss and remembering why you endured. Sarah, Emery, and Linnae waited near the tree line, watching as the folded ones emerged one by one. Linnae's hand trembled over her journal. She whispered, This changes everything. Sarah nodded. They're not relics. They're returning. Emery's voice was soft. They never stopped being here. Kael approached them. They're weak, he said. Some barely remember where they were. But their cores are intact. Linnae blinked. After all that time? They weren't decaying, Kael said. They were paused. Durin appeared behind him, flickering as always. He glanced toward Theris, nodded quietly, then stepped aside, like a shadow bowing to sunrise. Theris turned to Kael. Others will feel this. Kael looked up. The guild? No. Everyone. The spiral wasn't subtle now. As Kael stood in the clearing, the mark beneath his chest began to pulse. Not inward, not outward. Everywhere. The spiral wasn't just returning through echo rifts or forgotten names. It was unfolding in memory, in presence, in the land itself. Emery stepped forward, still clutching the spiral thread like a ribbon tied to her heart. I can feel something else, she said softly. Kael turned to her. What is it? Her brow furrowed. It's like something's pulling back. Sarah placed a hand on her shoulder. You're not broken again? Emery shook her head. No, it's not me. It's the spiral. Kael stepped closer. What do you mean? The spiral isn't just opening names, she whispered. It's pulling on names that were never meant to return. A wind rose through the clearing. The folded ones paused. One of them, a woman with silver hair and a burn-scarred cheek, staggered slightly. She gripped Kael's arm. "They're waking up wrong." Kael stared at her. "Who?" She swallowed. "The ones who broke away before the spiral collapsed." Vailitha's voice came sharp from the edge of the clearing. "The unnamed." Everyone went still. Kael turned. "I thought they were just myth." Vailitha's gaze was like stone. They weren't erased. They were unbound. Names that rejected the spiral and were left to drift. Theris' voice grew grim. "And if they're feeling the return, they'll come back twisted." Emery's spiral thread dimmed. Mira let out a low, pulsing chirp. Ash ruin shrieked once above the trees, circling faster. Class shifted in place. Brand's fire turned blue. Kael felt it in his core, a wrong thread. One that didn't weave but unraveled. He turned to Vailith. "How many of the unnamed were there?" Vailitha's jaw tensed. "Too many." "And where would they appear first?" She didn't hesitate. "Where the spiral was born." Kael's eyes narrowed. "The old Rift Grove." Theris turned, already preparing to move. Kael looked back once at the folded ones gathered behind him. "I'll go." Theris shook his head. "They'll need you there." Kael nodded once. Then looked to Emery. "Hold on to the thread. Don't let go. It might be the only thing keeping this spiral from snapping." She held it tight to her chest. "I won't." Kael stepped forward. The world no longer felt like silence. It felt like a tuning fork. And his name, Valen, was the first note. They reached the grove just before dusk. It had not been marked on any map in over 100 years. No roads led to it. No guild records referenced it. Linnae once told Kael that even the archivists who whispered spiral legends referred to it only as the Rooted Vale. But Kael knew it for what it was. The first place the spiral opened. The trees here were wrong. Not dead. Not corrupted. Just listening. Branches curled inward, trunks hollowed by age, not decay. The bark shimmered faintly like veins beneath skin. Leaves shaped like crescents hung still, not stirring in the breeze. And in the center of the grove was a single spiral stone altar. Cracked but intact. Worn but untouched by time. Kael stepped forward alone. The spiral mark on his chest pulsed, lightly like a hand knocking on a familiar door. Sarah and Vailith stayed behind with Emery and the folded ones. This place, Kael knew, was not meant for many voices. Just one. He knelt beside the altar. Ran his hand across its surface. It didn't glow. Didn't hum. But it knew him. Like a place that remembered your shape, even if you didn't remember walking through it. Kael whispered, "I'm here." And the ground answered. The spiral flared, not outward, not upward. Down. From beneath the altar, a shimmer peeled open. Not like a rift. Not a memory. Not even an echo. A veil, folded around something that had waited a long, long time to speak again. Kael stood and stepped inside. The world shifted. Not violently. Just wrong. He was still in the grove. But the trees were different now. Darker. Thicker. Their bark pulsed with spiral patterns that coiled and recoiled, as if trying to unwrite themselves. The altar behind him was gone. In its place stood a figure. They were tall. Hooded. Face hidden in shadow. But spiral marks wrapped their body like veins, distorted, jagged, broken mid-pattern. Kael stepped forward slowly. "You're one of them." The figure tilted their head. Their voice echoed, not aloud but inside his core. "No. I am what happens when the spiral fails." Kael narrowed his eyes. "You're unnamed." The figure laughed. Not cruelly, just emptily. "No. I had a name. Once. But it broke. Too many voices. Too many echoes. It shattered under its own weight." Kael felt the spiral tighten inside his chest. "What do you want?" The figure turned slowly. Around them, smaller shapes began to emerge from the trees. Figures, half-formed, flickering, not spirit, not summon. Unwritten names. The unanchored. "You woke the spiral," the voice said. "And when it opened, it began pulling back everything. Even what should have stayed folded." Kael stepped forward. "Then help me put it right." The figure turned back to him. "You can't rewrite what was never finished. You can only choose what thread to carry." Kael glanced behind him. No exit. No shimmer. Only trees and spiral echoes. The unanchored crept forward, silent, lost, drawn by his presence. Kael pressed his hand to his chest. The spiral mark glowed. Faint, but steady. He took a breath, and called. "Emery." Far away, above the veil, her hand closed tighter around the thread. The spiral pulsed in her fingers. and the thread dropped into Kael's palm. The unnamed figure froze. Eyes flickered under the hood. You carry her? Kael nodded. I carry them all. The thread in his hand began to shine. Not as light. As weave. It spun gently around his fingers, then stretched outward, toward the unanchored. They hesitated. Moved closer. Kael reached out. You don't need to take shape, he said softly. You only need to be held. The spiral pulsed. The grove shivered. And the first of the unanchored touched the thread. Their body flared faintly. A shape. A sound. A spiral mark reforming, not to bind, but to begin. Kael didn't speak again. He simply listened. And the spiral wove. The thread shimmered in Kael's hand. It wasn't long. It wasn't bright. It didn't hum with energy. It simply held shape. A spiral that had not yet chosen a center. Across from him, the unanchored hovered, figures half-formed, blurred at the edges, each of them tethered to nothing. They weren't hostile. They weren't whole. They simply were. And they were watching him. Kael took a slow breath. The spiral within his chest remained steady, like the eye of a storm he hadn't noticed growing around him. Names don't come from power, he said aloud. They come from the moment someone is willing to remember you. He held the thread out toward the first unanchored. Not to command. To offer. The figure tilted forward. At first, it resisted, flickering, vibrating at a frequency Kael could barely track. Then, it stepped forward. A thread from Kael's hand unraveled, not separating but duplicating. The memory passed into the shape like silk being pulled through a loom, and the figure began to change. No explosion. No flare. Just presence. The haze around it condensed. A body formed, not fully detailed but enough to stand. The spiral lines on its arms stabilized. Coiled once. Found rhythm. Then the figure knelt. And whispered. My name was Ailey. But I couldn't hold it alone. Kael's throat tightened. You don't have to anymore. Ailey looked up. Eyes clear. Human. No longer unanchored. Simply remembered. One of the others stepped forward, drawn by the light, the rhythm, the truth. Kael extended the thread again. This one reached without hesitation. Their forms solidified faster. Older, sharper, eyes glowing faintly with gold spiral script. Drum. I was the last to hold the southern veil when it fell. Thank you for finding me. Kael's hand trembled. He nodded. I didn't find you. You came when I listened. One by one the unanchored stepped into shape. 5, 10, 12. Each with different memories, different spiral patterns. Some bore armor, others robes, one even a child's tunic barely holding form. But all of them remembered one thing. Valen. Kael staggered slightly. Too many threads. Too many truths. The spiral in his chest began to spiral faster. Not wild but strained. Valetha's voice echoed from far above, though muffled through the veil. Kael. Pull back. You're at your limit. But he couldn't stop now. The 13th stepped forward. Its form did not shimmer. It bent. Twisted. Spiral marks coiled in the wrong direction. This one had been unanchored too long. Kael braced. I can still. It reached. And Kael flinched. The thread recoiled. A voice sliced through the air, not the unanchored's, but from behind. Don't touch him. Thurin appeared, flickering, barely stable. He stepped between Kael and the twisted form. You're not ready, he said softly. You left too early. The form hissed. Not in anger. In grief. Kael saw it now. Not a failure. Not a threat. Just a name that had never been held long enough to remember itself. Kael lowered his hand. And instead whispered. Next time. The form backed away. Not gone. Just waiting. Waiting to be remembered safely. Kael fell to his knees. The thread burned warm in his palm now, not with ether. With weight. Sarah's voice reached him through the veil. Kael. Come back. They're stable now. Valetha's command echoed with sharper urgency. You've done enough. He stood. Turned to Ailey and Drum. To those who had taken form. You'll fade again if I leave. Ailey stepped forward. No, she said. You gave us a thread. Drum held out his palm, where a spiral mark now pulsed. Now we can wait together. Kael nodded. He turned toward the veil's edge. The spiral pulsed. And the grove shimmered. When he emerged, the sun was beginning to rise. The others surrounded him, eyes wide, silent. Emery ran forward and threw her arms around his waist. You were gone a long time, she said. Kael looked at her. And saw the thread still wrapped in her fingers. Still glowing. Still waiting. He knelt. You held it the whole time? She nodded. It said you'd need it again. Kael smiled faintly, then looked to the horizon, toward the next place the spiral would return. Not as a storm, not as a weapon, but as a question waiting for an answer. The road back from the Rift Grove was quiet. No birdsong, no insects, just the sound of breath and footfall. 12 folded ones reborn, Sarah beside Emery, Linnae writing furiously, and Kael walking slightly ahead, thread wound once more around his palm. But they weren't alone. They hadn't been since sunrise. At first, Kael thought it was his own spiral reacting, unfolding again after the weight of the unanchored. But the rhythm was wrong. Too still. Too precise. He stopped mid-step. So did Valeth. Sarah turned, arms instinctively going around Emery. Thurin flickered forward from the shadows, form barely holding. And above the trees Ashruin screamed once, a sharp, descending note. Bran's flames spiked. Klass stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the group. Kael said quietly, "She's here." They emerged into a clearing, one Kael didn't remember walking toward. The spiral thread in his palm had bent them slightly, curving their path to this place. Because she was waiting. A single figure stood at the center. Tall. Robed in dark blue, silver-lined. A gilt sash at her side, but not recent. Its colors had faded. Etchings along her sleeves marked her as a core master. And the spiral burned across her left palm, open, permitted, not suppressed. Kael stepped forward, cautious. "You're not here to stop me." The woman smiled. It wasn't cold. It was tired. "No. I'm here to see if you remember why we began." Valeth tensed beside him. "Kael," she said low. "That's a warden class." Kael nodded. "I know." He stepped forward alone. "You're a spiral warden." The woman dipped her head. "I was." She looked around the gathered group. At least until the last spiral keeper was folded. Kael's voice was quiet. "Me?" "Yes, you." She turned her eyes on him, and for the first time he saw her fully. Lines under her eyes. A thread of silver in her braid. But her spiral still pulsed. Controlled. Woven. She hadn't stopped using it. She just used it in secret. "I've been watching you," she said. Kael tilted his head. "Spying?" "No," she said softly. "Hoping." She stepped closer. Bran tensed. Mira hovered close. But Kael raised a hand. The warden didn't reach for a weapon. Instead she knelt. Right there. In the middle of the clearing. And placed her palm to the earth. The spiral mark in her skin shimmered. And a thread rose. Not from her. From the ground itself. Kael's breath caught. The thread was ancient. Frayed at the edges. But still intact. The warden looked up. "This is what we buried," she said. "Not to erase it. To keep it safe." Kael crouched, touching the thread beside hers. Their patterns resonated. Not identical. But close. She smiled faintly. "You were never the last spiral keeper, Valen." Silence. The name wrapped around him again, not heavy but real. Kael whispered, "Then why didn't you come back?" The warden looked away. "Because the guild changed. Too much. Too fast." She stood. "They saw the spiral as a threat because they couldn't hold it. And after you vanished, they tightened everything. Closed the folded archives. Labeled anything that spiraled as unstable." She looked to the folded ones standing behind him now. "To keep them quiet, they made us choose. Hide or be erased." Kael closed his fist around the thread. "But it's opening again now." The warden nodded. "Because you pulled it open. And not with force." She stepped forward and touched the mark on his chest, gently. "But with remembrance. That's the kind of warden we need." He blinked. "You're not here to test me." "No," she said. "I'm here to pass the title on." Valeth stepped closer, hand near her hilt. "What's your name?" she asked quietly. The warden turned. For the first time since they'd met, she looked straight at Valeth and answered. "Kala. Spiral Warden, Third Weave." "And now," she turned to Kael, kneeling once more. "It's yours to hold." Kael didn't move right away. The title weighed nothing. But the memory behind it did. He stepped forward, hand outstretched. Kala pressed the thread into his palm. It shimmered once, then disappeared into his spiral. Not power. Not command. Just a role. A keeper of names. Kala stood. "I'll walk with you as far as the Echo Valley." Kael looked at her. "Then what?" She smiled. "Then I'll go back into the weave." She looked at Emery, who had watched it all in awe. "And let the world remember something it tried to forget." That night, Kael sat beside the fire, eyes open, the stars bright. The spiral didn't pulse. It listened. And somewhere beneath his ribs, in the place that used to ache with memory, a new thread had settled. It didn't ask for anything. It simply waited. Like a tidal past in trust. The path into Echo Valley wasn't marked. It didn't need to be. It remembered every step of those who had walked it before. Kael walked at the head of the line, his cloak dusted with dried earth and wind-blown ash. The spiral warden's thread, Kala's parting gift, now pulsed quietly beneath his ribs. Not heavy. Just present. Like a promise waiting to be kept. Sarah walked beside him, Emery close on her other side. The younger girl's spiral thread had dimmed after the rift grove, but it never stopped weaving through her fingers, coiling gently like it had found its place. Behind them, Thurin hovered. Silent. Flickering slightly. He had not spoken much since the Folded Ones awakened. Something about Echo Valley unsettled him. Valeth brought up the rear with Linné and classed. Mira and Bran drifted at the edges, quiet and alert. Even Ashruin flew lower now. The valley remembered too many things. As they crested the final ridge, the wind stilled. Below them stretched a wide basin, green with creeping moss, lined with sun-bleached stone pillars that leaned like half-fallen candles. No towns. No guild markers. Just silence. And spiral marks. Hundreds. Carved into stone, trees, cliffsides. Not glowing. Not flickering. Just waiting. Kael's steps slowed. He recognized the pattern. Their names, he murmured. But not folded. Not sealed. Linné stepped closer. They were erased. Thurin flinched at the word. Kael turned to him. You know this place. Thurin nodded slowly. Before the war, this valley held the spiral's oldest names. Those who walked the path before keepers even existed. Back when the spiral wasn't a system, just a way of remembering. He looked to the stones. The guild came later. They didn't fold these names. They stripped them from the weave. Kael took a step forward. His spiral flared. Not brightly. Not outward. But downward, like something beneath the valley floor had been holding its breath. The stones didn't react. But the air did. A low thrum passed through the valley. Not a warning. A summons. Kael knelt beside one of the spiral stones, brushing moss from its surface. There was no name. Just the shape of a spiral scratched over and over. Almost frantic. He whispered, I don't know who you were. The spiral in his chest throbbed once. And a voice answered. Then listen until you do. Kael fell still. The wind stilled with him. Then, he heard it. Not aloud. Not in his ears. In his core. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Names. Whispered at once. Too many to hold. Too many to forget. He staggered back. Sarah caught his arm. Emery pressed close, her thread brightening in alarm. Valeth stepped forward. What's happening? Kael's voice was hoarse. They're not echoes. Not unanchored. He looked at the stones. They're names that were cut. He turned back to the group. If we don't carry them, his voice shook. They'll come back without memory. Without form. Without shape. Thurin's face went pale. That's what the guild feared most. Sarah looked between them. Unwritten names? Kael nodded. If the spiral opens too wide and no one's left to hold the memory. He turned to the horizon. They'll return not as people. Valeth finished the thought. But as questions with teeth. That night they made camp near the largest of the spiral stones. Linné set her journal aside for once. No report could hold what this was. Kael sat beside the fire, Emery asleep against his side, the warden's thread glowing faintly on his forearm. He looked to the stone again. And whispered, Tell me who you were. The spiral flared once. Not as light. But as a voice. A single name. I was Solon. I taught the spiral to breathe. Kael closed his eyes. And listened. The name came at midnight. Not in a whisper. Not through a rift. Not in a shimmer of spiral light. Came in a crack. A deep rupture in the stillness of Echo Valley. Like something had snapped loose from silence. Kael woke instantly. The spiral mark on his chest burned, not in heat but in pressure. Like something inside the weave had torn, and the thread meant to hold it had recoiled. Sarah was already up, shielding Emery with her body, eyes wide. Valeth stood sword drawn. Bran growled. Mira circled tightly above Kael's shoulder, winds hissing. Even Clast was unsettled. He had not shifted in days. But now he stood tense, stone plates groaning beneath his bulk. Kael stood slowly. What was that? Thurin appeared beside him. Pale. flickering more than usual. One of them tried to come back. Kael's breath caught. The erased? Thurin nodded. But no one remembered them. They came back raw. Across the clearing, the spiral stones began to hum. Oh, unstable. A spiral glyph, one Kael hadn't seen before, lit on the far side of the ridge. Not curved, torn. Like a spiral pulled too tight, and left to unravel. And then something stepped through it. It had a shape, but not a form. A figure of overlapping pieces, limbs stitched from half-memories, a face smeared like ink across wet parchment. Its body pulsed with spiral energy, but the wrong kind. Jagged. Misaligned. The spiral wasn't flowing. It was tearing itself to stay coherent. Kael stepped forward. "Stop," he said, voice low, calm. The figure twitched, then jerked its head toward him. And spoke. Not in words. In fragments. L-V-N. "Remember me, please?" Kael's heart stilled. He looked toward the nearest spiral stone. There was a crack across it. Its glyph had fractured. Emery's voice trembled behind him. "It's trying to find its name." Kael raised his hand slowly. "I can help." The figure screamed. The sound was broken. A spiral resonance howl, neither summoner nor summon. Kael felt it hit his core. The name it carried wasn't whole. It had teeth. Brand surged forward in a coil of flame. Mira dropped low, forming a vortex. Clash took the front, arms braced, stone skin bristling. Valeth did not unsheath her sword. She whispered to Kael. "Don't strike. It's not attacking." Kael stared. The figure clawed at its own arms, pulling spiral marks that weren't complete, trying to finish a name that didn't exist anymore. It didn't want to hurt them. It wanted to be real. Sarah stepped forward. "Let me try." Kael turned sharply. "No." But Emery reached out too. "She's right." Valeth scowled. "It's too unstable." Kael hesitated, then stepped forward with them. "If we all hold the thread, maybe it'll be enough." They formed a triangle, Kael, Sarah, Emery, hands extended, not to bind but to listen. Kael spoke gently. "Who were you?" Sarah's voice joined his. "Where did you fall?" Emery's voice was smallest, but strongest. "Do you want to be remembered?" The spiral thread in Kael's hand shimmered, began to split. 3 threads, woven, balanced. They reached forward, touched the figure's chest, and for a moment, a flicker of light, a sound, a syllable, Sol-Ren, and then the figure collapsed. It didn't vanish. It folded, not in pain, in peace. What remained was a spiral glyph, simple. Oh. One name returned. Kael sank to his knees. The thread curled softly around his wrist, warm again. Sarah exhaled shakily. Valeth finally lowered her guard. Emery smiled faintly. He remembered himself, just enough. Thurin stood at the edge of the clearing, gaze heavy. "We can't save them all." Kael looked up. "No." He stood. "But we can remember one at a time." Behind them, the spiral stones no longer hummed. They glowed, each one pulsing with faint warmth, as if listening, waiting, and beginning to believe it might be okay to speak again. The spiral stones glowed softly in the dark. Not brightly, not to guide, just enough to say, "We're still here." Kael sat near the fire, staring at the glyph etched in the dirt where Sol-Ren had folded. The thread that carried his memory had returned to Kael's hand, lighter now. Not because it was gone, because it had settled. That name, once broken, once howling, was at peace. And that mattered. More than power. More than victory. Mattered. Thurin approached, flickering more than ever. "You felt it," he said. "Didn't you?" Kael didn't look away from the glyph. "Yes." That name didn't come from a rift. It didn't echo. Kael nodded. It came from the deep spiral. Thurin sat beside him, gaze lowered. Before a name is spoken, it rests in the spiral. And if it's never spoken, it doesn't vanish. Just waits, buried in a place no one dares go. Kael finally looked at him. "You mean it's real?" "The place names go to sleep. It's not a story." Kael exhaled. "I thought it was metaphor." Thurin shook his head. "It's a memory vault. The spiral stores names there, names not ready to awaken or too painful to be carried. The guild used to visit it through ritual. Quietly. Secretly. Not to awaken the names. Just to make sure they hadn't unraveled." Sarah approached now, Emery behind her. Both had heard. "You're saying, we can go there?" Sarah asked. Thurin was silent for a moment, then nodded. "If the spiral wants you to." Emery clutched her thread. It's pulling again, she whispered. But it's not sideways this time. Kael stood. The thread in his palm had begun to spiral downward. Not heavy. Just deep. Valeth joined them at the edge of the clearing. Where would such a place even exist? Kael turned to her. In the spiral's first pause. She frowned. What? Kael looked back to the glyph Solrin had left behind. The place where the spiral stopped for the first time. Not because of loss. Not war. Not silence. Something else. Linnae spoke from behind them. There's one mention of it. A place beneath Echo Valley where names were stored and never assigned. A coreless chamber. No summonings allowed. No ether transfer. Her voice dropped. They called it the Hollow Spiral. That night they didn't travel far. They followed Emery's thread across a quiet ravine, then along the base of a tree ring older than anything Kael had seen. No map showed a path. But the spiral didn't need maps anymore. It simply led. The opening was small, stone spiraled in a pattern like a sleeping shell. Only those who carried spiral threads could pass. Kael entered first. Sarah followed. Emery stepped in after him without hesitation. Even Thurin passed through, flickering but steady. Valeth and the others waited outside. This was not a place for weapons. This was a place for remembrance. Inside the world changed. It wasn't a chamber. It was a spiral of stillness. Steps curved downward around an open shaft of soft blue light. The walls were carved with names, not etched, not painted. Just impressed. Like fingerprints in clay. And in the center, suspended in slow drift, were threads. Hundreds. Maybe thousands. Each one curled gently in sleep. Kael felt his knees weaken. This is... Sarah whispered, it's beautiful. Emery walked ahead of them, slowly. The threads swirled softly around her, responding to her presence. She stopped in front of one that pulsed faintly. Kael, she said. He joined her. The thread was silver blue. Thin. Gentle. But when Kael touched it, a name bloomed in his chest. A girl. Young. Smart. Curious. Never bonded. Silenced before she ever learned to speak to the spiral. Tessa. Kael breathed in. Then reached up. Not to pull her out. To hold her there. He whispered her name aloud just once. And the thread pulsed. Not to awaken. Just to say, I heard you. One by one they moved around the chamber. Not binding. Not summoning. Just remembering. Each thread, once named, curled a little tighter. Not unraveled. Settled. When they finally reached the bottom, Kael stood in silence, his arms at his sides, the spiral on his chest steady. No movement. No flare. Just peace. And in that stillness, a final voice rose. Not from below. From within the spiral itself. When the names wake, the world will try to silence them again. Kael nodded. I'll be louder. The spiral pulsed once. And the threads in the place names go to sleep. Rested. But this time. Not alone. They stood at the bottom of the hollow spiral. No words. No echoes. Only the quiet hum of waiting. The threads floated gently around them, each one a name never spoken. A life paused before it could unfold. Some pulsed faintly, some barely moved. But all of them were intact. Not broken. Not lost. Just resting. Kael looked up. The shaft of light that fell from the spiral ceiling above painted everything in pale silver. Even time. Even grief. His spiral mark felt cool for once. Not flaring, not guiding. Just listening. And in that stillness, a new rhythm emerged. Not a pull. Not a command. A choice. Thurin's voice broke the silence. The hollow spiral isn't just a resting place. It's a gate. Kael turned. Thurin stood at the edge of the circle, flickering as always. One thread. One name. You can carry it out. But it has to choose you too. Kael frowned. Why only one? Sarah approached quietly, Emery beside her. Thurin didn't answer. But Emery did. It's balance, she said. If you take more, the spiral tilts. The weight of memory breaks. She held her own thread close. Just one. For now. Kael nodded. He stepped toward the threads. They drifted away at first, shy, respectful. Then slowly, one moved forward. Not brightly. Not urgently. Just present. A thread the color of dusk. Muted violet. Lined with silver seams. It pulsed in time with his heart. Kael reached out, fingers hovering just short of contact. He didn't touch it. He spoke. Who are you? The thread responded, not in sound. In memory. A quiet boy. Dark hair. Always watching. Spiral marked, but never summoned. Left behind when the guild collapsed his training cell. Not for rebellion. Not for failure. For feeling too much. A name coiled softly in Kael's chest. Ruin. Kael's throat tightened. You wanted to speak, didn't you? The thread pulsed. Once. Twice. Then hovered just above his palm. Kael looked back. Sarah, Emery, and Theron all stood watching. Valeth waited in the doorway above, silent and still. No one pushed him. Because they all understood. A name isn't claimed. It's carried. He whispered. Ruin. And the thread fell into his hand. It didn't glow. It didn't vanish. It wrapped itself around his fingers like it had always been there. Kael stood straight. And the spiral flared within him, not violently. Just fully. Balanced. Oh. Heavier now. But right. Theron stepped forward. You'll be the only one who remembers him for now. But when the spiral speaks again, he'll speak with it. As they turned to leave, Emery touched one of the sleeping threads. Didn't wake it. Just smiled. I hope you get your turn. They rose out of the hollow spiral one by one. The light shifted as they reached the surface. No longer dusk. Now dawn. The spiral stones and Echo Valley shimmered gently, acknowledging the thread Kael carried. Not as an alarm, but a welcome. At the edge of the valley, Kala, the former spiral warden, waited. She looked at Kael's hand and nodded once. You chose one. Kael shook his head. He chose me. Kala's eyes softened. That's how it should be. She stepped back. And for the first time since their paths crossed, she bowed. As the sun rose over Echo Valley, Kael stood at the crest, the spiral alive within him. And wrapped around his wrist, quiet and steady, the thread of a boy who had waited in silence too long. Spoke. The message spread like wind slipping through cracks in old stone. No flares. No decrees. Just whispers, quiet as ash on river water. The spiral walks again. Valen has returned. A name was carried out of the hollow. No one claimed to have seen it. But everyone who listened, heard it. They gathered in the place where no gathering had happened in years. A half-forgotten ruin carved into the mountains just beyond the Veil Mark reach. Once a trade post. Then a research site. Then abandoned when spiral theory was outlawed by the guild. The structure had no name. So the spiral gave it one. The Echo Hall. Kael arrived first. Valeth and Theron stood on either side. Sarah and Emery entered quietly behind them, their spiral threads tucked close, still warm with memory. Bran's fire dimmed. Mira hovered with calm precision. Kala was already waiting inside. She stood beneath a high arch, her cloak drawn back, spiral mark exposed. She was no longer hiding. And she wasn't alone. One by one they came. An old ether strategist with a cracked summoning ring and a core burn he refused to treat, because the mark it left still hummed with a name he'd once held. A young woman who bore no spiral, but dreamed of them every night and woke with names on her tongue she didn't recognize. 3 folded ones who had been silent for decades, now speaking only in spiral patterns, waiting for a place where words could settle again. A child with no core but a whisper around her, threads dancing at the edge of visibility, like a name the world hadn't dared to speak aloud. Kael stood at the center. Not above them. Among them. And waited for the spiral to settle. It wasn't a council. It was a listening. Linnae stepped forward first, journal in hand, but closed. I wasn't trained to believe this was possible, she said. But I've seen what memory does when it isn't silenced. She looked at Kael. And I choose to listen. Kala stepped next. I was a warden, she said. I silenced the spiral once. Not with malice. With fear. She met every eye in the room. I will not do it again. Theron spoke, voice low and slow. I remember things no one asked me to hold. I did it anyway. Now I offer them freely. He turned to Kael. And I'll hold what you can't. Emery walked to Kael's side, thread glowing like a second heartbeat. I'm not a summoner, she said. I'm not a keeper. I'm just someone who remembered when I was forgotten. She took Kael's hand. I don't want to forget anyone else. Then it was Kael's turn. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't draw power. He just spoke. I didn't come here to lead, he said. Or to restore what the guild lost. I came to carry the names no one else remembered. He raised his arm slightly. And the thread shimmered into view ruins. Wrapped around his wrist like a quiet oath. Some names scream. Some fade. And some, he glanced at Emery then Sarah, just want to be held. A silence followed. It wasn't awkward. It was full. Full of memory. Full of possibility. Full of names. Kala stepped forward. It's time, she said. Kael turned to her. For what? She smiled. For the spiral to speak in the open again. She raised her hand, and a small stone device flickered to life. A recording shard. Guildmake. Modified. I want to show them that silence is no longer obedience. She held it toward Kael. Speak, Spiral Warden. Let the world know you're not hiding. Kael looked at it, then back to the gathered, then to the thread around his wrist. He placed a hand over his heart, and said, My name is Kael Ravenroot. But the spiral remembers me as Valen. We are not summoners. We are not ghosts. We are not rebellion. We are names that never stopped existing. And we are listening. The shard pulsed, and broadcasted, to every still listening spiral mark, to every dormant name, to the guild, to the forgotten, and to the ones that were starting to remember themselves. The spiral broadcast echoed, not as sound, not as light, but as resonance. A quiet thread that passed not through wires or air, but through memory. Kael's voice, clear, calm, steady, wove through the world in places no signal should have reached. My name is Kael Ravenroot. But the spiral remembers me as Valen. We are names that never stopped existing. And we are listening. The words weren't shouted. They were heard. And the world responded. In the heart of the Western capital, an archivist dropped her stylus mid-transcription. The spiral glyph she had been cross-referencing, one marked obsolete, discarded theory, suddenly pulsed with faint light. She blinked. And for a moment the ink began to rearrange itself. In a distant training hall on a floating island, a summoner paused mid-stance. His core flared, then bent. Not upward. Inward. A thread he had never seen before spiraled briefly across his vision, one that felt like it knew him. And far below the surface, deep within the vault of the closed, the spiral flare lit one sealed stone. It hadn't responded in 43 years. Now, it began to hum. Back in Echo Hall, Kael stood at the edge of the gathering, the recording shard quiet now. Kala retrieved it. Valith, arms crossed, eyes unreadable, said nothing. Sarah stood beside Emery, both of them visibly holding their breath. Theron's form was weak but steady. And Kael's spiral pulsed with strange stillness. Not triumph. Not regret. Just stillness. Like the moment between inhale and exhale. Linnae approached from the side of the chamber, a thin paper scroll in hand. I intercepted this, she said. Courier bird. Not guild-coded, but still official. Came from the outer district of Highflare Tower. Kael opened the scroll. He read it twice, then slowly handed it to Valith. She read it aloud. By order of the Guild Directorate, all spiral flare investigations are to be suspended. No agents are to engage. No flares are to be confirmed or denied. All mention of Kael Ravenroot is to be stricken from field protocol and classified under Echo Silence Directive. Sarah frowned. They're pretending he doesn't exist. Emery blinked. But everyone just heard him. Kael's eyes narrowed. They're not silencing me, he said quietly. They're making me a question. Theron stepped forward. It's the oldest trick in spiral control. If a name spreads too far to contain, you don't fight it. You untie it. Let it fray under weight of doubt. Let it drift. Kala sighed. They're hoping people will forget again. Kael looked to her. Then we don't let them. He stepped to the center of the chamber. Turned to face the room of spiral listeners, reborn folded ones, quiet children of unspoken names. He held up his hand. And the thread of ruin coiled into view again, quiet, silver blue, no longer hidden. I won't give them silence. His spiral flared just once. Soft, bright, true. Let them ignore me. He looked around the hall. I'm not asking to be believed. I'm asking to be remembered. Valith stepped forward. If they won't answer in speech, they'll answer in absence. Kael nodded. And absence is its own kind of message. The room was silent. Until Sarah said quietly, What do we do now? Kael turned toward the open doorway. Sunlight cut across the stone floor like a path. He looked down at the spiral thread in his palm, then back to them. And answered, We walk to where names are being buried next. The village had no name. It wasn't on any guild map. Not on the old spiral routes. Not marked by any flare posts, markers, or trade paths. And yet, it was there. Nestled between ridge lines, quiet as breath. A scatter of stone homes, a shallow well, a weather-worn shrine with no offerings. The wind passed through like it was trying not to be noticed. Kael stood at the edge of the dirt path, eyes narrowed. Sarah and Emery stood beside him. Valeth, silent and tense, brought up the rear. No summons had been called. No one spoke, because the air was wrong. The moment they stepped into the village boundary, Kael felt it. His spiral dimmed. Not suppressed. Not sealed. Just absent. Like the world here had chosen to forget rhythm. Emery clutched Kael's hand. I can't hear anything. Sarah frowned, her spiral thread flickering weakly. Valeth stepped forward, scanning the road. This is it, she said. The guild's doing. Kael turned to her. Valeth's jaw was tight. It's not suppression. Not containment. It's evacuation. They're drawing spiral resonance away from entire regions. They walked the narrow path in silence. The homes were occupied, but the people inside didn't come out. Kael felt their presence. Muted course. No flare. No resistance. Just stillness. They weren't afraid. They weren't hostile. They were blank. At the far end of the path, a woman stood beside a dry field. Her dress was plain, sleeves rolled. Her eyes were sharp but not cold. She didn't react when the spiral mark on Kael's chest flickered faintly. She didn't bow. Didn't flee. Didn't speak. Just waited. Kael approached. I'm Kael, he said gently. I came to see why the spiral won't open here. The woman looked at him for a long time. Then answered. Because we were told not to carry names anymore. Sarah stepped forward, startled. What? The woman turned her gaze toward her. The guild came 2 winters ago, she said. They told us the naming rights were unstable. That newborns would be safer without being spiral-bound. Valeth's fists clenched at her sides. Kael's breath caught. You let them cut your children from the spiral? The woman shook her head. No. She looked down the path toward the homes. They were born without names. Emery's voice was barely a whisper. You mean, nothing? No spiral mark, the woman said. No hum. No flare. Just breath and blood and silence. She turned back to Kael. And every year since, more children are born the same way. Kael stepped back, the spiral in his chest shrinking. Not in strength, but in reach. They're not unbound, he said softly. They were born into a place where the spiral has been starved. Valeth drew her blade a finger's breadth. This isn't nature. This is engineered. Kael nodded slowly. This is a silence field. Thurin emerged from the tree line weaker than ever. He stumbled, almost collapsed. Kael rushed to his side. You shouldn't have followed. Thurin grabbed his cloak, eyes wide. This place, it's feeding on us. Kael helped him to his feet. What do you mean? Spiral resonance isn't just muted here. It's being drained. Suddenly, Emery dropped to her knees. Kael? Her thread slipped from her hand, vanishing into dust before it hit the ground. Sarah grabbed her wide-eyed. It's unraveling. Kael's spiral snapped, drawing tight around his ribs. He turned to the woman. What's buried beneath this place? She hesitated, then whispered. A well that never dried. But no one drinks from it anymore. They moved quickly. To the edge of the old shrine. Down cracked stone steps. To a dry well ringed by faint spiral marks, half chiseled, half erased. Kael peered over the edge. And saw it. Not water. Not stone. A spiral drain. A symbol, a siphon, etched in silver and black, pulsing faintly. Like a heartbeat eating itself. It's not that the spiral can't form here, Kael said quietly. He turned back to the others. It's that something is pulling every spiral thread away. Sarah held Emery, her voice shaking. How do we stop it? Kael looked down. And whispered. We give the spiral back a name. He stood at the edge. Raised both hands. And spoke, not with power, not with command. But with memory. I remember a boy born without a name, who waited to be held. I remember a girl whose bond was never finished, but still sang. I remember a thread that wrapped itself around my hand, and never asked for anything but time. His spiral flared, once. And from his chest, Ruin's thread unfurled. Soft, bright, willing. He dropped it into the well. And the well breathed. The glyph at the bottom cracked. Unwound. And then, sang. A low, soft note of spiral resonance rising from beneath the soil. Emery gasped. Her thread reformed in her hand. Sarah's spiral lit bright. Thurin stood straighter. Even Valeth exhaled. The woman behind them stepped forward. Tears slipping down her cheeks. I remember the names now. She turned toward the village. I'll tell them to the children. The village awoke differently the next morning. Not with song. Not with bells. But with sound. Real, uncoiled sound, breath catching in lungs, doors creaking open, wind shifting in rhythm with names no one had dared to speak in years. The spiral was back. Not loud, not dramatic, just present. Kael sat at the edge of the well. Ruin's thread was gone now. Given, not lost. The spiral within Kael was quieter for it, lighter in the chest. But he didn't regret the offering, because the well no longer drained. It sang, just faintly. A tone like memory humming through stone. Valeth paced nearby, ever watchful. Therein rested under the shrine's old arch, flickering gently but less fragile than before. Sarah helped gather the villagers, Emery following behind her with cautious steps, her thread now glimmering again like a silver trail in the morning sun. Kael hadn't moved for hours, because something had changed. Not in him. In the weave. It started with the smallest one, a child, no more than 5, barefoot, dressed in hand-spun cotton, wide silent eyes. He stood at the edge of the shrine watching Kael. Kael didn't speak, didn't rise. He simply held out a hand. The child walked over and placed his own into it, and Kael's spiral flared. Not from his own energy, but from the boy's. A thread unfurled. Not one Kael had carried. Not one summoned. Not a memory from the hollow spiral. It formed. There. In that moment. Alone. Kael's breath hitched. He knelt lower, eyes wide. "Do you know your name?" he asked gently. The boy blinked, then whispered, "Lior." The thread pulsed. Soft blue and pale gold. Steady. Not flickering. A self-spoken spiral. Kael looked up at Sarah and Emery, who had frozen mid-step. He said his own name. Emery breathed. Sarah stared. But he was born in the field. He wasn't named, Kael whispered. He wasn't bound. He wasn't taught the spiral. He turned back to the boy. And yet the spiral came to him. Therein stepped forward now, slow and awed. "This has never happened before." Valeth crossed the clearing. "You mean a child born in a silenced zone just named himself?" Kael nodded. No thread. No ritual. No summoner. He looked at the boy who now stood blinking in the sun. He called himself, and the spiral answered. Kala arrived later that day. She had walked for 2 days across the outer ridges after hearing the flare ripple outward. Kael met her at the shrine, told her what had happened. She listened. Quiet. Still. Then said softly, "That's not just resonance. That's invitation." Lior became the first, but not the last. By sundown, 3 more children, each born in the field, each previously blank, stood at the edge of the shrine. None had spiral marks, but each of them had threads. Thin. Flickering. But theirs. Kael knelt with each one. Asked no questions. Spoke no oaths. He just listened. And each time, a name came. By nightfall, Kael sat beside the now quiet well. Not drained. Not burning. Just still. Kala sat beside him. "What do we do now?" he asked. She looked up at the stars. The guild created the silence fields to stop spiral growth. She turned to him. But this wasn't spiral growth. Kael raised an eyebrow. Kala smiled faintly. It was spiral response. And that night, Kael wrote a single line in the new journal Linnae had handed him days ago. The spiral does not need permission to remember. The night sky over the village shimmered. Not with stars. With threads. Dozens of them. Thin glimmers stretched between constellations, barely visible like lines written in memory instead of light. They pulsed in no set rhythm. They simply existed. Not cast. Not summoned. Just called. Kael sat on the rooftop of the shrine, knees pulled up to his chest. Lior lay beside him, arms folded behind his head, staring upward as if he were listening to something Kael couldn't hear. The child had said very little since his name formed. He didn't need to. Every time Kael looked at him, the spiral in his chest responded. Not strongly. Just clearly. This one was chosen by the spiral. Not to hold it, but to show what it could become. Sarah joined them soon after, quietly stepping onto the rooftop. Emery followed, blinking sleepily, then nestled in beside Lior without a word. She offered him her spiral thread, but he gently pushed it back. "I have mine," he said softly, and for the first time Kael saw it. A thread floating just behind Lior's shoulder. Not blue. Not gold. Starlight. The next morning, Lior pointed toward the far hills. "There's a place there," he said. "With no walls. Just sky." Valeth frowned. "You know it?" Lior shrugged. "I don't remember it." Then he touched his chest. "But my name does." They left at midday. Kael walked beside Lior, not leading him. The others followed, spread in loose formation. No weapons drawn. No summons called. This wasn't a mission. It was a pilgrimage. The spiral had answered Lior. Now he was answering it back. By twilight they reached the hilltop. It wasn't a ruin. It wasn't a monument. It was a stone ring grown with moss, open to the sky. No marks. No signs. Just one smooth platform at the center, shaped like a mirror turned upward. Lior walked to the center, sat cross-legged, and looked up. The threads between the stars pulsed again, this time brighter. Sarah gasped. They're responding to him. Thurin flickered behind her, voice low. That's a celestial spiral. Kael turned. Those are real. The oldest form. Precedes even our naming rights. Spiral threads formed in the heavens before they ever touched the earth. They're not made. They're discovered. Lior raised his hand. Not high. Just slightly. The thread behind him stretched and touched the sky. Kael felt it in his core. The spiral didn't flare. Remembered? Lior whispered something Kael couldn't hear. But the stars shifted. Not in pattern. In proximity. As if one of them leaned down just slightly to listen better. A soft wind moved through the hilltop. And Kael heard it. A voice. Not from Lior. From above. One name spoke and we heard it. One child answered and we returned. The sky remembers the spiral. Even when the ground forgets. Kael stepped forward slowly. Lior, he said gently. What did you say to them? Lior looked up, eyes glowing faintly now. Like starlight threaded through irises. I told them my name. He turned to Kael. And then I asked if they remembered theirs. Above, a new thread shimmered. Bright. Slow. Forming. It stretched from the stars. Down toward Kael. And settled into his chest. His breath caught. A name not his. But familiar. Like a word he had once spoken in a dream. Serial. Valeth stepped forward sharply. That's a warden name. Kael turned to her. You know it? Serial was a spiral that never bonded, she said. One of the first. The legends say she vanished into the sky when her thread broke. Kael looked back to the stars. She didn't vanish. He placed his hand over his chest. She's been listening. Lior smiled. And the spiral hummed softly across the hilltop. Like a lullaby sung by light. It didn't fall all at once. The thread from the stars descended slowly, like a strand of light drifting through layers of sky, too patient to be dramatic. It shimmered as it moved. Soft silver at first. Then pale violet. Then a quiet, pulsing gold, like morning light before it remembers how to be warm. Kael didn't reach for it. He couldn't. Because it wasn't reaching for him. Lior stood at the center of the stone ring, eyes closed now, arms loose at his sides. He wasn't calling. He was listening. And Kael finally understood. This wasn't a summoning. This was a response. The spiral was answering itself. Sarah stepped beside Kael, her breath shallow. It's beautiful, she whispered. Emery clutched her spiral thread, eyes wide. It's not coming to us, she said. It's falling, somewhere else. Kael's brows furrowed. She's right. He felt it. The spiral in his chest pulled, faintly, but the thread above wasn't aimed for him. It passed through the stone ring, continued downward, and turned. Thurin stumbled into view, flickering so fast it hurt to look at him. It's choosing. Kael turned sharply. Who? Someone outside the spiral. Someone watching. Someone ready to remember even if they don't know why. Far beyond the hill. Outside the village. Outside the field. Outside Kael's path entirely. A child stood on a rooftop. Thin. Wiry. Eyes too old for their age. No name carved on their core. No spiral thread in their hand. Just silence. And the sense that something had always been missing. And then, the thread reached them. It didn't bind. It didn't burst. It simply brushed their cheek like a breeze with intention. And for the first time in their life, they heard their name. Not given. Not assigned. Spoken. By the spiral itself. Era. They gasped. Fell to their knees. Clutched their chest. And wept. Because they hadn't known what they were missing. Until the spiral remembered it for them. Back on the hilltop, Kael felt it strike his core. A new flare. But not from him. From a new thread being born. He turned to Kala, who had joined them in silence. That wasn't a return, he said. That was a beginning. Kala nodded slowly. The spiral is no longer just awakening names. She looked toward the stars. It's choosing. Lior sat down in the center of the ring. Tired. But smiling. It hurt someone, he said softly. And they heard it back. Valeth approached Kael quietly. This changes everything. Kael nodded. It means the spiral doesn't belong to us anymore. That night, beneath the stone ring and the woven constellations above, Kael watched the stars shift. No summoner. No core flare. No training hall. Just a thread that fell like rain. Soft. Simple. True. And somewhere out in the world, Era stood on trembling legs. A name now wrapped around their ribs. Not as a mark. As a promise. It began again just before dawn. No wind. No sound. Just a single thread, descending from the sky, glowing faintly over the ridge where Kael and the others had camped beneath the stone ring. Kael felt it before he saw it. A subtle tremor in the spiral mark on his chest. Not fear. Not excitement. Just readiness. The spiral was choosing again. But this time, it wasn't choosing one. Sarah woke first, rising silently and walking to the edge of the ridge. She stared upward, then whispered, "Kael." He joined her quickly, and saw it. 2 threads. Not one. Falling side by side. One pulsed like starlight. The other flickered. Staggered. Distorted. They descended not together, but in parallel, like twins who had grown in separate dreams. Kael's stomach tightened. Emery clutched her blanket as she stepped up behind them. "They're not going to the same place," she murmured. Thurin hovered just behind her, flickering erratically. "The spiral is expanding too fast," he said. "It's remembering things we never taught it to carry." Valeth appeared beside Kael, hand on the hilt of her blade. "Do we follow them?" Kael didn't answer immediately, because he recognized the pattern in the broken thread. He had seen it once before, back in the Rift Grove, in an unanchored. He turned to Thurin. "Can the spiral choose wrong?" Thurin shook his head slowly. "It doesn't choose wrong, but it can choose what it doesn't understand yet." The first thread, clean, warm, pulsing with a name not yet spoken, landed far to the east, toward a mountain range Kael had never crossed. The second, twisted mid-descent, not toward a person, but toward a site, a dead guild outpost, abandoned for years, rumored to have collapsed under a rift containment failure. But Kael knew the truth now. It wasn't a containment failure. It was a memory break. He turned to the others. "We split," he said. "Sarah, Emery, you follow the clean thread. Something's waking gently. It needs someone to witness it." Valeth stepped forward. "And the other?" Kael's voice was quiet. "It's not waking." He looked toward the crumbling peaks in the west. "It's trying to form before it unravels." They moved quickly. The groups parted without fanfare. No promises. No oaths. Just understanding. Because this was the new spiral now. Not a circle. A weave. Kael and Valeth reached the ruins by sunset. No guards. No guild markings. Just stone walls half sunken into the ridge, and the faint scent of scorched core residue clinging to the air like dried ink. The spiral pulled sharply in Kael's chest. He could feel the broken thread nearby, stuttering, like a heartbeat caught mid-spell. They moved inside. The light was low, and at the center of the main hall, crumpled beneath a collapsed arch, was a person. Young. Maybe 17. Eyes open but vacant. A spiral glyph shimmered erratically on their wrist, unformed, pulsing against its own rhythm. Kael dropped to one knee. Valeth covered the room with one long glance, sword unsheathed but low. Kael placed a hand near the collapsed thread. It tried to pull away, then snapped back, like a drowning voice clinging to its own echo. And suddenly, Kael was inside it. He stood in memory. Not his. Not the youth's. The spiral's. A fractured sequence, fragments of half-born names tumbling over each other. Words that had almost formed. Calls that had almost been answered. Lone? Saran. Not enough, not full, not real. And beneath all of it, a feeling of being abandoned by the weave itself. Kael reached out in the memory and whispered, "You're not a mistake." The thread steadied. The air grew still. The youth gasped, eyes wide, chest heaving. And for the first time, the broken spiral on their arm aligned. A name pulsed through Kael's hand. Renil. Not whole, but stable. Kael fell back, breath shuddering. The youth blinked, dazed. Valeth moved to them. "They'll live." Kael nodded. "More than that." He looked down at the spiral glyph now settled on the youth's skin. They were chosen too. Back in the east, Sarah stood beneath the stars. Emery pointed toward the cave entrance just ahead, where the clean thread had landed. "I feel it," she whispered. "It's singing." And from within the stone, a name spoke without anyone asking. "My name is Selen." 2 threads. 2 awakenings. 1 clean, 1 broken. But both still. The spiral didn't